Anyway, we made it up here to Sioux
I'm
Falls.
so excited, though. Like, we were here last year, and I would say this was as much fun as we had last year on our Media Day tour. Great coaches, entertaining. The players were awesome last season. I remember, we interviewed Zeke Mayo at the end of the day, and now Zeke's starting at Kansas. So it just goes to show you how good this league is. William Kyle, now at UCLA.
Might start at UCLA.
Right. I mean, this league is loaded, and there's a lot of new faces in the Summit this year. And, it's harder to get to know these guys quickly, the turnover and everything like that, even the coaches. But, we're going to try to help you out and kind of give you a rundown of what to expect this year.
I got to imagine that Eric Henderson is just so happy to hear you talk about how he has a point guard starting at Kansas and a center starting at UCLA. But this is the world of modern college basketball. And what I am curious to talk about, and Hendo is going to be joining us here at 12:40. He is last, saved the worst for last, apparently. He's. I am curious to get his opinion on how he feels about. I do think that there is a line of thinking when it comes to coaches at the level of like the Summit League, where you can be the place that these players go to get themselves ready. The way that it was referred to me by someone is operate kind of as like the AAA for some programs, right? Where you bring them in, you give them 2 or 3 years, you get them ready, and then you get them out the door to the high majors. It's kind of the same. That's AA now, where the stars come up from AA. You don't know anything about baseball. I'm the baseball. Some of us coach.
You followed baseball for like a year.
I'm a 9U baseball coach.
Bandwagon.
I'm a championship winning 9U Little League baseball coach. No, but I do think that it's an interesting theory.
Well, you can embrace
to execute. Yeah,
you can embrace it. Some coaches are even selling that aspect. Right?
Mm-hmm.
They're even recruiting that way and saying, "Hey, listen, come here, and in a year or two, I'm going to help you get to the high majors, the ones that didn't recruit you out of high school, where you're going to make a lot more money and have it." Most I think are fighting that, but there are some actually with that sales pitch, which shocks the heck out of me, to be honest.
I think it's smart. I think it's savvy. It's adapting to the new world. It's the same thing that a lot of these high major programs do. Like, do you think when Bill Self is recruiting a freshman to Kansas, he's saying, come here in 4 years, we're going to get you your degree, you're going to have a great time, you're going to make memories? He's bringing him in saying, you're going to come in here, you're going to be 2 years and 2 years max, and we're going to get you to the league, and we're going to get you to where you're making a bunch of money. And I don't think it's really any different when you're at this level trying to get guys to the high major level. It is what it is. It's a new world. I do think that there is going to be some stabilization of it.
You like this new world? You and I really haven't talked about this. Like, I've made my opinion fairly clear that a lot of it I don't like. Some of it I like, that the kids are getting paid and compensated, and they see their jerseys in the stores and they've made nothing off them, and a billboard down the street, and now they're making some money off those. But I think it's just gotten out of control.
Well, yeah, the problem was everything kind of happened at once, right? NIL became a thing at the same time that you could transfer without punishment, and then they took away the 2-year transfer rule, where the second time you had to sit out, and then you also got the 5th year of eligibility, and then all of the money's coming in because people were kind of tired of sitting in the house and doing nothing during COVID. So it was like an avalanche of everything that all hit at the same time. And it'll sort itself out. It might be 2, 3, 4 years before it does, but it'll sort itself out. I have no doubt about
it. All right. Well, can we unveil the preseason poll?
I think we should,
because this is a little bit surprising. I got to say,
what is
the preseason number 1? That's not surprising. Look at you. You're trying to flip to.
Well, I thought we were going to do the preseason player of the year poll first.
No, I think people want to know the preseason predicted order.
Go ahead. Unleash it. There you go. You got it right there on your screen.
Marvin Menzies in Kansas City at number 1. I don't know if anybody would have predicted that a year ago when Marvin was picked to finish down the bottom of the league, and they had a really good year last season. So we're going to talk to him first, which is apropos since they are picked first. So we'll talk to him in a few minutes. But, again, listen, brings back Jamar Brown, one of the few all-league guys back from last season. And I think that's a big part of it, right? It's retention.
Well, it's not just Jamar Brown. They bring back 5 starters and basically like 6 of their top rotation players. It's weird. They had a whole bunch of guys transfer out, but it was none of the guys. Yeah, it's a weird.
I can't wait to ask Marvin what his pitch was to be able to get all these guys back, because
free Oklahoma Joe's barbecue in Kansas City.
All right, maybe it was that. I don't know.
Look,
maybe it was.
You got me. Listen, I'll be a Roo for life.
Got to have something there, right? So what did Marvin do? Marvin learned, some stuff from Rick Pitino back in the day. Maybe he applied some of that.
Second place was South Dakota State.
Yeah,
despite
no
losing
surprise.
Their 2 stars. It's just,
even with everything that they lost, and I can't wait to ask Kendu, break down some of these new names for us, because we don't know them, and I'm not sure he knew them. He sat a few guys last year.
Mm-hmm.
He brought in Oscar Clough, a big time transfer who played in the Pac-12 last year. North Dakota State, 3rd. St. Thomas, 4th.
What I think is really interesting is 6 teams earned first place votes in the preseason
But that's
poll.
the new kind of the new deal now.
South Dakota finished 7th out of 9 teams in the Summit League preseason poll. Somebody picked them to win the league.
Like that just kind of back.
Yeah, just kind of
back. It's retention and familiarity when voting for some of these preseason polls right now, because let's face it, even you don't know a lot of these guys anymore. A lot of them are mysteries, whether they're coming back down from the high major ranks, whether a lot of schools are going to the JUCO ranks now, especially in the Summit, because
JUCO guys, Division II guys.
Yep. No, you got to be creative these days. You got to be creative, especially, if you don't have a ton of NIL, you're not going to outbid some other programs, whether it's out west, Mountain West. Think about it. That's who you're fighting for some of these transfers. Your Pac-12, the revamped Pac-12 is going to have money. Mountain West is going to have a little more money than most of the schools in the Summit. So you've got to be kind of non-traditional in how you go approach this thing. And, like you said, JUCO, high school, a lot of teams in the Summit in these leagues have to go the route of the high school kids still, while a lot of the high majors are saying, like, we don't want those high school kids.
Well, that goes back to my point. Like, you can go out and get some of these 3-star, like borderline top 100 kids and get them for 2 years and coach them up and then get them ready so they're starters.
Or hope they don't do so much. Like, almost like I feel like that's where Kansas City benefited, is their guys were good, but they weren't like Zeke Mayo good. They weren't William Kyle good. Like, those are the guys that the high majors are going to pluck. They're not necessarily – now, they may try to pluck these Kansas City guys after this season if they win the league and they put up big numbers.
Yeah, and Marvin might go with them.
Who knows?
Yeah.
I don't think so.
So we'll see. He's going to be joining us here in just a minute or two. Let's talk a little bit about the preseason all-conference teams.
Yep.
I don't think it's really any surprise that Isaac McBride from Oral Roberts was named Summit League preseason player of the year. You remember talking to him last year.
Oh, he's awesome.
He was a delight. Kendall Blue from St. Thomas, Jamar Brown, we just talked about him, Trayson Eaglestaff, and Amar Koljahovich from North Dakota. Amar, I hope I got that name pronounced correctly, as well as Caleb Stewart from South Dakota. Second team All Summit League in the preseason, Oscar Clough and DeAndre Craig, Caitlin Gary, 2 guys from South Dakota State there, obviously, Markel Sutton and Jakari White from North Dakota State.
Yeah, I mean, listen, again, McBride's been here, done that, right? Obviously, they didn't win at a high level last year, and that's going to be the differentiator for McBride this year. Can he win, postseason player of the year? Well, the only way he does that is if Oral Roberts fights for one of the top spots in the league.
You can't be tied for last in the league and win player of the year.
Right.
That's not the way it works.
And I'm sure it'll be interesting to get his take today on, what he thought of last season. Because, again, personally, individually, put up good numbers, but obviously as a program didn't do what they were used to doing over the last few years.
Yeah. Russell Springman was over here earlier, right as we were about to go live, trying to take your job.
Yeah, Russ could do my job.
He might be able to. Yeah. He could talk. What team are you most looking forward to talking to here?
I mean, again, I think they're all Johnny Tower at St. Thomas was entertaining as heck last year. I can't wait to see him again. a lot of these guys are guys that, again, I don't know if enough people nationally know about and give enough credit to what the jobs that these guys have done over the years. They're ball coaches, a lot of them. That's the beauty of the summit, right? May not be as much glitz and glamour. These guys are ball coaches.
You know what I think the beauty of the summit is?
Go ahead.
Everybody likes to score, and not a lot of teams like to play defense. That's fun.
That's fun too. That fits you.
Yeah, it fits me.
Right?
It's fun. A lot of games in the 80s. I'm not going to complain about that.
No, I mean, it is fun. That's what fans want to watch. You know, people want to watch skilled guys who play fast, get up and down, and that's one of the things that this league has kind of been known for.
Yeah, I'm interested to talk to the guys at St. Thomas, because the last couple of years, you've seen they made obviously the transition from Division III to Division I 3 years ago, and you slowly see them getting better and better and better as the years go on, and now they're kind of
their resources are terrific,
and they're also kind of past the Division III point, so to speak. Like they've now kind of turned over that roster and turned over that program where you basically are a Division I program now with a whole bunch of Division I guys. And I'm very curious to see, how they kind of feel about where they stand and what the season is going to look like for them.
Yeah, I mean, listen, again, when you hear about the programs, when I talk to people around the country, I've heard this for a couple of years, like, keep your eye on St. Thomas. Mm-hmm. Because of Johnny as a coach, because of where they're located, because of the resources they have, like, they could be a sleeping giant. And again, they're just going to be on the upswing. You've seen it already. To be able to come in the league and do what they've done.
To be able to go from D3 to D1 and have that level of success right away.
I mean, there aren't many schools. You know, Merrimack did that in the NEC a few years ago, came right in, but generally.
But that was Division II. That was Division II, not Division III.
Sure.
Trust me, that's a big step up.
Yep.
That's a big step up. Duncan Robinson's not walking through that door. No, he's not. Okay. He's not. He's now in the NBA. Yeah. So, yeah, you want to come on up? Yeah, let's bring Ryan Powell up here from the Summit League to talk a little bit about the program, and talk a little bit about the conference. You know, I think. Here's my guess. I was told per a source, Ryan, and you can confirm whether or not this is true, that you actually canceled Marvin's Uber here this morning because you wanted to get some shine.
I did. I wanted to build my brand, so that's the most important one. No, ran a little late, but he'll be here and talk about the Roos, who were preseason number one. So, pretty good. 6 teams had a first place vote, so.
Were you
pretty
surprised?
interesting poll.
Were you surprised at that or not really?
A little. I mean, just with the landscape of college basketball, and we have Jamar Brown and Isaac McBride back, are only 2 All-League players. So I think there's a lot of parity this year, and that's kind of where we're at with mid-major basketball and Summit League right now.
Where were you surprised in this poll? Who were you surprised to see?
I don't know if I was completely surprised by Kansas City being top 3. North Dakota State, a little down last year, but they are always projected to be top 3, and that's where they were. North Dakota finished in second last year. They lost BJ Omot, but they bring 2 first-team All-League guys back with their pick 6. Maybe they're a little surprised at where they were. Maybe they top half of the league finish, but and Denver made the title game last year. Obviously, you lose Tommy Bruner, but they have some guys back. Omaha loses Fiddler, but they have some guys back. So 1 through 9 is pretty. It wouldn't surprise me to see anybody at the top at the end of this thing. So it's kind of exciting too.
I don't think coaches even know yet. I think that's the beauty. If there is a beauty of the changing college basketball landscape, it's that. It's the uncertainty going in. And again, like you said, 6 teams getting votes for the top spot. It's just one of those things where even coaches, they think they have a feel for their team,
right?
But they don't really know these guys because a lot of them haven't recruited them that long, the transfers.
Exactly. And that's the fun part of it too. Like, just, you said uncertainty, the unknown, like it's new. It's just kind of, it's a transition, right? For us, maybe we're used to having multiple All-League guys back or multiple teams that make a run, but it's nice to have some new names at the top of our list. Kansas City, I did some research. I don't think they've ever been projected number 1 in our preseason poll. So that's kind of an exciting thing. And just overall, like 1 through 9, like I said, It's pretty exciting.
He did some research, and he's still taking a guess on whether or not. That's how you know you're coming to the pros here on the Summit League. When you guys are kind of putting stuff together for the season, you have to deal with this turnover. You're introducing yourself to a lot of these guys too. How do you go through that process on your end?
Yeah, it's a lot of research. Like we have Oscar Clough here from South Dakota State, big man from Washington State. Like he's the only one on our preseason all league first or second team that's a newcomer. Like the other 10 all played in the Summer League last year, which probably is a little bit of a nod to those guys from the coaches,
if it's
right?
close,
Media,
they're give it to the guy
right.
who's been here.
But he's a guy who, Eric Henderson, obviously you lose William Kyle to UCLA, but then you go get one from the Pac-12 to hopefully replace him and be a big man inside. So it's kind of fun to learn the new names. Like there's a JUCO kid at Omaha, name failing me right now, but he's supposed to be a big time player. So Markel Sutton, kind of being Frankie Fiddler's second man last year, has got a chance to emerge and be a really good player. So there's a lot of things to learn, and it keeps me busy, that's for sure.
Here's what I would say. Kansas City last year was picked where? Eighth.
Right.
When we were here.
Yeah.
We didn't give them much of a thought last year. And now they've gone from where they're the favorites to win this thing. And I think that summarizes the landscape of college basketball, whether it's a Summit, whether it's the A10 where we were yesterday, whether it's the ACC where we'll be later this week. I don't think it matters. I think, again, you've just got so many questions because of the changing rosters. And again, that's if there's one kind of silver lining to all this, it's the kids are making some money. Good for them.
Right.
And the fact that, you know what, like everybody's got a chance every year now.
Well, it's the fine margins, right? Like a lot of times you can see who's probably going to be the best team because they probably have the best talent and the best coach. And a lot of times, and not just in the Summer League, in most conferences, there's a pedigree that comes with those programs that allow you to maybe get a higher level of player. Like that's just the way that it works in college athletics.
For sure.
But once you kind of get into the meat of the conference, so much of success depends on how well do you guys know each other? How well do you play together? How well have you been drilled on running this set? How well do you defend this way? And when you're bringing in so many new faces, there's always a gamble on whether or not you're going to be able to get everyone on the same page. Like that stuff takes time.
It is, and that's probably the reason Kansas City's at the top because they have a lot of their guys back. Like they probably have the most returning minutes. I didn't do the research, but just based on you look at it. Jason Petty was a freshman of the year. He's back. Anderson Cobb didn't play much last year. Coming back for his 6th year, he's a difference maker too. He's
older than Dauster.
And then Jamar Brown, I think, is just probably a guy that every coach in this building today would love to have on his team. Like just both ends of the floor, toughness.
All right, I got a question for you.
All right.
Who is, in your opinion, the most entertaining coach in the Summit?
Who
is the guy that could do stand up if there's anybody?
You know who's funny, and he's coming up here first is Menzies. Like we did a segment with him yesterday, and he opened just with a joke.
A little, Marvin, you know what happens when you show up late, right?
He's walking in right now. This is perfect timing.
Right out there.
My apologies.
They don't need to talk to me.
You're good.
Over here?
No, you take my place. You're
time.
better
Let's
than
go.
I am. I was just about to
Get
talk
everyone
about
up
your
here
gumbo.
together.
All right, I appreciate it. Thanks, Rob.
How we doing,
I'm
guys?
from LA.
Yep.
I'm
Marvin, how you doing, man? We
there's
are
no-
live.
Hey, there's no LA
Tomorrow
traffic
we are
in
live.
Sioux Falls.
Mics
Arena.
are hot.
I
Don't
was
say
at the
anything
sports
too
arena.
crazy
I
right
went
now.
to the Coliseum.
All right, here we go.
How we doing, guys? Marvin Menzies, Jamar Brown.
How are you guys?
Marvelous. You already know. I'm
I'd
great.
be feeling good. Pick number 1 in the league. Well, let me ask you
Is
this.
that why you showed up late?
Yeah, you know.
Pick number 1. You feel like
a
you
little
just walk in
swag,
whenever you want?
walk in. No, actually, it's all my fault. I went to the other arena, which was across the street from the hotel. Was it Sanford?
The Sanford
Pentagon.
Pentagon.
Yeah, as they say, as the young folks say, my bad.
Look, you know what? He last night on our Uber from the airport, he got the Uber to go back to the airport. It was the
True story.
It's where we ordered it. And she's
she's
like,
like,
you're
"Where
at
you
your
going?"
destination.
Where are you going? I'm like, we're going to the hotel. She's like, yeah, you put it in.
Which
you go to the
plane? Which
airport.
plane
We're
you
going to
sleeping
Seoul.
on?
All right, so let me ask you guys this. You are picked first in the Summit League preseason poll. I don't know if you've seen it yet.
I
but
have
you
not seen
but
that.
You are picked first. Last year you were picked 8th and you guys finished 2nd. Do you like having that target on your back? Do you like being picked number 1, or do you want to be able to use that motivation? It was like, look, everybody thinks we suck, guys.
Normally, normally in a normal landscape, the preseason polls were probably a little more accurate. We were picked 8th and we took 2nd last year, right? So I think this is great, right? It's good to
Good for
see
the program,
yeah,
right?
good for your program, great for
Right.
Kansas City,
Yeah.
But at the end of the day, you guys know we got to go out and play the games, and no, don't mean to sound so the boring politically correct answer,
Marvin,
but it
you're
really
not
is
boring.
true. But it really is true. You know what I mean? It's like, okay, oh, this is good, great. All right, we're making some progress. They're looking a little bit, so let's keep it moving.
Well, you have so much back. I mean, Jamar, like that's the one thing I think part of the reason you're picked high. Obviously, you did well last year, and you returned most of your key pieces.
Right.
Give me the biggest difference from last year's team to this year's team.
I just think it's just the commitment that the guys, put into the weight room, on the court, off the court. The guys just want to get better every day. We see it every day, and they just want to learn.
What about your game? What are we going to see differently from your game? What has Coach maybe challenged you in the offseason with?
Just the leadership role, just being more vocal and just uplifting the guys and making sure guys are on point. Just taking one game at a time, just one practice at a time, and just getting better every day.
How do you? So if you got to be a better shooter, right? Like you get in the gym, get on the gun, get up 1,000 shots a day.
Right.
You want to be a better ball handler, doing 2-ball dribbling drills, do all that kind of stuff.
Right.
If you're trying to be a better leader, Jamar, like how do you practice that? How do you work on that? Is it something where like you are trying to make sure that you're the voice that people hear when you schedule maybe captain's practices in the office? Like how do you do all that?
Yeah, I feel like it has a little bit to do with self motivation. You gotta want to get into the gym. You have a bunch of guys that want to get into the gym, that want to get better. So it kind of helps me a little bit. When I'm telling them things and I'm teaching them things. Whether that's in practice or off of practice. It just helps me a lot more because they care a lot and they want to get better. And it just takes a lot off my plate. So
One thing to add on that, as far as his leadership part, last year when I told Jamar being quiet is being selfish, he took that to heart, and he realized that, like, yeah, when I don't help a teammate, I'm actually kind of just worried about myself not messing up. And so he started to become much more vocal, and so we're trying to continue on that, and not just talking to talk, but to really teach and have constructive criticism when you're talking to your guys.
That's hard though for a guy who came in first year Division I.
Right.
He's trying to find his way, right? Aren't you, Jamar? Like
right, yeah.
that's one of the things. So it probably took you a little while, and then okay, you're feeling good about where you're at within the team, and in the same year, that's not easy to do.
No, it wasn't. But I think would you agree with when you kind of conceptualize that was selfish? That's when you say, well, I got to make myself uncomfortable.
It's a great way
there,
of doing it.
Yeah.
It's a good way of kind of bringing it to him.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Because he's definitely not selfish.
Right.
So when I say, hey, this tendency is making you say, oh, okay, well, shoot, I guess I better try to force myself to talk a little bit. So
you talk a little bit about getting in the gym and guys developing, right? What have you seen out of Jason Petty? He was freshman of the year last year in the Summit League. He is back. And I think if all things play out, he might even be like the 4th kind of big guard that you have. Like, you got a lot of guys in that like 6'4" to 6'6" range.
We do. We've been very blessed to have, like Jamar said, a commitment from the guys. When we recruited them, we talked about vision. We talked about character. I've kind of shifted my recruiting mode now to looking for guys that I think I would have a chance to retain, not just get in the program, but where's their parents' heads, where are their heads, what are their goals, and then you kind of got to evaluate all of that. But to your point, I feel like the right collection of guys being pushed individually, and then them pushing each other. It's the old player-led deal, right? To getting to holding them accountable to holding each other accountable, and then I could start to let go of the reins a little bit.
In terms of how you're approaching it with these guys, with having the target on their back. Have you talked to them about it? Like, it's going to be different. Last year, you could sneak up on people.
Right.
I don't think people probably took you that seriously going into the year. They're looking at you 8th, and now it's a totally different ballgame. You've been there. You've been there in New Mexico State over and over and over.
Right. No, we haven't dived into the deep conversations yet about the mental approach to that, mental preparation for that. But I love the fact that we have a different challenge to put on their plate this year instead of the same mantra from last year. So, okay, we did this. I think the thing that's burning, and Jamar's made this clear to me and some of the other guys, is the way we ended last season. So regardless of what the predictions are, we still got beaten the first round. And so we can't let that history repeat itself. And so we've got to, drive on that.
All right, I got to ask you some health updates. Anderson was here last year. He was sitting right where you are, Jamar.
Right.
He got in. I think it was the wrist 2 years ago.
Same wrist.
Yeah,
same wrist, same hand last year as well.
How's he doing?
Great, fantastic. One of our key pieces returning. I think we were one of only. Somebody told me this. Now, Jeff, I don't know what your stats. You could probably tell me the truth, but someone told me that we were one of, I think, 8 or 9 teams that returned all 5 starters.
Yeah, I think it's 8 teams.
It's something crazy like that. So, and then AK wasn't even in that mix. AK would have been the 6th one returning.
Crazy.
So when you look at all of that, we should be, picked towards the top. I'm a little surprised we got the number 1, but not surprised that people are watching and figuring it all out.
That was the most coach speak way I've ever heard of saying, "Look, we are damn good. Like, you better put some respect on us."
I'm gonna let you say that.
You said it without saying it right there.
What's the biggest question you have with this year's group? Is there something that you're kind of, if you had to say, hey, a weakness, a question, what would it be?
I think there's every year you're going to run into, obstacles, curveballs along the way. We haven't really encountered those as of yet, but my experience tells me that everybody's playing right now, right? In practice, everybody's getting reps, everybody's playing, but it's going to get whittled down. And so mixing the new guys with the solidified guys in the program, and then making sure that chemistry stays positive throughout the trials of not playing as many minutes as you thought you were when you came to college.
Hey, how much is NIL involved right now with you? Obviously, we know at the high major level, you're seeing the numbers. I mean, they're insane, back.
Well, we have about a $2 million pool of funds for NIL, but most of the kids aren't taking the monopoly money anymore. So, we're going to have to really figure out how to find some real money instead of monopoly money.
I was going to say $2 million would have been.
No, we're the fact that you guys didn't start laughing away surprises me.
Well,
it was either a really bad joke or the number was too low. I don't know.
We came in from DC. We didn't get a ton of sleep, so we're on a 2-second delay.
Well, I'm on a longer delay than that by showing up late, so you're forgiven.
No,
okay,
seriously, because I think people would be interested to know how much it plays a part at this level, in the summit now, and how much time you invest in it. Because the high major coaches, they are investing. I don't know if you talked to Patino.
Right, yeah, I have.
Rick, but Rick's doing a lot of it. He's doing dinners a lot. He does them anyway.
Right. No question. Well, he's I went and saw his practice and hung out with him a couple of weeks ago, and we talked about this very same topic. And it's obviously there's tiers to it, right? Yep. So in the space that we're in, it's important. However, I think how you run your program, how you develop your young players, how you, show them the culture that is not family just in recruiting. It really is. I think then you have a chance because now, maybe those guys that can go get 70, 80, 90,000, 50,000, whatever it is, they say, I don't even know if that's worth it. I really like it here. So to your point, as you mentioned earlier, retention is a huge piece. We're dipping into that pool now, and we definitely have Kansas City definitely has the propensity to support us. So I think being ranked first and then having a successful season could move the needle for us for sure.
Jamar, you played in a league where we saw Zeke Mayo go to Kansas and William Kyle go to UCLA, and a bunch of other guys have a chance at a high major opportunity. And I'm sure that there were people calling your people, however it kind of plays out in the shadows, right? Offering you opportunities to go to a high major program, and you're back. Why?
I just saw
you got all that $2 million NIL. Huh?
He got the whole thing, but he signed an NDA. Let's move to another topic.
Not at all. It was just I saw the vision that the coaches saw. We saw something that we were going to bring back a bunch of good guys, a bunch of guys that want to, get better, just improve, and throughout the season, realize that this is the place that that they chose for a reason, and it's because of the coaches, the environment, just the camaraderie that we have with the guys on the team.
It's family, baby,
Mhm.
for real.
Yeah.
It's not like just
That's
a
unique.
term for us.
That's
right?
not
Yeah.
that's not normal in college basketball in 2024 that people will put take a self-sacrifice, so to speak, to be able to have a chance to win something that matters with people that matter to them.
Real quick to piggyback on the top of that, on the back side of that, when we talk about family coming in, when I got into coaching, that was why I got into coaching. And I said if I ever strayed from that, I would just get out. We had a young man named Ben Copay. I don't know if you remember him, John. He was with us at UNLV. And I got a text from his dad last night that he just signed with Chicago, with the Bulls, right? For over $1 million, whatever. And he was almost a walk-on for us. But he stayed the path. We stayed in touch with him. We've communicated throughout the years and given him, just direction from behind the scenes. And to see him sign, I'm getting goosebumps thinking about it. This kid didn't play for
Why
us.
you want to do it? Right?
Yeah,
those are the things.
It's amazing.
That make it worth it.
Yeah.
Still in this culture where everything's changed, right?
100%.
Everything's changed. It makes it a little more difficult in the off season.
No doubt.
Right?
No doubt.
But those are, watching him go from, coach's college to have the year he had and then hopefully take the next step, right? And play professionally would be, it's why you do it.
Well, no question. He was at Phoenix, right?
Sorry.
College, yeah. No
Phoenix
worries.
College.
I just don't want their coach. I just don't want their coach mad at me. But yeah, no, I think that as you mentioned, the end game is what you want to put out there on a continual basis. You want that carrot at the end of the stick saying, hey, okay, well, this is why we got to keep working. So you look at all these motivational clips that you get on your phone and you get all these different things, but they're really true and they're cliches and all that stuff for a reason, because it just takes the work. So it changed my whole recruiting strategy from looking now. We're in a different situation, so I'm looking for different things. You got to find the place that fits your institution.
At New Mexico State, correct me if I'm wrong here, but you're looking for the most talented dudes you can at that point. Am I wrong?
100%. Yeah. No.
And now you really have changed.
Yeah, you have to adjust. The old school thinking is not working unless you have the big bucks. If I was still at UNLV as the head coach, of course, I'd be able to go out and buy guys, but I would still probably look for a certain fiber of character that I don't think I paid as much attention to before, because I thought I could fix every kid that was broken anyway. So
Jamar's sitting here looking at you saying, so what are you saying? I'm not talented. I'm just a good guy.
No, I tell you what, he didn't have.
I was 15 a game, coach.
We're big time evaluators. Joe Esposito, Mike Bowden, and now we added Anthony Richardson to our recruiting regime. We've all done a really good job, especially Joe, when it comes to evaluating. The game that we were just talking about this the other day. The game that we actually offered, I think, was he didn't score. He had 0 points.
Really?
And they boxed and won him, right, the whole game, but we saw it. I went out and watched practices, visited with his family. Jennifer and Mandel are just great people. And you could just tell this dude's a winner, man. Boxing one, okay, whatever. But he didn't have 20,000 scholarship offers. So evaluation has also been raised the bar big time for us.
So, Jamar, I got to ask you, your dad was a football player at Weber State, right? Your brothers are football players at Northern Arizona and Arizona UA, right?
Mm-hmm.
Arizona?
My little brother is playing currently right now.
So how'd you end up playing basketball? You didn't want to play football? You weren't tough enough for it? Is that what it was?
No, I mean, I just felt like, I really loved basketball, just from the minute I started playing it. And, I just felt like that was, a better option for me. Obviously had, offers and looks for football, but I just felt like the basketball route was best for me.
What position were you in football?
Safety.
You were safety?
Right, so we're going to do something later, Jamar, where I'll throw him the ball across the middle, and he says, "You're not tough." Have you ever heard of Ronnie Lott?
Yeah.
I want you to pretend like you're Ronnie Lott and just lay him out. I'll throw it right across the middle.
All right. So hold on. Hold your hand up. Hold your hand up. See, he's got all 5 fingers. Ronnie Lott cut off a finger to play in the football
That's
game.
right. That's right.
Yeah.
Toughest dude there was.
No
Yeah.
question.
Hey, I heard you had your first tomahawk steak recently.
That's right. Yep.
How was it?
It was really good.
Big time?
Crawford's, yeah, no, it was real good.
I hope he
Size
paid.
of my hand.
Did he pay? Yeah.
Well, yeah, we pick first. I better pay.
I don't know. Hey, I don't know what to say. I don't know what you're allowed to do these days. What you're not allowed to do anymore.
No.
Marvin.
Well,
changed so
I
much.
think they finally eased up on you're able to feed your students. I think there was a bylaw that went through a couple years ago.
Hey, Marv, these days there should be no rules on anything.
You ain't kidding, man. You ain't kidding. They need to. Matter of fact, if they leave to go get an NIL at another school, they need to pay us for leaving. And early, I got a buyout.
We've said that.
What about that?
Talking about this a lot. There should be some sort of like transfer fee buyout that if a big time school comes in and scoops up one of your guys, they got to give you 25, 50 grand, something.
It's only fair.
Yep.
It's only fair. If we're going to be pro, let's be pro, baby.
Totally.
Yeah. Well, listen, Marvin, it's a pleasure, man.
You too, man.
Jamar,
Good to see you.
Great meeting
You're
you.
the best, JG.
Great seeing you.
We will be back. Russ Springman coming up next here, Summit League Media Day on the field of 68. League Media Day here on the field of 68 live from Sioux Falls, South Dakota. Jeff Goodman, I'm Rob Dauster. We have Russ Springman, Oral Roberts head coach, with us here. Coach, it was not the best season in the world for you last year. What did you kind of learn from your first experience as a head coach there at Oral Roberts?
I don't know how much time do you have.
We got a lot, man. We got a lot. You are out at 10 a.m., so you have exactly 21 minutes.
Well, I could take all 21 with that question, but I won't. I think the main thing I learned was how much better I need to be in so many ways. There's things that you prepare for as you're waiting for your opportunity that are basketball driven. And then there's other things that you have no idea are going to present themselves, and you end up in situations and you're learning immediately. All right, what do you do in this environment? And, one of the many things I learned was how much you have to pour into the players in order to try to create a connection as best you can with your team. I was telling somebody earlier, I felt like when we played connected, we were pretty good. Mm-hmm. And there were stretches. We looked like schizophrenics at times, right? We were connected and we played well, and then we were disconnected and we didn't play well. And that was on both sides of the ball. So there were times where we were, capable of beating anybody. And there were also times where I feel like we beat ourselves before somebody had to beat us. But that, like I said, from calling timeouts, I didn't do a good job calling timeouts, substitutions. I played Isaac McBride and Kareem Thompson way too many minutes, lineups that I should have put on the floor that I intended to in the beginning of the year that I didn't. And I could give you a grocery list of things. But the short answer would be I just have to be a lot better. That's the bottom line.
I mean, you've been doing this so long as an assistant,
Mm-hmm.
waiting for this opportunity, right? You get it, and the expectations for this program were so high. I mean, that's the hardest part. Like, you knew with everything you lost, obviously Max being the key piece, it was going to be hard to live up to the expectations, especially in this changing landscape.
Oh, no question.
Right?
I think
so. Like, I know you had your expectations were pretty high, but again, like, you're putting a lot on yourself.
Well, no, I appreciate you saying that. I mean, we lost 4 of our top 6 contributors, right? And then, the other part is from a player standpoint, just like I had to adjust to a new role, Isaac McBride and Kareem Thompson had to do the same. So I don't think people realize how hard that really is. And it's hard to equate it to people to understand. It would be like, all right, all of a sudden you're playing quarterback and now you got to go be a receiver, or you're a running back and now you got to be a quarterback. So Mackey's role changed. And if you looked at how he played against UT Arlington and the shot selection to how he finished the year, night and day difference. But there was a lot of growth that needed to occur. Kareem Thompson went from being, like a third or fourth option to, hey, we need you to be a secondary ball handler, more of a decision maker. So again, but part of that growth was good, but part of it I should have managed better because I needed to give those guys breathers in order for them to be who they needed to be. And I just played them too much. I didn't have confidence to the degree I should have. And some of the guys on our bench, and I ended up, those guys ran out of gas. Yeah, and somebody had told me before, back in whatever January, but at that point I'd already dug my heels in. And I thought, look, like we have to go with these guys. But again, I should have used timeouts to rest them. I should have done different things.
You learn. You learn. It's year one.
Yeah, God willing. Like I told people, I made a lot of mistakes, and God willing, I won't make the same ones. I might make a new list of them, but hopefully they won't be the same ones.
I love your honesty. How many guys?
Not a lot.
And that's been Russ's entire life.
Got a lot to learn, man. Like you can prepare for so many of these things, but then you're evaluating your team, and that's different. And I believe this, when you're an assistant, you can be more myopic, right? You can focus on a much smaller picture, right? Like how many guys do you deal with outside of practice? 2, 3, right? Because typically your staff is broken up with those player responsibilities. Nobody gets 3 or more. You're dealing with all of them, and it's all the time. And that's a good thing, but the amount of time that it takes to manage that back to connection is really, really important. And then evaluating constantly, all right, well, where are we with this kid? Where is this kid mentally? What challenges is he facing? And that's just on the court. You don't even get into off the court. And that's a whole nother conversation.
Got 5 transfers coming in from the Division I ranks, another JUCO transfer. How have you tried to acclimate them to what you want to do and maybe get them within the culture of the program? Because I feel like that's always the most difficult part, right? If you don't have all these guys coming back, instead of being able to just throw out 5 returns and say, show them how to run this, you got to teach everybody how to run each set. There's more to it than I think people realize on the outside.
Well, I think it began in the recruiting process. And I don't mean this to be disrespectful to any of our prior players, but when I got the job and then you get thrown into the portal right away, and don't get me wrong, you end up thrown into the portal no matter what, but it was like a microwave where you're dealing with a large number that you're trying to, get and manage. So we went through it really quickly, in my opinion. And for me, I didn't dig deep enough to learn more about people. So this time around, I told the staff, hey, look, I don't care if it takes longer. And if we lose somebody in the process, that'll be okay. But the bottom line is they need to love to play. Now, obviously, character is non-negotiable, right? But they need to love to play. They need to be extremely competitive, because I think those things lead to more of a commitment to themselves being the best versions of themselves that they can be, commitment to working, right? I think when you get those 2 things right, you get so many other layers added to that. And then the last piece was they got to want to win, right? It's we over me. And I think that was one of the biggest things that at least we attempted to evaluate, because then I think if you have those 3 things in place, back to culture, you're dealing with, like, we want to focus on competitive, committed, and connected. Like, those are the 3 pillars for us. Well, the one that's most important is that connection, right? It's like people always say, like, if you fight with 4 fingers and a thumb, you're probably going to lose. But if you ball your fist up, you got a chance, right? If 5 is together, you got a chance. So we were really intentional. And who knows, like, like Coach Marge used to always say, you never know who you got till you got them, right? Because the truth is, for a lot of kids, even if they're in the portal, the majority of their career has gone the way they wanted it to go. So now they're faced with a challenge. How do they respond to that challenge? What's their intention when they get to your place after that challenge? And trying to dig more, and like, why are you leaving? Like, what was that really about? And see if we could figure out, to the best of our ability, who fits those 3 areas the best, and then let's move forward with that.
All right. Well, let's test that out. All right, Goodman, come stand over here next to Russ. I want you to slap him open-handed and then punch him with a closed fist, and let's see which one hurts the most.
It's
Yeah?
like that tortilla slap challenge.
I'd rather watch Russ do that to you.
So the other question I have is, when it comes to roster building and roster management, you got a guy like Isaac McBride, who preseason player of the year. We knew he was going to be good last year. He was as good as we thought he was going to be. Like, everyone knows how talented he is. You got him for another year, one more year. When you're building your team, how much are you thinking, okay, I need to get guys that will fit around him, but then also trying to say, like, well, they're going to be here for a couple more years. So what happens when you don't have that kind of full, you know what I mean? Like, there's certain roles that you look for when you got a guy like that maybe you're not going to need when you don't have a guy like that. So how do you kind of balance those two aspects of building a roster versus building a team and a program for longevity?
Well, I think I don't know if you can build for longevity anymore. I really don't. Like, I had somebody, Anthony Grant, told me this summer on the road at Peach Jam, you have to really coach for 9 or 10 months, that group, and then the reality is you're most likely going to start over again, and that's just the current landscape of college basketball.
Crazy to think.
It is.
When you were an assistant, you're never thinking that when you got a head job, that would be your mentality.
No, I used to recruit with a 3-year plan. Right, like, all right, this year we're probably going to lose these. These guys could leave for early entry to the draft. This kid could end up not playing as much. Okay, well, how does that factor into next year's priorities? And then the third year would be an aggressive, ideological approach, right? But literally a 3-year recruiting plan now, like that's way gone. But I think you have to always evaluate who you have, right? So with Isaac McBride, you have somebody, to me, that is a very versatile player offensively. And he's grown as somebody that creates shots for others. So when we were trying to attract people to our program, it began with that major piece because it affects everything. All right, so who in the backcourt can play with him? And we were up front with people, right? He's going to play on and off the ball, depending on who we get, because it's good for him to be off the ball too. But for his future, we want him to be on the ball because typically that's how he's going to be evaluated. And I want to do what's best for his future.
Luke Gray, freshman, broke Blake Griffin's record. How about that?
Yeah.
I mean, small school.
Yeah.
Right. I mean, you and I remember Blake when he was back in high school.
I've got too many mental scars from that guy.
That
guy was incredible.
All right. So I'm not asking you to compare him, but obviously the kid was productive in high school. Can he come in and make an impact?
Time will tell. I think like Luke is physically talented, and at 6'7", 235, he's just different in high school than a lot of the people he was matched up with. And he had a tremendous coach. And I do think Luke is going to be really good. It's just going to take time. And I think part of it is people look at that right away and there's this expectation.
Like unfair. Yeah.
But it's like, Blake Griffin, I think, was a player of the year, right, in college basketball. I know he was a heck of an NBA player. And it's like, hey, let's just let Luke be Luke. And again, I get it, but it's like, it's not, and I'm not saying you, but it's not in the state. There's this perception like, oh, he's just going to be dominant. It's like, no. Like, let Luke be Luke.
They're very different.
And and just let him develop. And I've told Luke, like, look, you just be who you are and embrace getting better every day and let the rest take care of itself. You don't need to be compared, right? But he's a freshman. I told him after the first week, like, you could just tell my man's head was spinning. I said, you feel like you're in a blender, right? And you can't hit the pause or the change speed. And it's just doing this. And he's like, coach. And I'm like, it'll slow down. But, unbelievable kid. Like, he's one who's got a phenomenal story. I mean, and I don't even know all of it, but it is by God's grace that he's even in college. I mean, I'm telling you, man, his past is, I won't get into it, man. It's unreal. Like, it should be a book.
Well, listen, Russ, it's been a pleasure, man.
Did I use all my 21 minutes already?
It's always great. Well, our man over there, the man with the sign, see, he's got the sign up. See, what's he got? It says done right there. See, he tells you when we're going to go. Yeah. Well, I guess what they wanted is they actually wanted the talent to come up.
Oh, yeah. There's no question about that. Yeah. There's no doubt. Trust me, I know my role.
Yep. Great seeing you, man. Isaac, good seeing you, man. Yep. Come hop in.
Good to see you again.
We are live. The mics are hot. Okay. So if you're gonna say something crazy,
I don't think Isaac's gonna say anything crazy. Exactly. That's right. Before you hammer coach.
Isaac, what's going on, man?
What's going on?
Preseason Player of the Year.
Yeah.
In the Summit League. You were kind of expecting that, weren't you?
No, not at all. Actually, when we just got in here, I was half asleep, and then I went to go look for the cinnamon bagel that I had last year because I was excited for that. And then Josh and Duncan, they told me that I was preseason player of the year. But to be honest, you know, all glory to God, not in a cliche way, but that's the only way. I mean, for a person like me with the story that I have, I've never been on the first team before. So to go from a guy that's never been on the first team to preseason player of the year, I mean, that's a blessing. That's an honor. But I mean, there's a lot of work to be done, and there's other guys that can end up winning player of the year, but that's not what I'm concerned about. I'm concerned about trying to win a Summit League championship at the end of the day. So, I mean, but I appreciate you guys or whoever voted, you know, thank you. But, you know, there's a lot of work to be done.
It sounds like you were actually concerned about the cinnamon raisin bagel. Did you get it?
I did. It's over there. It's been eaten. It has definitely been demolished. And yeah, so
take one to go later.
I probably will. I probably need to chill with the carbs until I get back to the crib until I can work out some more. But, you know, yeah, the bagel is amazing, though. I hope you guys can get one.
Yeah, but I'm going to go grab one in a second. I did want to ask you, I'm glad you brought it up, because I was told that last year, because you sat up here with us last year at Summer League Media Day, and I was told that beforehand you were like, Coach, I got to get a workout in. So you went to the gym before Media Day, then came to Media Day?
Something like that. I think it was like a little break or something before. Tried to go this time, and the person was like, oh, cheerleading and volleyball and this and that. They have the gym. So I was just like, I didn't want to, you know, put our guy Mamo through any more searching for gyms around South Dakota. But I mean, I would have loved to go on this time, but, you know, there were some restrictions. But whenever there's a gym or something to get in, like, I don't like to, you know, miss days. So as soon as I get back from the plane today, I'll go work out.
Do you want us to put, like, the hoop down here?
If y'all put a hoop down, we can get straight to it. We can go start out with ball handling, get some shooting in, some pick and roll reads, things like that. But I wish, you know, I love working out. It's a way that not only do I love basketball, but it's a way I kind of cope with life and things like that in a healthy way, though. You know, God's giving me the sport, so I just want to be able to, you know, put in my work and steward, you know, the gift that he's given me. So I just love basketball. I could talk basketball all day long. You guys probably could too. And so that's why this is y'all's job.
Yeah, we
so,
do.
So, yeah.
All right, so my big question for you.
No.
Coach kind of said, hey, listen, he made some mistakes last year, first-year head coach, one of which was wearing you out a little too much, playing you too many minutes, didn't trust the bench as much. What was last year like for you? Because obviously you had a good year individually, but as a team, didn't do what you wanted.
Well, I mean, yeah, when you do individual stats and then you're not winning games, that really doesn't mean much. Obviously, yeah, like it's a blessing to be able to see that the work that you put in, individual work, can show on the court. But if it doesn't result to wins, then it really means nothing to me and our program, to be honest. We're used to being able to go out and win 20-plus games and then fight for a Summer League championship, and we're thinking about March. You know, Coach is a very humble guy, and he's appreciated for that around the coaching world in college basketball because of how great a guy he is. His relationship with God allows him to remain in that, and I believe that sometimes he's too hard on himself. Coach thought he played me a lot, but it's every kid's dream growing up to play every single minute. But being effective, I could see myself dwindling down by the end of the season. What the coaching staff has done this year and being able to recruit guys that are able to be more versatile, guys that are ready from JUCO, things like that, you know, utilizing the transfer portal in that way will help take a load off of the guys that are returning, like me, Sir Isaac Heron, Josh Jones, and we're able to play more freely. So I think Coach thinks that he made some mistakes, but we all have to go through trial and error so that the second go around can be greater than previous years before. So I think Coach Bream has done a great job.
He was last year. And I'm blown away.
Hey, you want to just host the show from now on?
I wish I tell you guys, if you guys
ever
ever need a third guy or you guys ever have a referral, don't do that.
Come on,
no, this guy right here is amazing. But no, I appreciate it. Yeah, I got his back.
No, like it's true though. Like your maturity, you didn't come into college like this.
Well,
right? Like
I mean, we all go through a lot. But I feel like also too though, like my parents have done an amazing job with my sister and I about teaching us like give credit where credit is due. And I do think that, you know, when I have a coaching staff like I have, and then a community back in Tulsa as the ORU community, as you have to give credit where credit is due. I wasn't always like this in terms of, you know, like trying to be able to think about others in a sense, team. But now that I've grown and I've been in such a loving community at Oral Roberts, and I've been around Coach Bremen for 3 or 4 years, and Coach Paul Mills and Coach Patterson and guys like that, Antonio Bostic, Coach Lewitt. I have to shout out every coach if I'm going to shout out a coach. But, you know, being around Coach Dave, all those guys have really helped me and instilled, you know, values that I can be able to take. So, yeah, I mean, this community's made me. So I wasn't like always like this. But
That's
yeah,
cool.
back to the question that I was saying with Coach Freeman, and I know you guys have a time limit. Like you have to admire him being honest about, his shortcomings, but they're not really shortcomings. You have to go through it. So he's gonna have an amazing year leading us, and we'll look up to him, and we'll go as far as Coach Freeman leads us. And so yeah.
The guys you got coming in, some of the
Mhm.
transfer pieces, who's impressed you so far? Who has looked good in summer workouts? Who's looked good in fall practices?
Man, like this is the generic answer.
We're about to get the coach.
Yeah.
Come on.
Well, no, I'm gonna give you a real answer though.
All
Like,
right, go ahead.
like everybody that we brought in from the portal can go. Carlos Rosario from Drake, killer. Sam Alajiki, killer. Darius Robinson. I'm being honest with you. It's my time to be able to get out of college basketball because the talent coming in right now is ridiculous. Darius Robinson, the truth. Like those guys, and we have more guys, obviously, off the top of my head. Freshman, JoJo Moore. I'm going to be honest with you guys. Like, you talk about a Summit League De'Aaron Fox. Like, if you took that, like, I honestly think I looked at JoJo the first day of summer workouts, and I was like, if this is how freshmen are around, like, Ryan Williams from Alabama, like, he is our Ryan Williams. Like, he's that guy. Jim Rat, great kid. That's all of our guys. And I know I missed one, but Toki, we call him Toki Mathog. I don't know how to pronounce his last name as well, so I'm not going to butcher it. He comes in raw ability. He wants to learn. He rim runs a Clint Capella, but he's 7'4". Like, you can't teach that. And so he has amazing touch. All the guys that we brought in from the transfer portal and the guys that we've recruited from high school are ready to do amazing things on the floor, and they're great people. So it'll translate on and off the floor. They'll add value.
What are you doing to help them get acclimated? Because I do think it's going to be a little bit of an interesting dynamic. We just asked Coach about this. You're going to be a 20-point-a-night guy. You're going to get a lot of shots. There's going to be an offense built around you because you are that talented,
Hopefully
right?
He doesn't have to score.
Yeah.
How
if
do
I don't and we win, I'll be fine.
Yeah. Well, what I'm saying is, like, how do you help them get ready? Because it's going to be a unique way of playing when you got a guy like that, right? It's different than if you have three guys averaging 13 versus a guy averaging 20, a couple guys averaging 8, 9, 10, whatever it is, right? How have you helped them kind of get used to what it'll take to play on this team next year?
I mean, to be honest, like I told y'all last year, like I don't want it to be like expect for me to have those. I would rather be 15, 14, 13, and win. Because growing up and being around my AU programs, I was with my dad and some of the coaches like Coach Coleman, guys in my community that helped me. They say if you win as a collective group, everyone eats in the term. So everyone gets an opportunity. And I think the misconception is, for you to have a success going on in basketball, you have to have this amount of stats. No, people look at the overall team and the talent and what they add. But for the guys coming back on the team, there's no message. I just try to be able to be the leader for the team. But throughout the summer and throughout the offseason, I kind of scaled back on trying to do too much aggressively, like offensively, and let other people get acclimated and be aggressive within. So, I mean, there's no like secret. Obviously, I'm a returner coming back, and I've been a part of the team and focal point. But for the guys coming back, we just encourage the other guys to be themselves and be aggressive on the floor and don't second guess anything. Don't take a backseat to anyone, God's giving you talent, so use it. So we're all going to put that in the melting pot, mix it together, and hopefully the gumbo turns out good. So
That's one thing Russ said is that's gotten better in your game even last year from start to finish with your ability to make people better.
Yeah. Well, listen, the sign is up. Your time is done.
Yes, sir. I appreciate
it's
you.
always a pleasure,
Thank
man.
you.
It's great seeing
Appreciate you guys.
Best of luck this season.
Yes, sir. Appreciate
And
it.
you have a standing job offer here on the field of 68.
Man, I
when the
appreciate
ball
it.
stops bouncing, you come let us know.
Y'all hear that?
Yeah.
The ball stops
Lock
bouncing,
it in.
I'll be on
Like
field.
anything said on Summit League Media Day,
12 years.
got to be true. Got to lock it in. Thank you, man. We have Denver coming up next. Looks like we're gonna get all of them.
I think we're gonna do.
Yeah.
Why don't we go just coach?
Coach.
Made where the program is today, but very hungry to continue to improve as a basketball program.
The good news is, again, you keep winning games and getting better and getting this program to where it can sustain success. The bad news, I hate to tell you, we lost a pretty good player from last year. Second leading scorer in the country, Tommy Bruner. I don't know. Does that keep you up nights a little bit? Try to figure out.
No.
Obviously, you'll be more balanced. We know that this year.
They got a new. You didn't hear about this? They just signed a JUCO transfer named Timmy Bruner. It's his younger brother.
It doesn't keep me awake at night, and I have a tremendous sense of pride for what Tommy Bruner was able to accomplish in our basketball program, for the levels that he helped improve our program to. Had a wonderful personal relationship with Tommy. I've always said that you improve as a player as you grow as a man. And Tommy had tremendous growth off the court as a young person, and that really paralleled his progress on the court. So tremendous feeling about the time with Tommy. As you mentioned, we will have more balance this year, and you're going to see more ball movement and player movement. And but I think as I enter my fourth season, this is the deepest team that I've had, the most talented team that I've had. And I think the individual parts have improved at every position. We did a great job with retention. We have the best retention rate in the Summit League this year. We bring back 4 players who I think are primed to step forward and have great seasons. You're going to visit with DeAndre Craig, our point guard. DeAndre had a coming out party at the tournament last year, averaged about 15 points, 5 rebounds, 5 steals, 5 assists in the 3 games we played. He's going to give us a great leadership and presence at the point. He's able to get to the hip of his defender and be a great facilitator and a great scorer for us. You're going to visit with Isaiah Carr. Isaiah, as a 7-footer, he gained 20 pounds this year in the offseason. So Isaiah's what, so did you? Isaiah gained good weight though. He's very lean. Sorry, Rob.
It's all the bagels, man.
But
it's all the bagels.
Isaiah was last year's leading shot blocker in the league, and he's improved. I think he's going to be a very, very good low post presence for us. Along with Pedro Lopez San Vicente, who had a monster game in a win against South Dakota State last year, the conference champion, 25 points, 5 threes, 5 rebounds, 5 assists. Now we need him to do that on a more consistent basis. And Isaiah Otto Ankra, who hit 3 game-winning shots for us last season, will come back for his 5th year of college basketball.
I do think it's interesting that you guys lose a guy that got you 24 a night, and you did not go into the portal. I think you got 1 JUCO coming in. You don't have another Division I transfer coming in, and it feels like that is not the norm of where we are.
Yes, that's a great point, Jeff.
Right?
Yeah,
Isn't it?
It's we have a very prestigious academic institution, something I'm very, very comfortable with.
Rob could not get into that.
I absolutely
I couldn't either, truth be told, Jeff. But
I had to go to Arizona, so I'm with you.
I had 1,100 on my SATs.
They don't use SAT now.
I'd be in trouble.
That's it. And you have to find a niche. I think you have to utilize with today's landscape everything that's available to you. We've had a lot of success with international players since I've been here, who are great students. I'll tell you, you mentioned the academic piece of it. We had a 3.7 team GPA last spring. So we're recruiting young men that fit the academic mission of the university. A lot of people will tell you that our business is very transactional right now. And I've heard that, but I've refused to undertake that, and that's not who I am. I got in this game 30 plus years ago to impact young people's lives in a positive way. I would tell you today that's my intention. And we're going to recruit high character, high integrity people with core values in our basketball program. And that resonates with people who have an upbringing like that. And that resonates with people who want to be in an environment like that. So we've managed to recruit people to our program with similar values and different backgrounds and great diversity on the team, but certainly similar values. I guess rather than being transactional, we've been transformational. And mentoring young people is still something that I enjoy doing. And it's maybe the most gratifying part of the business for me.
They have a field of 68 alum on that coaching staff now.
The dude.
Yeah, Shamon Williams, Field of 68 alum.
How about that? You bring up a great point, and we've, when you take a look at your team and the differences that you've made, I will tell you as a head coach, you get done with the season and you really analyze and you figure out what you need, whether it be the addition of players and positions and strengths and of your team. And I think one of the things that we need to continue to develop as a program is to add experience to our coaching staff. And wow, have we done that? I mean, you mentioned Shamon Williams. You tell me, if you're a player on our team and you have a player who's played in 3 Final Fours and 7 years as an NBA player, what kind of respect that brings and what kind of expertise he can shed on your players. And then Bill Peterson, I don't know if you're aware of Bill, but Bill spent the last 7 years at Baylor as assistant to the head coach to Scott Drew. He was an 11-year NBA coach, player development guy for the Mavs when Dirk and Nash were there. He is such an elite on the court player development guy. These guys have added so much to our program, and they've been at the level that every player in college basketball aspires to be at, and they've made a huge impact on our program.
Yeah, Shamon Williams.
You got the young guy, Curran Walsh, too. So.
That's right.
Williams was
Curran and Jack Front. We've improved, and we've gotten more experienced at every position on our staff.
Shamon was responsible for the greatest moment in the history of Field of 68 when he officially ended the North Carolina-Duke rivalry at the 2022 Final Four. He said it was over. Carolina won the rivalry forever and ever and ever.
Well, I will tell you, we had a player in on a campus visit last week, and the parents were Duke fans. And he happened to mention that during his time at Carolina, he was 9-1 against Duke.
So not gonna hold back. We know that,
he won't.
right?
No, he won't.
So I heard back in the day, you worked at Disneyland.
Wow,
that's true.
Well, you talk about doing your research, Jeff.
Give me, what did you do?
You're the only guy in the country who's come up with that.
I'm dying to know, what job did you hold at Disneyland, and how old were you?
Well, I was a high school senior when I got the job, and then worked there, over the years while I was in college. And
were you Mickey Mouse? Were you dressing up?
Well, we all dressed up. We wore costumes. That was the terminology. I drove submarines. How about that? I worked in Tomorrowland, and I drove submarines. I worked on Mission to Mars. I flew to Mars some days, and I did, and worked on the bumper cars, Autopia, and I had a great experience there. It was a cool time in your life.
Remember what you made per hour back then?
Well, I do, and it was a lot back then. And I guess this will really date myself. At $9.96 an hour. And that was big
money.
Time. Absolutely.
Right?
Did you get free admission to the parks too?
We did. That was a great perk.
That's why he got the job.
I had that for a while when I worked.
You really did your homework.
Yeah,
You'll be the only guy in the country who came up with that one.
Who have you seen the biggest progression from this offseason? Obviously with the Void and Tommy scoring, you're going to need someone to kind of step up and create some of that offense for you. Who have you seen that maybe can step into, I'm not saying score 24 a game, but who can kind of fill some of that scoring role?
Yeah. Well, I think we have the 4 players that I mentioned can do that on any given night. And they've made great progress. The experience that they had coming into this building and getting to the championship game of the tournament a year ago was tremendous experience for DeAndre and running our team. He had a coming out party here last March, and Isaiah Carr, the league's leading shot blocker, has put on 20 pounds of great weight. The league's leading shot blocker, rim protector. Pedro Lopez, San Vicente, and Isaiah Otto Anchor. Those guys will have those games for us this year, but we will be more balanced. I think an area that you're really going to see a huge improvement in our program is on the defensive end. Along with DeAndre.
Can I make a joke that says you have a long way to go on that side of the floor?
Well, lots of room for improvement,
yeah,
right? But I tell you, Coach Peterson is kind of taking the defensive end of things for us as a staff, and we've certainly put a lot of emphasis on that. But I will tell you, DeAndre Craig, without a doubt, is an elite level defender. Nick Shagbano, who's a junior college transfer for us, is one of the best on the ball defenders I think I've ever worked with. Those guys, if you can put pressure on the basketball at 25 feet, 28 feet, I mean, how much better does your half court defense get? And then, you're more apt to put pressure on the perimeter and do some trapping in ball screen situations when you have rim protection. And, with Isaiah Carr back there, we have a freshman, Kaba, who's a 7-footer. Who shows great promise. We've got great rim protection as well. So I think while there was, as you mentioned, Rob, an area for an improvement, we certainly will be very good there. And I think you'll see in a way to make up for some of Tommy's offense, I think this year our defense will create some easy offense for us.
Last thing I got for you. DeAndre Craig, again, stepping into more of a leadership role this season, right? How do you develop that in a player? How do you get them to take maybe more ownership of the team? And I'm not saying that he didn't play that way before, but how do you develop that in the offseason? Because it's not like making your jump shot better or getting in the weight room or doing 2-ball dribbling drills, right?
Yeah.
There's a mental aspect to it as well.
I think it's experience. It's hard to have a leader who doesn't have the game experience. You saw DeAndre's game evolve last year, and he had a very solid season for us. I think like a lot of freshmen hit a freshman wall, if you will, in January, and he busted through that rather quickly. And to where he was playing his best ball of the year in March in the conference tournament. And I think that gave him the confidence that he can do it. He could do it on an everyday basis. And once you have that confidence now, I think, we've had many conversations about him leading the team. And certainly you need a leader in your point guard position. He's such a high character, a high integrity guy. He cares about his teammates. He has the respect of all of his teammates. He sets a great example every single day in practice. Just his effort is tremendous. So he does all the things that a leader is supposed to do. And then he has the intrinsic qualities in his personality and his character, I think, to command the respect of everyone. And he's certainly ready to take that step for us next year.
Yeah, well, we're going to hear from him now. We're going to hear from DeAndre and Isaiah Carr. Jeff, it's been a pleasure. Great to see
always.
you, man.
Were you guys on the nonstop flight from D.C. to Sioux Falls last night?
No, we stopped in Minneapolis, man.
Well, I'm pushing. Maybe we get this in Denver sometime. Huh?
Nice. I would not complain about that.
Get a nonstop there.
There you go. A little bit easy. Take you out to dinner at one of our great restaurants in Denver.
Great seeing you, man. Great seeing you, man.
Yep. Thanks, guys.
Being here.
Appreciate your coverage of our league. Thank you.
The best employee that Disneyland has ever had in the history of the organization. So we'll be joined here by DeAndre and Isaiah in just a minute. And Jeff, we appreciate you being here, man.
Yeah, my pleasure. Thanks,
best of luck with Shamond.
That's right. That's right.
All right.
You told King Rice and I
we're still out. So, yeah. All good. All right. We'll bring up DeAndre and Isaiah here now. And what's up, guys?
Man? We are live.
How are you?
We are live. We're still streaming. Mics are hot, so don't say anything too crazy yet. DeAndre, good to see you, man. How you doing?
Isaiah, first of all, I want to say how good you look adding 20 pounds. Rob has added 20 pounds too.
Okay.
It's all right there. You see it? Ice
No,
cream.
See? Thank you.
It's ice cream. It's, beer, a lot of beer.
A lot of beer. It's the beer.
Beer. So
the beer
you
will
look
do
good.
it to you.
Appreciate you.
All right. First of all, my big question, I'll ask both of you guys this. Obviously, everybody wants to talk about, losing Tommy. You're going to get both excited. You're going to get a few more shots now this year.
Yeah. Losing Tommy it's hard to replace that, leading scorer in the country, but it just, at the end of the day, it's just about adjustments and how we're going to adjust. And I think we're adjusting pretty fine, after losing his talent.
What's it been like, DeAndre? I want to follow up on that for you. Going from your freshman year to being a sophomore leader now, especially coming out of like Chicago, like different area. Everything was an adjustment last year, getting comfortable, newcomer to Division I college basketball. What's it been like now having that kind of on your shoulders coming into this season?
It was expected, after the season, me and coach talked a lot, he was like, just be prepared to have that on your shoulders. And I just always carried that with me, but I never let it get to my head or anything like that. Never want to get too big headed. It's an honor to have pressure on you, but at the end of the day, I just take it one step at a time.
Yeah. Isaiah, your coach said that he thinks that you have a chance to be the best big man in the Summit League this season. What is it? One, that's some pressure to put on you, right? He's pushing you. But two, what does it mean to have a coach that believes in you that much?
I think it means everything. A lot of times, a lot of players don't have the belief of their coaches, and when they know they have someone that backs them up and is really believing in who they are as a person, it really pushes their confidence to be something bigger. And I think it's incredible. We've been talking ever since the ending of last season, and we've been talking before that even as well, what his expectations are from me and what expectations I told him I want for myself, and he follows along and he agrees with that. And he's been an incredible mentor in ways that I didn't know I could be mentored. And he's said he's done all the right things, and he's acted accordingly as a coach should.
Yeah, he talked about your rim protection. He talked about your on-ball defense. There are 362 teams in Division I basketball. You guys ranked 351st in defensive efficiency on KenPom last year. That means he's going to be asking you guys to step up defensively. How do you improve that on that end? On both
What do you think when you hear that number first?
It's a big number. It's a big number, but obviously this year with the coaches that we'd added, we're going to be much better defensively than we were last year. Our defensive coach, Coach Peterson, his experience with basketball is 45 years, coaching the NBA. He's been at Baylor, G League. His emphasis is strictly defense. It's like, no, he's not worried about the offense. He's defense.
We know Shaman's not worried.
Yeah, he's not worried about the defense at all.
You can tell him we said that. Please.
Yeah, so I feel like the defense this year won't be a problem. I feel like we're going to be the best defensive team in this league this year.
You got to flip that. Is that they talk about that in practice a lot, right? How much time you're going to work on. Most programs work primarily on their offense. Right. Has that flipped this year? Have you seen a big difference in practice? How much time you guys are devoting towards defense?
I would say yes. It's been a big emphasis on balance, especially because we want to be a big defensive team as well as keeping the ball flowing on offense. We don't want to completely take out the emphasis of offense, obviously, but we're making sure we're dogs in it. Coach Peterson is our liaison in our defense, and he is our guy when it comes to, hey, we're going to go ahead and get in teams early. We're going to go ahead and pressure the ball anytime we can, and we're going to go ahead and make sure that we're dogs, all five guys who are connected together on the floor, talking to each other, communicating, and we're going to be doing that all the time. It's
easy to kind of to say we need to be better defensively, right? But I do think that the proof is kind of in the pudding, right? You guys made it to the Summit League championship game, and I think you gave up 60 points and 63 points in the two games to get to the championship game. So, it's you can say it in your head, but then when you actually see it, like that helps, right? It says yes, this can work, right? Isaiah?
No, 100%. And when you said 361, yeah, DeAndre says a big number, but that's something that can easily be that can be climbed. Mm-hmm. And with a little bit of effort, a little bit of time, especially when it comes to practice, and the emphasis that the coaches put on us as players, we want to try and emphasize that to our young guys as well. Say, hey, this is what we're focusing on. This is what we're going to go ahead and do this year. We're going to try and accomplish that.
All right, Isaiah, tell me the story recently when your scooter ran out of battery while you were on campus. True?
It has, yeah. One time, I've been.
He's like, how do you get that?
Yeah,
right. He's looking at me like,
I was like, how do you know that? Well, man.
First of all, the fact that a 7-footer you're riding a scooter around.
Yeah, can we talk about
campus,
that?
Hey, I can only visualize that one.
At my previous collegiate place, it was kind of needed to have a scooter just to get around campus. Same applies here. Whenever I'm around campus, and I have a good one. I got a really good scooter.
What do you got?
It's called a 9-bot. It's really not that big.
look at DeAndre's face right now.
He likes to walk everywhere. I'm a big scooter guy. I like to save my knees whenever I can.
Smart move for a 7-footer.
Yeah, and I'm not going too fast. I'm not getting hurt on that thing. I did lose battery one time. It's because I had to go to 4 different classes.
So were you pissed? You must have been upset.
Oh,
Battery
I was
just
probably
runs out.
I was probably maybe 2 blocks away, so it was not that far.
So
But
you
I
gotta
walked.
carry the scooter.
Would you just throw it over your shoulder?
I pushed it. I pushed it with me. It's an electric scooter, so it's not.
What do you think when you see a 7-footer rolling around on a bird scooter?
I see him every day on the scooter. You know, I just give him a quick little glance. I do a little smile, and it's just like a lot of guys on the team have scooters, so we're hard to miss. You know, they're the tallest guys on campus.
And we've become people who. We've become the team on campus that all the teams are wanting to get scooters now. So everyone that's walking around campus, they go, "Oh, that's really nice." Oh, they zoom by. And now some of the soccer team has some of them. Some of we don't know. Like it's great.
So you're a trendsetter, is what you're saying.
Yes.
Except for DeAndre.
Except for DeAndre.
Not going there.
Yeah, I started the scooter movement in our locker room. It was me and another player that had scooter, and now it was 2 of them last year. Now there's like 6 or 7. So
guys, also imagine this one: the big boy, 7-footer, jumping rope.
Oh yes,
right?
Yes,
you good?
Every single day. I got so much better. At first I wasn't the best, but every single day, you just got to get better with it, and that's honestly an emphasis with Coach Peterson. He wants us to be light on our feet, and I would love if you had to jump up right now, I'd show you everything I got.
You'd be good?
Of course I would.
Really?
Yeah. No, I'm really.
So like the first couple times, was it like you couldn't even get that thing around once?
I was able to get it around, but there's a lot of there's a lot of kind of tactical stuff when it comes to jump rope as well. Like you want to be light on your feet. You want to be like you're trying to get an inch off the floor every single time. You want to make sure the rope gets on you quickly. With Coach Pearson, we do a lot of speed work, double jumps, and that.
Can you do tricks now? Can you do some of the tricks?
Yeah, I can do a lot of different tricks. Yeah, we're working on that. But
hey, we got to get that. We need some video of.
Hey, we'll bring the jump ropes out here, and you all can see it for yourself.
I love DeAndre's face. He's just cringing every time he's got something to say. My favorite part about this interview has been like we've asked you guys about basketball, and it's just kind of like, yeah, we got to get better defensively. Then we ask him about jump rope, but he's all into breaking it down. He's got the analysis. This is why my scooter is the best kind of scooter.
Oh gosh,
is this what you got to deal with every day with him?
Yeah, it's an everyday. It's an everyday thing. But I love him like a brother.
Go ahead, let's go.
So the rumor has it you have a really good Croc collection.
Oh yeah, I got the best in the yeah. I got the best Croc game in the country.
Who's got a big Croc collection? Mark Madsen. He's big into the Crocs. The head coach at Cal.
I don't get them. I don't understand.
Why?
You got a pair?
You got Really? They got style.
And they have a lot. I got every.
What do you have? Like every color?
I got Toy Story. I got Cars. I got SpongeBob, Patrick, Cinnamon Toast. I got everything.
How many pairs of Crocs do you have?
A lot. I can't tell you a number. A lot.
I'm gonna go get it.
Yeah, if you see the shoes he's wearing right now, he never really wears these. He's wearing the Crocs.
I can't believe you didn't wear Crocs here.
I wish I could.
If you wanted that sponsorship, if you wanted that NIL, you should have worn them here. Just put your foot up on the table. We got the Chucks up here, man. We could have put your Crocs in place of where's the Denver shoe. We should have switched it out.
Smart idea.
Yeah, there you go. Well, listen, guys, appreciate the time. Best of luck this season.
Thank you.
Please don't fall off the scooter.
Of course not.
All right,
no,
that's like 7 feet is a long way to go if you're going down.
I will.
Long way to go if you're going down.
Hey, it's been
pleasure meeting you, man.
Guys.
Really appreciate meeting you.
Nice meeting you guys.
You
too. Tell Shimon that we said hello.
Okay.
And
the best podcaster. He was so good at podcasting that he left.
That's right. He was a part of us for a while.
Yeah, appreciate you, fellas. Thank you.
Right. Nice meeting you.
Thank you again.
Good meeting you guys.
Nice meeting you.
We will have we're gonna have St. Thomas up here next. I believe Johnny Towers coming up here in just a minute or two. Do you see anyone around here? Oh, there he is back there. You can see the purple shirt that he's got on. St. Thomas, former Division III program. That was fun.
They were great.
Yeah, you got some good dirt on there.
Started a little bit, you gotta loosen them up.
Yeah, you should have asked him about the scooter right off the jump.
Really? Right out of the gates, you think?
Right out of the gates. That's all they wanted to talk about. They didn't want to talk basketball with us.
We are live.
Coach, we are live.
Okay.
What's going on, man? How we doing?
I feel bad that we got in late last night. We were going to try to meet you, but we had a with a connecting flight from D.C. It's
He's
not easy to get here.
he's lying about that. We had a snafu at the airport. Jeff ordered an Uber to pick us up and drop us off at the airport. He made the destination be the same place that we were when we were getting picked up.
Was it in Minneapolis?
No, he was here at Sioux Falls.
He's saying
He
when we got here,
the direction was just a loop. So she picked us up at the airport, and she was like, "Are you sure you have the right address? Because it's saying to drop you off back there."
He likes the airport here in Sioux
It's-
Falls. The aesthetics,
it's a great-
everything.
it's
He's
a
like,
great
can we just
airport.
do, what was that movie? Big Ben Parliament. Remember that?
Just going around.
Yeah.
Just going around.
National Lampoon's European Vacation or something?
Whatever. We could have
Yeah.
slept there. It's fine. How you doing?
Great. Good to
Yeah.
be here.
Life is good.
Yeah, doing very well. Kids are good at home and excited to be back.
He's really upset because Parker wasn't going to be here this year.
Well, Parker hits
Yeah.
his fan club. You heard the
Yeah.
story, right?
Yeah.
You got to tell
No, go ahead. Tell him. Go ahead. 'cause
So Parker,
they don't.
Parker is one of the most unique stories in the history of basketball. I told you that last year. I'm admittedly biased, but the kid didn't play for 2+ years, and he ends up in Division III because he made too much money in his business ventures. And then he comes out and plays Division I. He ends up back-to-back all-conference, leads us to 20 wins last year. And we're making this drive last year, and I'm like, hey, you know, most of these are Summit League, but there's one national one, field of 6. I didn't want to talk you guys to, your heads are going to get big, but I'm like, this one, you know, it's a national thing. He's like, oh, who's on it? And I'm like, well, here are the names, Rob, Jeff. And I say Jeff Goodman. And so we get done. A year ago today, we meet over there. We're like, how was it? He's like, that was so cool. But Coach Van Gundy is so down to earth. I'm like, what? He's like, Jeff Van Gundy is really down to earth. I'm like, who? And he's like, Jeff Van Gundy. I read all about him last night for like 30 minutes, and his background's incredible, but he's so humble. He didn't talk about his own coaching, nothing. I'm like, Parker, that was Jeff Goodman, not Jeff Van. So he pulls up his phone. He's like looking at you from here, looking at his
way
phone.
more hair than
Well,
Jeff Van
you know,
Gundy.
I did say, you know, Coach Van Gundy's good, but had you gone into coaching, you may very well have been just as successful. So yeah, I don't know if we can outdo.
Hold on. You think he would have been a good basketball
Oh, he'd have
coach?
been unbelievable. I mean,
Be a great coach.
you're a Vassar guy, right? If I remember correct.
Yes.
Yeah, I remember.
He's a hell of a coach.
Ask him what a ball screen coach
Parker
is.
would play for him. I know that. Parker would sign up.
Exactly. I can
Yeah.
motivate Parker.
You would have been a recruiter. That's all you would have been able to do.
Hell of a recruiter.
Yeah.
Would have been a great bag man.
There's a lot of value.
All right. Let's get this back on the rails. Fourth season this year as a Division I program, and it's the first one where you've kind of been able to, you know, they say it takes 3 or 4 years to get your guys in. It takes 3 or 4 years for you guys to get your Division I guys in. How has it changed the way that you go about recruiting players, trying to build programs, trying to develop? What has changed in the way that you've kind of run this thing now versus where the first year you made the transition up?
Yeah, that's a great question. I mean, it's interesting because concurrent, we became Division I July 1, 2021, and that I think is the same date that NIL transfer report. So you think about all the stuff that happened. I think about my life June 30th, 2021, and then July 1st, 2021.
Completely different.
But I actually think a lot of things haven't changed. The way we play, the values that we have, the kinds of players and people that we recruit are very similar. Now, I do think it's a different recruiting pitch, so to speak, because the guys who we recruited in those first couple of years, we flat out told them, you have zero chance of playing in the NCAA tournament. It does not matter. Now, probably on the outside, nobody thought we were going to win 19 and 20 games in year 2 and 3, but they knew there was no chance. And we lost a lot of kids to programs that, frankly, weren't going to the NCAA tournament on a regular basis, but they had a chance. You know, old Jim Carrey, you're saying there's a chance, right? Yeah. I think we've really tried to recruit holistically, like what's St. Thomas's University, the academics, the alumni network, the location. And now here we are 4 years later, and, you know, we're eligible for the tournament a couple of years from now. We've got a new arena, $185 million arena that is being built as we speak and is going to be unbelievable. And so I think we're just trying to make incremental progress. And sometimes that's quantitative, whether you look at the net rankings, Ken Pom wins in a season, but sometimes it really is. I look at the 5 freshmen we brought in this year, 3 transfers, 4 redshirt freshmen. Now my hair is going to get grayer because we got 11 guys who have never played 1 minute at St. Thomas, but we're really excited about the foundation we laid the first 3 years and then the pieces we've been able to add.
Is that part of the reason why you went heavy freshman when so many programs don't right now? Because you felt like, I'm going to build for, hopefully we can retain them, and when we are eligible, we can have an older team?
I do think we're going to always err on the side of recruiting high school kids. And that's just, I think some of it is what we have to offer at St. Thomas, that they generally, and I have to make the statement, but generally kids who are coming to St. Thomas aren't coming to St. Thomas thinking this is going to be a nice 1 or 2 year stopover. Now, we lost Andrew Rohde a year ago in the transfer portal. He started at Virginia last year. Last year, we lost 1 out of 9 guys who could come back. So we've only lost 2 guys in the portal out of 21 possible undergrad returners. And so, best predictor of future behavior is past behavior. Our hope is that we're going to retain these guys, and over time, we're going to have a lot of juniors and seniors who are really seasoned and experienced in our culture. Continuity and culture is something we talk about all the time.
Mm-hmm. Kendall Blue, Drake Dobbs, a couple of guys that have continuity and culture and all of the things that you just said. What have you seen out of them this summer? Have they taken a step forward? I don't know if it's fair to say they're going to be in a bigger role, but they're going to be asked to do more, because I think you lost 3 starters, right?
Yeah, we lost 3 grad student starters too. So it was, last year Parker Bjorklund, Brooks Allen, then Raheem Anthony was a Division III transfer from St. Mary's. He ended up being all conference. We joked last year most people go to the portal and grab D1 guys. We went to the portal and got a Division III guy. Both he and Parker end up all conference. This year we went and got Miles Barnstable out of Whitewater, so another Division III transfer.
He's going to be an all-conference guy too.
No pressure, that, but he's going to be
no
good.
Pressure.
Interestingly, and then Rich Byrie, who we recruited when we were Division III back in 2018, he's in his 6th year, transferred from Green Bay. But Kendall and Drake are 2 great examples where, they're both local kids. They grew up 20 minutes from campus. Drake last year, 82 assists, 25 turnovers. I thought he was the best defender in the conference. I mean, literally every game we would talk about who do we put him on, and sometimes it was the point guard, sometimes it was a 6'6" wing. And so Drake just had an incredible season. He's back as a grad student. And then Kendall scored, 11 or 12 a game, but I think Kendall's passing is also probably his best quality. So the 2 of them, we're going to need, you hit it on the head. They don't have to be different players. They don't suddenly have to say, we got to double our scoring. It's really be who you've been, but then help lead all these new guys. Because again, you look around a gym, and when 11 of the 16 haven't played a minute at St. Thomas, there's going to be a learning curve, and some of it's going to have to come in games. It can't all come in practice.
Yeah. How have they kind of acclimated to being the coaches within the locker room, so to speak, right? Like, because so much of success at the college level it's the players-led programs, and a lot of that feels like it's cliche and kind of coach speak, but it matters when you have guys that you can trust that are going to be putting across that same message, that are going to be kind of instilling the same values in the locker room when you guys aren't around. How have they kind of acclimated to that role this season?
Yeah, I think they're doing an outstanding job. I mean, really, those 2 guys, Benny now and Ryan Dufault, are senior guards for us. Carter Bjerke, who's been here and is a redshirt sophomore, 6'9", really prolific shooter. All those guys, I think, understand and have a keen awareness that is a big part of their role this year, is transmitting those values. Now, it's not easy in sports, because when you're a young guy, you are thinking about, how do I play the best I can? How do I earn minutes? And all those guys are, simultaneously thinking about my individualistic goals and development, but also understanding they've got a larger burden on their shoulders to pass on those lessons. And I go back to continuity a lot. Our staff, Mike Maker, Cameron Rundles, Kenny Lowe, Josh Rodenbiker, we've all been together now several years. And I think that's really, really important as well, because it gives you the ability where they don't want to hear my voice all the time. They might not want to hear it any of the time, to be frank.
You got to pace yourself too.
And so having assistant coaches who have the same values, and then having veteran leaders who do, that's when young guys, we've got 5 freshmen and 4 redshirt freshmen. So 9 guys out of the 16 on the roster are freshmen. The way they're going to assimilate into that culture is going to be through their teammates.
I asked Marvin Menzies this question earlier, and I'm curious with you guys, because you do have resources at St. Thomas. I mean, obviously with the facility and everything like that, you got some money there. How much is NIL playing a part currently, and how much do you feel like that is a priority moving forward?
Yeah, I thought you were going to say you asked Marvin about being picked first in the conference.
I did not. Actually, we did ask him. He gave us a good coach speak answer. I think for credibility of their program, he likes it.
I think NIL, to me, it's one of those things. Transfer portal and NIL happening concurrently, it ends up being so much of what we talk about, which is unfortunate, right? Because the reality is, 100%. Out on this court, that's still not the essence of college basketball. And you sometimes hear coaches lament, like, that has become the focus. I mean, my life in a different world was studying intrinsic motivation, which is what I got my doctorate in psychology. So this is sort of the antithesis of intrinsic motivation. Yet I think most college students student athletes are still coming to college because they love it.
Sure.
They now have different opportunities and choices in front of them. And so I think it's certainly something that everybody talks about. We have a collective at St. Thomas now. But if somebody's coming to St. Thomas because they want to get rich, they're picking it for the wrong reasons. We talk about your career, the community, what we're going to do on the court. And so it's certainly a piece of it, but it's, a relatively small piece because everybody talks about 4 years for 40, right? It's less about what are you going to make a little quick money now, and are you going to a school that's really going to pay dividends for you forever and ever.
How much have you asked Parker to donate to the collective?
Parker's overseas playing right now. He and Raheem are both playing professionally. He'll be, I think, a very generous donor. Parker, follow his career. Someday he's going to be a hedge fund or private equity guy, and he'll probably let you, Jeff Van Gundy, in at a cheap price.
Hey,
right?
I can coach anybody.
I honestly, outside of you both having the name Jeff, I can't. There's
no comparison.
No comparison
we have
at all.
nothing in common.
One guy's tall, one guy's short, one guy has gray hair, one guy has no hair.
Hey.
That's so funny, man.
What have you challenged Kendall with in the offseason? What does he need to kind of step up, in your opinion?
Yeah, Kendall, probably if Kendall has a flaw, and this is also one of his greatest strengths, I think Kendall is one of the best players offensively who can truly play with anybody. He has games where he has 25 points. He'll have other games where he scores 4 points and has 5 assists and largely unsung, and yet you watch him, he's just very easy to play with because he's a good passer. He knows our offense as well as anyone. He spaces it. He can shoot it. So I think if anything, it's him being more assertive, right? Making that jump. Whereas a freshman and sophomore, it was fine for him a lot of nights to just fit in. They're going to have to be more times this year where he and guys like Drake have to be more assertive, but again, without trying to do things that aren't them. So some of it is him being a little bit more assertive, but some of it is just him being him and modeling that for the younger guys.
All right. I want to ask you about Rich Byrie. We got about a minute left here. Transferred up from, I believe it was Division II,
Rockhurst,
right?
yeah.
Rockhurst to Green Bay last season. Now he's making the jump to you guys. What kind of contribution have you seen out of him? How did he acclimate to that Division I level? And now that you got a guy, what is he, 23, 24?
Yeah, he turns 24, yeah.
38. The value of bringing in a transfer that has already had that much experience, you're basically bringing in someone that's fully developed as a player, fully developed as a human being, and ready to go out there and kind of just do a job. And I'm assuming get a grad degree.
Yeah, he and Drake are both working on their grad degrees right now. In fact, we don't have practice yesterday. We do today, but we rush back, and they actually have grad classes at 6, so they got out of practice again tonight. Because they both have presentations. But you hit it on the head. Rich if you watch us practice, he practices like a veteran. He practices like a pro, where it's just every rep he's trying to do the right thing and try to do his job. Where so often as a young player, you're trying to make a big player, impress the coaches. He's just trying to do the right thing. So he's been, we haven't coached him in games yet, but I've known him for so long, haven't recruited him. And I think he also fits our system really, really well. He's a skilled big who can pass, dribble, and shoot. So he probably plays more like Brooks Allen in terms of being out on the perimeter and just being more of a perimeter player, even though he's 6'8", 230 pounds.
Mm-hmm. Well, listen, Coach, it's great to see you. Best of luck this season.
Thank you, guys.
We're going to be rooting for you guys.
Great seeing you, John.
Always a pleasure. Thank you, fellas.
You too.
And the Jeff Van Gundy story will go down as one of my favorite moments in the history of college basketball media days. We're going to be joined here by Rich Byrie and Drake Dobbs jumping in right now. Gentlemen, how we doing? Rob Dauster.
How you doing? Good to see you.
Drake, good to see you, man. Mics are hot. We are live. Don't say anything too crazy about your coach right now.
Yeah, that's right.
So,
take it easy on him.
All right. Yep. Rich
You want
Byrie.
playing time, right?
Yeah, Rich Byrie, Drake Dobbs. Drake, I want to start with you. Your coaches came on here and said that you're the best defender in the conference. How do you feel about that?
That's awesome to hear that. Means a lot coming from him. So yeah, they give me a lot of tough defensive matchups, but it's things that I'm prepared for and things I want to do on the court. So it's really, really great coming from him to hear that. So.
All right. So when you shook his hand, did you notice they were a little sweaty? Is that true? Right.
I do have hyperhidrosis. Yes. Honestly, they weren't sweating too bad just now.
I'm just.
Yeah, here we go. I got the
I'm
towel.
just giving you crap.
Just dry them off real quick. Yeah, I do have hyperhidrosis though, so it does certain balls on the court. It makes it really difficult to dribble
sometimes.
Because
of it, right?
Yeah.
So every turnover from now, we're gonna.
That was my excuse too.
Yeah.
Yeah, I say it slipped. It slipped.
Yeah, I have hyperhidrosis, Coach. Sorry. Rich, how has your adjustment been to St. Thomas. Year 6, you're the old guy. You're the grandfather on this roster now?
Yeah, pretty much. Everybody calls me Unc.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah.
How's the adjustment been?
It's been great so far. I mean, the coaching staff and the guys like Drake, older guys like Drake have been so welcoming, and it's been really easy to acclimate to the program and the culture of everybody so far. And it's been a really smooth transition.
So Coach said that you guys are getting out of practice tonight because you have grad school classes.
Yes, sir.
How often are you telling him you have grad school classes at night? How often do they line up with practice? Is that just a coincidence, or?
Honestly, it's a pretty rare coincidence. It doesn't happen too much. It'd be nice if it happened a little more.
Yeah, we only have class once or twice a week, and it's from 6 to 9 at night. So sometimes it does comes aligned with practice, but most of the time we're there for practice.
Life as a grad student doesn't sound that bad.
No.
What are 2 classes a week?
What's the biggest difference in the team this season without Parker?
Biggest difference without Parker. Well, part of it is we have 8 new faces on the team, so that's crazy. A lot of chemistry we've had to build, but I'd say the biggest thing is Rich can score in the post, of course, but we don't really have a traditional post player. I'd say Parker could really get a bucket anytime on the post, so that's probably the biggest difference. But we've adjusted well. Even without him, I think we have a really great chance of being really good this year again.
Yes, I believe you have two starters back. You have a couple other rotation guys back, and then I think it was 3 redshirts. So how have you kind of adapted to, we just at your coaches, adapted to being more almost like a leadership role, right? Especially you, because you've been in this program. You are the guy that's the continuity. You are the piece coming back. You are the player that, as you're putting in new stuff in practice, you know the sets that can run. You know the terminology. How have you kind of embraced that role?
Yeah, no, I've embraced it head on for sure. There's a lot of new faces, so I know that me being a vet, I have to really use my voice and not just lead by example, but telling guys what to do, showing them the plays, showing them where to be on defense at certain times. So I've really embraced that. It's something I'm comfortable with, using my voice. So yeah, I've had a great time doing it for sure.
And for you, how difficult has the transition been? I mean, look, you're year 6, right? You've been around college basketball for 5 seasons. You've been through different coaching staffs. You've been through different systems. You've made that transition from Division II to Division I. Is this just kind of like, all right, I'm ready to go, I'm picking this up quickly? Has there been an adjustment level at a new program?
Just like anything, there are certain challenges that come with changes. But like I said, the coaching staff and the team have been great so far as accepting me. And I think everyone's just been it's been a great situation so far. I mean, I've had a relationship with Coach Tower since I was in high school, so that really helped a lot as far as just continuity with him and the staff as well. So it's just been a really good transition so far.
He's a really good piano player.
Oh, yeah?
You know that?
I'm all right.
I hear you're really good. You're downplaying this a lot, okay? The other thing Rich is supposedly really good at, he knows where every NBA player went to college.
Yeah, that's not – I'm better than you at that, I bet.
I'm gonna
let's do it.
Let me throw out a couple and let's see. All right, we'll let him go first.
Okay, yeah, go ahead.
You stay quiet.
I'll get the ones. I'll clean up all your messes.
All right, we'll start with the tough one here. Neemias Queta.
Neemias Queta, Celtics, Utah State.
What?
Look at that. That was pretty good. George Niang.
Iowa State. He's a minivan.
George Niang. That's how you're determining how good he was.
Well, I mean, he's older too.
Yeah.
But he probably played when George Niang played.
they were in the same recruiting class.
That's right. We'll go with I don't know. Throw out one too. I'm trying to think of other guys, other like obscure guys.
I thought you had a list.
I don't
prepared.
have a list. I have no list. I'm just going off the top of my head. Go ahead, throw one out at him.
It's a lot harder. It's a lot.
It's hard to think on the spot.
Yeah, it's a lot harder.
Michael Porter Jr.
Missouri.
I'm trying to think of some like bench guys that are down the end of the bench.
All right, let's keep it moving while you think, because this segment it's a lot better in your head than it was in practice. Google some names, come up with something good while we're doing this. How was that adjustment from Division II to Division I when you're stepping up that level? Was it harder than you expected, easier than you expected?
I'd say it's about as what I expected. Back home, I'm from the Milwaukee area, so I played in my summers. I played against some really legit high-level players, so that helped a lot. But as far as just the overall outlook for D2, you're home for the summer, so that transition was unique. Being at school all summer and just classes and basketball 2 a day. So that transition was unique. But I would just say overall, as far as skill set, I mean, I think the D2 game has slept down a little bit. There's a lot of really high skilled guys in D2. So I think overall it's been about what I expected.
Yeah, were you with the program when they were Division III?
No, I was not. I transferred my sophomore year, their first D1 season, about halfway through the season. So
How? Because that's the thing that really stood out to me about St. Thomas, especially last year, right? It wasn't just that they went from a different level of it. Like D3 to D1 is, I think, a bigger jump than a lot of people realize. And you win 13 games, win 19 games the next season, you win 20 games in it. Like it hasn't slowed down. Like why has St. Thomas been able to come into the Division I ranks and immediately start winning?
It's just, it's really what JT and the coaching staff, it's just their principles and our culture. We play fast, we play really free. A lot of previous schools and other schools, you can't really play as free as you want. You're held back by, certain things on the court. But JT just says play to your strengths, and so it's really just it's his culture and the way he runs the program is why we've been so successful.
I think Jeff's ready.
No, I'm not ready. I want one more question. Don't give me the coach speak. Give me one guy of the new guys who has blown you away so far. Each one of you. You got to pick one. I know that I'm putting you on the spot here. Give me one.
For me, I'd say Miles Barnstable. I mean, he's coming from Whitewater, a successful Division III program, but just seeing his athleticism, skill set, versatility, and he's really shown a lot. It's been really impressive for me.
Yeah, he's legit. I would say Nolan Minisale, the freshman. I knew all the freshmen were really talented coming in, but he's been great. It's been pretty seamless for him in practice. He's been getting buckets.
It's been scouting report on him.
Yeah. Oh, scouting report. Really athletic.
Okay.
Can bring the ball up the court if needed. Solid shooter. Great on defense, and then he's just always in the right spot on offense. He's got a knack for the ball and being in the right spot. He just gets a lot of easy buckets as well.
Haywood Highsmith.
Haywood Highsmith. He's a D2 guy.
You should know.
That's crazy.
That's not easy.
I think it was in Colorado. No? Shoot.
Ooh.
I don't know. What is it?
Wheeling. He played for Deshaun Butler when Deshaun Butler was an assistant. That's how we know that. Yeah.
Mike Bruzewitz.
Wisconsin. True story. I saw him once at a Target in DC.
Really?
And yeah, it was like 2 years ago, and he still had the hair. That was
I'll give you a tough one to end it. Terry Taylor.
Terry Taylor.
It's a tough one.
That is a tough one.
Really tough. And I'm looking at it, so it's unfair. I know where he went, but
honestly, I don't know.
Austin P.
That's tough.
Yeah.
I do have a T-shirt that says "Let's Go P" on it. They have the best slogan. They have the best slogan. We really we
got him.
Yeah, we got
stumped
him. We stumped him. We stumped him.
We'll have round two later. Later this year, we'll bring
Duncan Robinson. I want both of them. Duncan Robinson.
Williams and Michigan.
There you go. Yeah. If you didn't get, maybe you got Williams and you didn't get Michigan.
Yeah, that would be crazy.
Yeah, that would be crazy.
Makes would have been pissed.
Yeah. Listen, guys, we appreciate the time. All right.
Let me just dry this off real quick.
Grab the towel before
show the camera.
I like it.
Just wipe it
Right
off
here.
the
Come on.
towel. Rich,
Awesome.
great seeing you, man.
Thank you.
Appreciate it, guys. Best of luck this season. All right.
Good luck. Nice meeting you back.
We are going to be joined by Commissioner Fenton here, I believe, in just a minute. Do we see him around? Yeah, he's over there talking to Coach Tower there.
Good. I'm going to get a little of the iced coffee.
Yep.
Sweeter.
I am proud to say that I am still the reigning champion for being able to name where players went to college on Field of 68.
Orlando Robinson.
Fresno State.
Good ball. All right.
I bet I could get 98% of them.
You probably could.
98%.
I wonder how Commissioner Fenton could do it.
We are.
Your daughter does a great job.
Thank you so much.
Yeah,
that made my day.
Yes,
that made my day.
I just wanted to say that. So
She's a whole lot better.
Dosha Woods.
Yes.
Thank you so much.
Johnny, I got Johnny Tower's schedule here, guys.
Did you get his schedule signed?
There you go.
Oh, that's a good idea.
That's what I think.
A little autograph
that's
on
what
that.
I think we should go and do. Get that signed.
That's right. That's right.
How we doing, man?
We're doing excellent.
First off, thank you guys for being here.
No, thank you for having us.
I believe last year, Jeff, like this was kind of a concept that you had in regards to media days. You connected with Ryan on our team. I feel like we were one of the first. I'm not saying we were first, but we were one of the first. Yeah, that's right. That's right.
I think this was the first one that we did, right?
In person.
Yeah, first one
in person. Yeah,
first one we did. Period.
So you guys brought something to us, and now everybody wants to have you at media day. I just hope the Summit League doesn't get squeezed out one time at media day.
Although I will say,
I know we got to work around your schedule.
This is the most difficult place to get to of all of them.
It's not that bad.
Listen, I'm in Charleston now. There aren't a lot of direct flights from Charleston.
That's not an easy place to get to either.
No, it's not. How you doing?
I'm doing great.
Yeah.
I'm doing great. Yeah. So thank you guys for being here.
I mean, obviously, a year ago, you're fairly new to this job and everything. How much more comfortable are you a year later, or are you in this climate of college athletics? It's hard to be comfortable, isn't it?
I think that's accurate. I think that's really accurate. I mean, it's just very unsettling. You guys read the same things that I read. You know, we were at commissioner meetings a couple weeks ago. You guys will appreciate this. All the reporters are there, of course, right? Trying to break news and whatnot. They're not there for the Summit League, but Ross was there, and a few of us said to Ross, "Hey, Ross, do you know where we get our information? From people like you." So if you think that we know more than sometimes what you guys, that is inaccurate. And sometimes the commissioners are the last people to know.
It's awful, isn't it?
Yeah, and you know, if you guys knew me a little better, like I'm a person that trusts people at face value. What your word means something to me, and what you tell me, I'm going to believe that. But I also understand that you could call me today and tell me one thing, and call me tomorrow and tell me something different. And that is the unsettling part of the role. But it is what it is. We think we've got a great conference. We think we're building something special here. We've got institutions committed, and we think we're going to be attractive. Yeah, and they fit. And I think we're going to be attractive not only to the schools that are here, but also potentially others in the future. So we'll see.
Yeah, it's the thing I like about it, and just speaking strictly from a basketball standpoint, is that there are a lot of programs within the league that already have kind of that built-in rivalry aspect, right? South Dakota and South Dakota State, North Dakota State. I'm pretty sure South Dakota State and North Dakota State don't like each other either.
They don't.
Right? It's just there's something. Do any of the Dakotas get along?
No.
Nope.
No.
See, there you go. That's what.
No.
Power league meetings.
Oh, they're fine. We're collegial.
No, but so you got some of those built-in rivalries. There's the local aspect to it, and they all kind of play a style of basketball that is enjoyable to watch. Like I was telling him earlier, like. The Summit League feels like the only league in basketball right now where it's like, yeah, you know what? We're just going to try to win every game 95-90. And that's fun.
Yeah.
But sign me up for that.
I mean, how can you not like that, right?
Especially when he played and he never played any defense.
Defense is overrated. These shots aren't going to shoot themselves, Jeff.
You guys know, I mean, we are in the entertainment business. First off, I want our student athletes to have good experiences. So style of play matters to them. But when people walk into the venue and they see that style, I think that's appealing to them. Mm-hmm. And your point about rivalries, everybody goes to Dakota rivalry with other Dakota. Yeah, that's obvious. But, I mean, you got Oral Roberts in Kansas City. Mm-hmm. You got St. Thomas that's building and starting to create a little bit of local rivalry. I think Omaha is on their way up.
Kansas City, look at
Oral
Marvin's done here.
Exactly. An Oral Roberts, South Dakota State kind of rivalry. That's kind of been built up over time. So we have rivalries across the league. We got great coaches, you guys. You know this better than me in a lot of ways. We got great coaches. We got smart basketball minds, both on the men's and women's side. And, we think we got a lot to sell for sure.
You know, with realignment, you see what just happened in the Mountain West. Like, for me, it's sad. It's sad to watch all this, and I'm sure it is for you too. But, how much do you worry about the future of the league? Is that something that you're always on? And again, like you said, you're trusting, but you also got to be concerned that all of your institutions are approachable, right? I mean, they're good schools. A lot of them are in big cities, big markets. How much are you concerned with the stability of not only your league, but like every league right now?
Worry or concerned is probably too strong of words. Aware is probably a better word. I'm spending 75% of my time on just call it membership health and stability. At the end of the day, and I think our schools know this because we talk about it a lot, the grass isn't always going to be greener on the other side. And whatever other situation you think may be better than what you currently have, let's take a look at what we currently have. You know, you guys, we've got institutions that are similar, state flagships. We got strong branch public campuses, Kansas City, Omaha, and then we got 3 strong privates. There's a lot of institutions across this country that are struggling financially. And don't get me wrong, our institutions have their own challenges. But I'm bullish on this because of the institutional strength behind who they are and them connected to one another. And I think after they take a step back, and we talk about it a lot, they understand and they realize it. Here's the one thing I can't control: the role that football plays in realignment decisions. I can't control that. Other people can't control that. And football, understandably so, for our schools plus others, is a big and important thing on a lot of campuses. The challenge that we have, and you said it's sad, and this is where I would go there, is that the decisions surrounding most likely football, although I get and understand, are causing other things to have to come along for the ride that maybe don't make sense.
Mm-hmm.
I think if I said to a few of the Pac-12 presidents, hey, you could put your football programs in whatever national structure of football, the top national structure of football, and compete all the rest of your sports along the West Coast, I think they sign up for that every day of the week. Every day of the week.
You're right.
But our schools, other schools, have to be very aware and mindful about how conferences could change a lot because of decisions that are being made surrounding football. But I also understand why those decisions are being made around football because of the importance of football.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's tough. How do you kind of handle from the top down, working with some of the schools when it comes to the transfer portal, when it comes to developing NIL, when it comes to some of the stuff that is over the course of the last 3 years become the most important part of developing basketball programs?
I think a couple of things. I think number one, understanding what's going on in the recruiting environment. We had a meeting with coaches yesterday, men and women separately. And one of the things we just kind of talked about is help us understand what's going on in the recruiting environment, in particular related to the transfer portal. I think if we sat here 2 years ago and talked about, okay, the transfer portal's here, it's coming, we would maybe have discussions about it's not fair that the kid comes for 1 year and then goes somewhere else for another year. 2 years later, we are more accepting of that because we have to be more accepting of it. And so what I'm talking to our coaches about is selling the experience on their campuses, selling the experience in what I think is a great league for the kid to say, hey, that's the right spot for me today. If the player comes onto the campus, develops as a basketball player, and then all of a sudden a high major calls with NIL opportunities and whatnot, good for you. Go. I mean, that is a little bit what it is. But those are the things that we're talking about. How can we as a league influence when you go into the recruiting environment? Hey, come to XYZ school because it's going to be a great experience because of A, B, and C. And oh, by the way, here's the great competition in the league. Here's the conference tournament. Here's the experience that you're going to have being a part of this league. And so that's what we talk to them about and try to help them with.
Hey, you're going to be proud of me as a hockey guy. Guess where I'm going this week?
Where are you going?
Little Devils Canes action.
Nice.
Yep.
Nice.
Yep.
Opening night is, what are we, Tuesday? Is opening night tomorrow, I think. Yeah.
That'll be the second game of the year. So gonna drive over, catch it, and then got to get some hockey when I can here.
These winter seasons sneak up on us quickly when we get to October, basketball, hockey, whatnot. So it's good to be here. It's fun though.
Great
So
seeing you.
yeah.
We love being here. Again, listen, we're here every year.
Yeah.
So you just let us know and we're in.
And the other thing I appreciate you guys, we're not connected, but you guys coming back to kind of kick the college basketball season off on kind of the mid-major side of things with the Field of 68 event over at the Pentagon.
The Field of 68
Are we
opening
gonna
day
see you?
showcase, November 4th. First game going to be 11 o'clock local time. You should go buy
See
your
that?
tickets and come over
Yeah,
and see
yeah,
us. There
yeah.
you
Can
go.
we see you out here for that?
Oh, I'll
game?
be around.
You
Yeah,
will?
yeah, I'll be around. Our offices are literally maybe a driver and a pitching wedge away.
So you gotta
So-
give us some good,
Not his driver.
Oh,
Not
okay.
his driver.
Driver
good
and
dinner
3 wood.
spot. Give
Yeah.
us a good dinner spot for November 3rd. All right, we're gonna need a good spot.
What type of food? Steak?
Rob eats
Yes,
anything.
steak.
Yeah, steak.
Steak.
Yeah, a good
Steak.
good fillet will be.
We're not coming to South Dakota to get sushi.
Good point. Good point.
Hey,
Good point. I got a few spots for you.
Chislick, is it good?
It's good.
It is.
I don't eat it a whole lot, but it's good. Yeah.
Will
Croft-
Wade said during their game, South Dakota State, our last game at South Dakota State, McNeese State.
Yeah.
So Will Wade has said I can bring him a plate of
Chislick,
during
yeah.
a timeout and he will eat it.
Yeah.
Right, perfect.
I mean, you guys know what it is. It's deep fried like beef tips.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Well, we
Yeah.
know. We know.
I mean, that's healthy beyond
you're
healthy,
being
right?
summoned by our sign guy over there who is.
I'm
telling us
done.
he's
I'm
kicking
done.
me out.
I'm
Listen,
done.
it's
Thanks,
great
guys.
seeing you,
Yeah, good seeing you.
Commissioner.
Appreciate being
Always a
here.
pleasure.
Thanks,
Thank
Jeff.
you for having us
Thank
here,
you. Yeah,
man.
take care.
And we will be joined next by, I believe it's Dave Richmond and the North Dakota State Bison.
It is. It is.
The Bison. Okay, make sure you pronounce that
Here it
right.
comes.
Get your practicing. The Bison.
The Bison.
Yeah.
All right, the Bison. Didn't we see some Bison in Kansas State
Yes,
last
we
week?
did.
Right? What's up,
We
Dave?
did. Dave,
How
what's
are you?
going on, man?
What's
We are
going on?
we are live.
Good.
Mics are hot. We're good to go.
How are you?
You got your Scooters coffee. We got our Scooters coffee.
Yeah,
And,
Scooters Coffee, the spot.
I'm in season mode, so I appreciate the live comments.
Just
You know,
in
so the
case.
four letter words don't just go
Last year, we
flying.
know. Last year you were kind of electric. You were the.
Is that like I got a
It's good.
reputation precedes itself, and I got to live up to that again?
Yes.
That will help.
Yes. It will
Oh,
help. It will
jeez.
help.
How how's it been this year? I mean, in terms of obviously the change in landscape, everybody's got new guys,
Yeah.
right? Everybody. It's not like the old days where you kind of knew you had 7 of your top 8 coming back. You have to readjust, don't you?
Look at the last 2 years for us, and that's a great example of what you're talking about, Jeff. Not good enough, right? And I think you become stubborn to a fault in some good ways, right? Upper Midwest high school kids had just thrived, and we've been able to develop them and do those things. And I want them loud and clear on a national scale. That's still going to be where we butter our bread, right? We want to develop those kids internally. However, what I've reflected on and what's been smacked in my face is when you lose somebody in the spring with mileage, experience, maturity, it's really hard to go grab a freshman that's got that same mileage experience, right? And this year, and I want this to be loud and clear, the portal was great to North Dakota State. The 5 guys that we've got, we're really excited about them. They're going to be able to impact us on the floor. They're impacting us like a Luke Kasuki from Illinois State. He's impacting us already off the floor, who he is from a leadership standpoint in the locker room. And you know what? I've been at North Dakota State for a while, 11th year as a head coach. It's been good for me. It provides something new. It's a different challenge. It makes me uncomfortable. I enjoy being uncomfortable. That's how you grow. And we're growing, we're learning. But it's fun.
You fought it early, and now you're okay with it.
Amen.
Right?
I sat
It's a lot of guys, though, that have been
absolutely, Jeff. I sat with our strength coach one day, and he basically threw me in the corner, and he said, "Hey, you know what the final stage of a grievance is? It's acceptance." And you know what? And we're here. We are. Let's accept this. Let's embrace it. It is what it is. I know this. Like a Sunday here in March, there's going to be a Summit League champion, right? And so hard, whatever. Let's embrace the hard. Let's figure this damn thing out, right? And be where we need to be. And I think we have a better trajectory to do those things.
Yeah, you do have some guys coming back. Damari and Jakari specifically in the backcourt. The value of having the experience with the guys that are going to have the ball in their hands, like I feel like that does matter. If you could probably pick, hey, we're going to get 2 guys back, kind of want those guards, right?
Yeah, but again, what does that experience look like? Where does it come from? I don't think I can get too confused if we have to bring that in, right? If it can be retained from your program, however it is. When you go back and you look at our success, 7 of 10 years we've been in the championship game, 3 years we've won it. There's 2 common denominators. We've been old and we've had a very good point guard.
Mhm.
Okay, and those things are we're older now. Damari's still working through some health things, but you're going to see him in his junior year. Brendan Watkins from VMI has been a terrific addition. We're starting to create some competition in that point guard room a little bit, and when you've got a combination of those two things, hopefully, we have figured some of those things out, and that can put us where we need to be.
You mentioned Damari's health. What can you expand on that a little bit?
Yeah, so I mean, just going in before he ever played a game at North Dakota State, a really traumatic, has a rod in his lower leg, and he battled that. And I think what Damari's starting to figure out is that leg is never. You're a Division I player, and you've been through a traumatic surgery like that. It's never going to be 100%. And we put him on the shelf for a while, and just trying to regain some of those things, and he's now starting to round back into practice, and now it's more just practice shape and those things. But we need to get him out there. We need to get him out there. So we're doing some new things offensively and defensively, and he needs to get comfortable in those things.
Is the hope that he'll be ready for the season
the hope is
opener?
there, yeah, but I don't have any conviction, right now that's where we'll be. He's working towards those things. We want those things, but we can't force those things either, and it's part of the process. And I don't expect them to be at 100% November 4th in our first game. But again, we're sitting here in the place at a one-bid league. Can we get him and us playing our best late February, March? Yeah, absolutely.
Noah Feddersen, you said, quote, he can be one of the better players in the league. Coming back as a sophomore, 6'10". We're going to hear from him here just a little bit. But where have you kind of seen that development over the summer and into the fall?
I still think you're learning your kids along the way. And we sat after the season, and he was a freshman, albeit a redshirt freshman, but he still talked about the grind of the season and how, just maybe a little bit towards the end of the year, he faded a little bit. So now we're gaining the experience again a little bit. So he has a better understanding of what that is. And then I'm hoping, right, I'm anticipating and really encouraged here, but like a Rocky Cruiser for us type format. It took Rocky about a year and a half for Rocky to see what we saw. And Noah needs to continue to work on shifting that mindset. Noah's a dude, right? But he has to have that mentality every day in practice, putting eyes on the rim. He's really figured out the offensive glass piece. He's an elite defender for his size. The versatility that he brings defensively, it's just shifting that mindset a little bit into being a dude, a dog every day on the offensive side.
How do you bring that out? I hear that a lot from coaches where it's like, we think he's better than he thinks he is right now. Like, how do you – outside of just having them actually do some of the stuff they can do and figure out, hey, you know what, I'm actually capable of this. How can you help instill that confidence? Because I do think like 90% of that is having the confidence in their ability.
So part of it is on him, right? The experience. But here goes the smile piece, and here goes those 4-letter words, right? Like, I love these guys. I love them. But a big part of that love is tough love for those 2 hours that we're together. And so my voice, no one knows it. I've challenged him that way. That turnover bike, when you don't shoot that shot, like that turnover bike has you don't want to go there, right? Your tail starts hurting and you're not out there and all those things. And it's just a reminder. You listen to Coach Self talk about some of his guys, and they'll be on the treadmill or whatever, and helping them understand. Sam Griesel was the same way, and Sam went on to be a star. Like I could see the version that we got for Sam the last year and a half and how aggressive he was, an all-league type player, and what he ended up doing at Nebraska and all those things. You can see that for a while. It's just getting them to understand that and doing it consistently. And a little kick in the tail once in a while doesn't hurt.
You know who I bet loves you? Brennan, coming over from VMI. I mean, think about it.
I could be the biggest you-know-what in the world,
Yes,
and he would – some of the stories that go on at
Have you
VMI
asked him the bed that he slept on? They like roll up like a – it's not.
There's. I don't think there's anything that we could do to Brennan that he's not prepared for. Our culture hopefully exemplifies tough and together. I mean, VMI, like you. I mean, it's not quite a service institution but like, salute our service people and what they do, and those people that are out fighting for us, man. That's a different deal. I know that. Well, I don't want to speak for you guys, but I wouldn't survive there.
He lasts honestly maybe an hour.
No, I think I could get a solid 10 to 11 days.
Wow, no,
I can get 10 to 11 days if
you are
VMI.
not tough enough to get
10 to 11 days.
Way to be humble. Way to be humble.
I can handle 10 to 11 days. I might be, but if you told me,
you fight it out.
whatever the date is that you said I could.
Let's set an over and under here, right here.
Yeah.
Let's maybe let's
send him.
What do you think?
Let's do a field of 68
All
at VMI
access.
campus.
Give me the-
Yeah.
give me the line.
Rob
Yeah.
Dauster at VMI.
What's the line?
I'm
What do
so in.
what's the
Like,
line?
honestly, I'm like
Said it,
talking to
Jeff.
Andrew Wilson, whatever
What's
it takes.
what's the line? How many days do you think I could last?
I mean, 4.
I would
give it
5.
4 days.
4 as soon
I'd give
as
it
4.5.
days.
So 4.5
1
the line.
second after 96 hours. 96 hours and 1 second, I'm gone.
Gone.
But all I got to do is prove him wrong. I do want to ask you this because you guys have had some transfers that have spent 3 years with you guys and then headed on to the high major ranks. Is there any thought where you're like, let's become the school where we go out and get these kids that get overlooked and develop them for 2 or 3 years and have that be part of our pitch? Like, look, we were arguing about this earlier. There are schools like Kansas that will recruit players and say, we're bringing you in for 2 years to get you ready for the NBA. Is there any part of the way that you're building your program where you're saying, give us 2 or 3 years and we will get you ready to go to the high major ranks? Do you lean into that at all?
I'm probably going to surprise you because I think you know where you think I'm going, and you are building teams. It's harder and harder to build a program, right? And if we have an opportunity to bring somebody in that's going to help our team for that year, we're going to do that, and whatever that looks like. And we talk to everybody about every year we're going to evaluate in the spring what your happiness is. If your happiness is back with us, great. If your happiness is somewhere else, then go. Because they're in my mind, in my experiences, you're even seeing this with COVID kids that have had an extra year and they're done. And if you don't have somebody in your program that's not happy, it's the worst. It really is. No matter what kind of character they are, no matter what kind of person they are, great people, but they've been through it. They've done it. And I want to be around people that are happy. Happy is fun. Fun is success for Bison basketball. And so have we had some of those conversations? Absolutely. I mean, every year we're going to evaluate. Now, can I believe I'm saying that today on whatever 2024? I can't. I remember how many years ago there's an SI article about the school out east that was talking about they're advertising it like a junior college. And what is he talking about? This is crazy. At some point, gentlemen, if I don't embrace those things and we, like look at our league.
This is amazing.
It's crazy.
The adaptable David Richmond.
I know.
He's new.
I've even had a recruit's mom say that you have a different conversation today than you did when you first started recruiting us.
Right. It's changed that.
Yeah,
quickly.
but I better adapt too. Like the last 2 years to our standards, they're not good enough. Right. And so
that'll make you have to change.
Absolutely. Yep.
Right. Right. You could stick to what you're doing. And you know what? You don't want to be in the same place.
Ask me the question if I would go back to how we had it in the past. Absolutely, 100% I would.
Most of us would.
Right?
And again, I think we all agree. Maybe I'm wrong, but
I agree.
There's some NIL. Like that's players.
Yep.
But, a lot of the
I also
other
do
things,
think some of this is going to, once you get past having all the kids with the 5th year, right? I think that, and once you get to revenue, I think that some of this is going to level out a little bit, and it's not going to be as insane every single spring. I think you're never going to put that genie back in the bottle, right? But I think that there's going to be a level of normalcy.
I hope, like yesterday when the settlement got some more approval, I want to agree more with you, Rob, than where Jeff. Like we need.
Generally speaking, that's a good idea. If you
100%, absolutely.
I'm a skeptic,
and I understand that there. I do,
because
but we need guardrails. We need guardrails
put in place. What are coaches going to try to do?
There's a reason the men's basketball rule book is like this, right? Like we're going to work the gray area. Right. I understand that, but we need guardrails. We need NIL, loud and clear. In the transfer portal, we need that. It is what it is. We're not going to fight that, but we need guardrails and parameters to have. Like I call them Monday mornings. It feels like every Monday morning I wake up and there's a new rule. Someone's going to a new league. There's something new. Like you need to just some kind of stability.
Tell them your transfer fees idea.
Yeah, I mean, I think somebody comes and plucks one of your guys. They're going to pay you 25, 50 grand, whatever it is.
My administrators are sitting right here.
Right?
They're
it's
clapping up and down. Yeah.
How hard is this to figure?
Yeah.
I mean, this should be a given to make it a little more.
We're becoming more and more of a business. It's transactional, all those things. So there has to be some.
How about 2-year contracts that you could sign?
That'd be good.
With buyouts and everything.
I love it, but now you're putting a limit on somebody. You can't do that.
Yeah.
Get sued, Robert.
You know who can put a limit on you? Our man with the sign over there.
That's
He
right,
just held up
that's
the
right.
sign
He
that said
said
done.
Done.
So you've reached
Done.
your limit on the field of 68.
No, I'm
You know
gonna
what they say?
hold on to this mic. You know,
doesn't
I want
care.
someone's gonna peel me off this
This
thing.
is-
I get
gonna
to be
fight.
on stage with Field of Six. I mean, come on.
No, this
It's
has
great.
been fun. You
Thanks,
know how
gentlemen.
much we love
The
seeing
highlight
you.
of your week, man.
I appreciate you guys.
Great
It's
seeing
great seeing you.
Thank you.
Always.
We have
Always.
we have Noah Federson and Jakari White coming up here. Next, we're going to be able to hang out with them here for a little
After
bit.
that, I'm going to need a bathroom break. I'm telling you right now. The coffee, the Scooters,
I don't want to know.
I'm just
I
saying.
don't want to know. I don't want to
should have gotten
know.
a small.
I don't want to know. I don't need the answer to those questions. So we got Noah and Jakari making their way over here right now, and they're going to jump on here with us. We're gonna ask them if they've ever seen Dave Richmond as engaged as he is on the field of 68 stage. Noah, what's going on, man? Rob
How you
Dauster.
doing, Jeff Goodman?
We are live. Those mics are hot, so if you want to talk bad about your coach, do it under your breath. Jakari, good to see you, man.
What's up, man?
Noah Federson, Jakari White. And Noah, since you're sitting down first, I'm going to go to you first. Coach kind of said, and I'm paraphrasing here a little bit, that right now he doesn't think you realize you are as good as you are, right? No, right?
He did.
Yeah.
He said.
So how do you
more swagger?
Yeah, how do you get, like he said, that, I'm putting words in his mouth, but basically, like he said, we need the confidence and we need Noah to realize that he is a dude. How do you do that?
I think, I get that confidence from practice, starting to do the things, have a bigger role in practice, be more aggressive, going to the hoop, taking shots on offense. And then with that, doing that every day in practice, it'll just come naturally in games.
Yeah. Do you know how good he is?
Oh, yeah.
Does he know how good he is?
I don't think so.
Yeah.
Do you try to tell him too? Are you pushing him as well? I know, obviously you guys are both kind of be cornerstones of this program this year.
Well, yeah. I should do it more. I think he hears it from Coach enough.
Yeah,
but,
he doesn't need it from you too. What types of things is Coach saying to you, like in those conversations?
Yeah, a lot of it's like, this team's a lot different from last year. Last year I was a freshman, kind of getting used to things, getting used to college basketball. And now, I've been around and he expects me to be a guy, like you said, be a dude. And so I need to constantly and consistently be aggressive and be someone that we can rely on throughout the season.
Yeah, in 2024, redshirt sophomores are the old guys on college basketball teams. Yeah.
Third year in the program. I mean, it's true. You don't see that a ton anymore.
Jakar, you're stepping into a bigger role this season. What have you kind of done in the offseason to kind of to work on that a little bit and bring more out of your game?
I've been, working hard with one of my trainers back home. We've been working a lot this summer, just working on my range, finishing inside, and just do more creating on the dribble and things like that, and working on defense as well. So you pretty much hit all areas of my game that I needed to work on.
What about the leadership aspect? Like, are you trying to be more vocal in locker room, more vocal in practice?
Yeah, I'm still, working my way and like learning, because, the team looks up to me, and I know, like, in certain areas, like I have to be a guy that can rely on. And so like, that means I have to be, in check, and I need my teammates as much as they need me. So it's a two-way street in that one. And, as I learn and get better over the course of the season, it'll be I'll be probably the best it's going to be. So
I don't know too many guys that are in the all defensive team that shoot 46% from three. Which do you take more pride in? Which sounds better to you?
I like playing defense.
Yeah.
Like, like I say, in drills and practice, like I want to be on defense first and things like that. So like, just more areas to work on in my game and be better. So.
You like that 46 from three, don't you?
That was, see, what happened is he knows he's got a microphone and a camera right there. If we were sitting over there just talking, like, yeah, man, I shoot it. That's what I am. I'm a shooter. You're from Orlando, right?
Yes.
Do you just like the cold weather? You just wanted to buy a new parka?
Well, I wanted to, be somewhere new so I can grow as a person, as a player too as well, and just being away from home. And I know I wanted to be away from home, going to school and things like that. So I just chose the farthest place I could have chosen. But I really liked it so far. So
I want this. I want both of you guys to answer this. No, I want you to give me the scouting report on Jakari's game. And then Jakari, I want your scouting report on Noah on his game and what he is as a player.
I'll say Jakari, on him on defense, you got to be ready for his intensity. He's going to pick up full court, guard you the whole time. He's getting through screens, all of that stuff. So you got to be ready for his intensity. And then offense, I think you just got to try to stay in front. He's really quick. He's really explosive. And like you said, 46%, he can shoot it. So you got to get up there. But he's also going to blow by you and get to the rim. Like he said, he's been a lot better finishing. And also, he didn't say it, but he's been a lot better of a playmaker just this summer and spring or fall. I've seen him improve in that area. So he's going to be really tough to guard.
With Noah, defensively, he's going to be flying at the rim. Nothing hard. Nothing easy. On offense, he can shoot. He's a good finisher, great finisher. He's been got a lot better at finishing. He can also shoot the ball pretty well, so you can't sag off him too hard. He's an anchor in our defense as well. So like he's gonna be talking, yelling on screens, communicating. So he's a guy you got to watch out for sure.
Noah, how good were you as a tight end in football?
I like to say pretty good.
Yeah.
I like to say if I wanted to, I maybe could have gone down that route and played
Kittle,
football.
Little George Kittle.
Yeah, little Travis Kelce maybe, just a little taller, a little bigger.
Yeah, a little bit.
But
were you 6'10" when you were playing
Yeah.
high school football?
Yeah.
You were. So they just throw it up to you?
Yeah, they split me out on the goal line.
Really?
I think I had a lot of 2-point conversions. We didn't kick it much. Just split it out,
Toss
throw
it
it
up.
up. Yeah.
Go get it.
Yeah.
No, I also played point guard in high school. So
Come on. Is that true? At 6'10"?
Yeah, my senior year, our point guard broke his hand. He was out for like half the season, so I was the next best ball handler. So I had to bring the ball.
Legitimately?
I was bringing the ball up the court.
Wow. So you asking Coach Richmond to I can play a little point here?
He likes to joke at us
bench?
sometimes, yeah. But hopefully they don't need me to do that.
Yeah, exactly. Get
That-
in the post.
Yeah.
That's what when Jakari and Damari are not playing well. Is that what Richmond said? He's like, we got our point guard right here. If you guys are keep messing around like this, that's good motivation for you, huh?
Did you have football offers? No.
I had some, yeah.
You did?
Yeah. Couple of Division Ones, but then once I started getting recruited for basketball, I kind of
You
let
like
those
basketball
coaches
better.
know. Yeah, kind of let those coaches know I was going to play
Didn't
basketball.
want to get hit.
Yeah, I didn't mind getting hit, but it is a lot of wear and tear on your body.
Oh, as
I
a
mean,
tight end?
yeah, basketball is just by itself, so I couldn't even imagine football.
North Dakota State's got a pretty good football program. Have
It is.
any of those coaches come over and been like, "Hey, by the way, man"?
Yeah,
Come
I was
over.
actually just talking to our coach a couple of days ago when he was at Wyoming. He was at Wyoming actually when I was in high school, and he was recruiting me a little bit then. So it was kind of funny now he's back at NDSU, and I'm playing here basketball instead of football.
Jackson, I want to ask you about him because he's another 6'10" guy, can shoot it a little bit, put up big numbers at I think it was Northern State
Yeah.
D2, right? How has his acclimation been to this level? If you got two big guys, 6'10", that can shoot it, that's going to create a lot of space for guys like you.
Oh yeah. Jackson, he can also put the ball on the floor. So like if they run him off the line, he can dribble, take it in, and he's a pretty good passer. So he's looking for us on the outside and trying to hit us so we can make shots for him.
Yeah, definitely a fun guy to play with and have on your team. Like Jakari said, he really
Can you guys
spaces
play
it
together?
out. Oh yeah, I think we're going to do that a lot this year. Probably me more like in the low post stuff, but I'll also be out on the perimeter, and him, pick and pop. It's really going to make teams. I think they're going to have to switch those screens because if not, like our ball handlers are going to get downhill, and he'll be waiting at the 3-point line to shoot it in.
So here's my question: Who's labeled the center and who's labeled the four? Because I know big guys don't like being called centers anymore. They like being called stretch fours, stretch
but you're right.
bigs.
Most
of them,
So
everybody
who's
wants
the
the center.
center and who's the power forward?
I think in our offense, he's kind of going to be the center, but like defensive wise, I'll probably be guarding the other team's center. Yeah.
You just navigated that question very well. I see that. He's a pro over here.
Hey, Coach Richmond just said the last couple of years haven't been good enough for the program, right? You guys have picked preseason third. I assume the expectation is obviously to win the Summit League regular season title, win the tournament, get to the NCAA tournament. What's the number one thing that needs to happen to be able to get there, to be able to take that jump and get back where you guys
Yeah,
think you belong?
yeah, I would say we just got to be more consistent. I think last year we lost 5 games in a row, and then after that we won 5 games in a row. And also with consistency, we didn't get better as the year went on. You know, you want to be playing your best in March, and I think we finished the year with 3 losses in a row. So didn't really do that at all. So we got to be more consistent throughout the non-conference, but also the conference play. You know, in this conference, every game matters for the seeding, and it's a 1-bid lead. So, you know, you got to win the conference to make it to the tournament. So I think both of those things are really going to be important for us this year.
Yeah, and I think a lot of our new guys are really going to help with that because not only are they new, they're really they're older and more experienced, so they've been around and know the expectation and know what it's like. So that's really helped for them coming along.
Yeah, well, listen, guys, we appreciate you being here. If you want to know what the expectations are at North Dakota State, you guys keep saying you had disappointing seasons, and look, boom, right there, you predicted third in the league. 3 people think you're going to win the conference. Best of luck this season. Get that confidence, man.
Thank you.
Show everybody you're a dude.
Yep.
Thank you.
And we'll let all the North Dakota State coaches know you're not playing football.
That's right.
Not playing
Don't
football
try
at
it.
all.
Don't try it.
Good seeing you, man. Thank you for everything.
Appreciate it, man.
We have South Dakota coming up next. I believe Eric Peterson will be the first one on stage with us.
I gotta hit the bathroom.
Yeah, we're gonna head to a quick break for about 2 minutes, and we will be back with more from Summit League Media Day here on the Field of 68.
He's like a 6'7" guard.
Welcome back to Summit League Media Day here on the field of 68, and we are now joined by
Feel much better.
South Dakota head coach Eric Peterson. He just had to use the restroom.
No, I saw him at the buffet over there.
Yeah,
Just
no,
cleaning
yeah,
up.
he was
Come on now.
Not yet.
No, I haven't seen him over there.
So we were just talking a little bit off air. It's you have some returnees this year. You have some guys coming back. I think it's the first time, fair to say, that you've really had continuity in your program since you got there. You took an off-season trip to Italy, which we'll talk about in a little bit. But you got to be feeling good about where you are because you actually know a little bit.
We're in a good spot. Yeah, definitely. I would say two things: our roster and our schedule. Right. Sometimes when you take over a program, we took over. There was one game on the schedule, right, and it was UC Irvine, top 75 team over the last 5 years, and that's a bad feeling in April, right? So you kind of throw a schedule together. And what does that affect the next 2 years? Not just the next year, it affects the next 2 years. So this is the first time we've had control of our schedule, and obviously our roster is in good shape. You don't get a lot of guys back usually at our level. We have over 60% of our scoring, 50% of our rebounding back. I would say other than UMKC, we have the most back out of any team in our league. So that's always a good feeling, and I thought we did a really good job in the portal, getting the pieces and the deficiencies that we needed to take the next step.
So what were the deficiencies and who kind of plugged,
Great question.
Plugged those holes?
We were close. Honestly, we lost 5 games by an average of 3 points, right? And 5 games in our league is last place to second place. That's how close it was. We turned the ball over way too much, right? And we had one senior, so we were probably the youngest team in the league last year. It was probably us and UMKC. And so the turnovers really cost us. I would say we didn't force turnovers, right? So when you're turning the ball over a ton and you're not forcing any turnovers, that's a negative. And then we just didn't have a lot of rim protection, right? So we got 2 bigs out of the portal, great rim protectors, and we truly have a point guard. Last year, we had 2 point guards go down with season-ending injuries that were out, and we shifted a kid to the point guard spot that was our foreman at Utah and did a great job. Did a great job for us, but that's tough, right? Going into year 2, and you're like,
impossible.
Yeah, it's like trying to move in a receiver to quarterback 3 games in and saying, let's go. Right, and expecting it to work out great. So we were trending in the right way. We led the conference in scoring in February and March, but it was just the turnovers that really cost us in our youth.
My rule is always you can never have enough point guards in your roster.
Exactly.
Right?
Exactly.
Because you can't win without one.
And they were hard to find last year out of the portal, and we got really lucky with Chase. And I mean, we can talk more about him, but dynamic player, was on the All-Southland defensive team. Very, very good point guard, and we needed that.
Yeah. All right, so give me a little about the trip. Most teams do not take trips anymore, right? They're not utilizing that money for a trip. They're utilizing it for NIL. You decided to go to Italy. Was that just a personal decision? You wanted to go to Italy?
Yeah.
Ben, you know, take the family too?
No. The option wasn't there to utilize it for NIL. Like, it came from a different source, and we could have took it in year 1. We could have took it in year 2, and I felt like this was finally the right time to do it. With everything going on in the portal, sometimes it doesn't make sense, right? You put 10, 12 new guys on a team. Like, does it really make sense to take a foreign tour? Well, we had most of our team back, and we're trying to just blend the new guys in with the returners, and I thought it was the perfect time to do it. Obviously, great pizza, great pasta over there. It was a good trip for our guys to spend 12 days together. And at the end of the day, there's a lot of good teams. The tightest, the best chemistry type teams usually win and figure out. Late in the game, and we didn't do that last year. So,
what was the favorite experience on that? And it doesn't. I want something outside of like, we scrimmage this team, and what was the thing that brought the team together?
That's a great question. If you take out the games, I would say just the history and culture, where you just as a coach realize like they might not ever go to Italy ever again and get to see the things that we saw. For me, like personally, it was cool. We went to Cinque Terre. You guys ever heard of Cinque Terre? It's like 5.
Oh, yeah.
You've been there. They have great pesto, which I love pesto, but it's there's a Disney movie based on that city. So when you're sending pictures back to your kids and they're like, Dad, that's where this movie was filmed. And I didn't know that. Right. So it's kind of cool. So no, I didn't bring my family, but for our guys, I think just the history and seeing some of that stuff, like, man, it's a lot different than Vermillion, South Dakota.
Yeah, I remember when I was in college, we did Ireland, and I don't remember anything about the games that we played over there, but I do remember the team bonding stuff. And for us, the team bonding was we snuck out of the hotel one night and went to like one of the local clubs. And what we didn't realize was that everybody in that, like some little small town in Northern Ireland, that everybody thought that they were playing like an actual good college basketball team, and it was us, and they were like, who are these guys?
Yeah, I didn't know you wanted me to talk about that. I'm sure that was number one. I knew we were live here, so I wasn't sure if I could say that. But obviously, them spending time away from the coaching staff is the best thing possible, right? And who knows what they did at night, but everybody made it back by curfew, and everyone played the next day. So we're in good shape.
Caleb had a great year last year.
Definitely.
Obviously, he'll be a cornerstone coming back. What have you talked to him about that you want more from him?
Leadership, 100% leadership. And, some kids, they just say, okay, coach, Caleb, he's aware. And he said, coach, I need to know how to be a better leader, not just tell me to be a better leader and it's going to happen. So we've been working a lot on that, on some things that he can talk to our team about when I'm not around or our staff's not around. And that's the separator right there. We have seniors, we have 6 seniors now, and we do have a few very good leaders in that group, but everybody looks at the best scorer or whoever led your team in scoring to say something. And some guys just don't have that personality. And Caleb, when he talks, people listen, and it's gotten better and better every month this summer.
How did you end up with him? He's a Texas kid, right?
Yeah.
How did he end up in
crazy
South
story? I was at Utah State, and we had a guard named Sam Merrill, who's with the Cavs right now. And we weren't sure what was going to happen with Sam. He went to the Chris Paul camp, and he was a very good player, and he was listed as a top 3 player there. And so I was just trying to build a database on guys that if he left that we could take that fit us. So we were playing in the Rockets Arena against South Florida. And the night before, I went to Caleb's game. He played at South Houston High School, and I was sicker than a dog. And I shouldn't have gone to the game, but I'm like, I need to see this kid play. And so I still went to the game, and obviously met him, met his dad. His dad was the assistant at the time. And, he went to La Tech, which is great. Conkle was there at the time. So then he played for 2 coaches there. He went in the portal, and I called him, and I would say within 5 days he committed just with our past relationship.
That's a good get. It's that
you went.
That one's worked out pretty well for you guys.
It has, and it's it was all over the place at La Tech. Some games he played a lot. Some games he didn't play much at all. One game he made 6 threes. Next game he didn't shoot a 3, right? So it's kind of all over the place, but you just got to trust your eyes and your evaluation skills. And I knew he'd be a good player for us, and he's going to be even better this year.
I think what says even more about the relationship than the fact that you were able to get him is that he comes to South Dakota, right? He has a season where he averages 16 a game, and he's a senior, and he's back. I'm sure that there were opportunities, people through the grapevine, through the back channels, however you want to say it.
Anybody who averages 15 plus, who's got a year left,
they're probably. Right?
I think it speaks a lot about our culture, right? I tell this story all the time. We get done with our season, guys go on spring break, right? And I text our group hey, if you want to be in the portal, make sure you come see me before this meeting. There was one guy that came to see me, and he redshirted, and we kind of talked about this before, hey, we got to find you a better fit. So I knew that was coming. The rest of those guys were in that room. Right after the last game we lost, Caleb's in the press conference saying, I'm coming back, and we're doing this thing here. I think he's mature enough to know it was a basketball decision. He's like, Coach, I don't want to go to a high major and play 8 minutes a game just to go get money. I'm happy with my experience. I played for 2 other coaches in my career. I love it here. I love my development. People forget Caleb, he's really changed as a player. He's probably more of a shooter just at La Tech. And when we got him last summer, he took 6 shots from 2 the entire summer. And I'm like, Caleb, we have to take the next step and get to the rim, right? So I think he's really developed as a player and seen that, and he wants to be a pro. So how do you fully develop as a pro? By playing, right? Getting the skill stuff and also playing. So I think that was important to him as well.
By the way, I'm excited to see you, but I have to meet your women's head coach because my daughter has raved about her. My daughter covers women's college basketball, and she's like, you have to meet the South Dakota women's coach.
Carrie, yeah, she's awesome. I worked with Coach Karius last year. Her husband was actually our ops guy at Utah State. Lived in my basement for that 1 year. So I was really close with them. But getting to know Carrie, she's going to do a phenomenal job. She was in a really tough job in Kearney, right? And if you've ever been that's a tough D2 job, and they won at a high level there. We're able to get Amber Heggie back from Colorado State, who played at South Dakota. So their staff is phenomenal. Really excited to watch our women's basketball program. And my daughter's 12, so I'm fully invested in it too. Volleyball and basketball, for sure.
You got it. You got it. Just have you leaned into the changing landscape? Honestly, we've talked to a lot of coaches about this, and some kind of fight it. Some have been worn down to almost lean into it. What's your approach been?
I'm glad you asked that. So my approach, how we did it at South Dakota the first time and won the league, Utah State, and I was only at Utah for a year. but we were big into getting guys that were going to be around for 3, 4, 5 years. Sam Merrill was there for 4 years. Kata was there for 3 years. We had guys in our program, Justin Bean, we knew we were going to get them back. So we could, scouting wise, we could do more, right? And now I'm the exact opposite. We have to keep it really simple. If we lose half our roster every single year, how can we put these complex things in and really scout and like be super detailed with scouting reports? We figured it out. February, March, we were playing really, really well. Best offensive team in the league, like I said. And then the season's over, and what happens? You usually lose half your team. So, like, we got to start better and then continue to improve throughout the season. So it took me a little bit to step back, Jeff, and be like, man, we got to make some changes to fully do this with the landscape. And so you'll see us this year. We're not going to run a lot of plays. We're going to press more. It's going to be more free-flowing. And our scouting stuff is going to be just personnel, like mainly maybe a few actions, but just personnel, and be really heavy into personnel.
So if you want to go out and you don't want to have to learn a playbook and you just want to get some shots up and run around,
it's not
go
quite
to South Dakota.
It's a little bit more structured than that.
We're just going to take a ball, roll it out, and you can go.
No, it'll be a little bit more organized than that. I would say think Sanford a little bit on how they play, a little more chaotic like that, where guys can. We're teaching concepts and reads and how to just make the right play, right? And then if we force a turnover, which we didn't force turnovers. We turned the ball over too much, but we didn't force turnovers. Now we're going to be forcing turnovers, what to do with the ball when you get it, right? And you can't force a turnover and then turn it back over, because what is that? It's a layup at the other end. So we got to – you get all that?
Yeah, no, I got all that. No, here's my question, though. So Sanford calls it buckyball. So what, are you
we can't
ball?
we can't do that yet. We to execute it first. It's not quite like that. They're elite at some things, like they have different traps and stuff like that. We pressed every dead ball last year. We didn't quite press on makes and misses, and we're going to change some stuff up with that this year. So hey, and my one sell is February 15th, Vermilion. We play South Dakota State. Right. Can we get the Field of 68 or Jeff Goodman in the house for the South Dakota rivalry game?
I don't even know how much I wanted to.
Valentine's Day, the day before. You can do whatever you need to do, Jeff, for Valentine's Day.
Wait, we already have, by the way, we've got, we're opening the season here
at
the Pentagon November 4th. So I'm trying to convince my wife to come out for that. We have 3 games. It's our anniversary.
Oh, that's it.
Just say we're going to come out again for Valentine's
Do you have any good spots? Like if I brought my wife up to Vermilion for Valentine's Day, you got some nice romantic restaurants.
Oh yeah, we can make it happen for sure.
All right, she's watching right now.
We'll have some of our guys there assisting if we need it. Whatever we got to do to get you guys to Vermilion, we'll make it happen. But honestly, the rivalry between South Dakota State, it's an awesome game. If you ever get the chance, your schedule's clear. Let's figure out a way to get you guys to Vermilion.
We're coming, man. Awesome. We're in. Awesome. We're Summit League guys now.
I love it.
Seeing you.
Yeah, you too.
But you have to call it PD ball though. If you win, how about this? If you win the league this year, playing this style, me and Goodman get to come up with the brand name for your. There you go.
Deal.
Yes.
Deal. Let's make it happen.
All right.
Some NIL component to it, whatever.
Get it sponsored by somebody.
Yeah,
absolutely. I love it.
All right, Coach. It's
Thank
great
you guys.
to see you, man. We have your 2 stars over here. They're getting ready to come over here and boot you off the stage. So.
You probably want to talk to them a little bit more than me, so I get it.
Listen, we love seeing you. You know that.
Thank you. Appreciate you guys. Go Yotes.
Appreciate you, man. Thank you. We have Paul Bruns and Caleb Stewart joining us now. Your gentleman, your coach gave us all the dirt. We are live. The mics are hot, so don't say anything too crazy about him right now.
Hey, how you doing, man? Good to see you. Everything good? Good.
Paul, Caleb, I want to start with you because Coach was kind of raving about your ability to add to your game last summer. He said you came in, I think it was you took 6 shots that weren't 3-pointers the summer before you got here, and you figured out how to be able to get into the lane and maybe make a midi or 2.
Yeah. Last year when I got here, it was definitely a process, just trying to figure out how to score. Like, we played like a gap defense. I just wasn't used to that. It was really, really challenging. Like I was going in and watching film, like doing all types of stuff, just trying to figure out like am I doing something wrong or anything. But as the season started, obviously, and in practice, once you start playing against the same people, you start picking up on tendencies and whatnot. So I think once the season started, it kind of practice was a little bit hard for me. I think that just helped playing against other people, and it's just kind of completely different. So. It wasn't, there's not a scouting report early on in the season. So,
hey, Paul, who was guarding him in practice that had him locked up?
Last year,
That's that. Was it
I
you?
don't remember. I do guard him a little bit this year, but last year I don't know who it was last year.
Yeah.
So coach also told us that and I'm maybe summarizing a little bit too much
here
here,
we go.
but that you guys are going to get up and down a little bit more. You're going to run less plays. It's going to be more like let's roll the ball out, let's hoop. Are you guys excited
He
about
didn't
that?
quite say that. Okay? It wasn't let's roll the ball out and this is AU ball. Okay.
No, yeah, we're super excited about that. It's definitely give us a chance, just to play more people, obviously, because we're going to play faster. We're going to have to play more people, but it just allows more people to have an opportunity to really just get their game out there. You know what I mean? So it's definitely going to be different than last year for sure. It'll be different.
Paul, you're from around here. What's going to be the biggest difference in your game from last year to this year?
Yeah, just honestly, I don't think it's going to change a whole lot. This being my third year under Coach Peterson and stuff, but just building on everything, being a little bit more consistent of a shooter, playing a little bit better defense, and I think the way we play should help out, my game and everybody's game on the team, and I think our whole team's excited about that. So, yeah, I don't think a whole lot's going to change, but just get a little better at everything, be a better leader as well too.
Caleb, you are one of two returners that were on an all-conference team last year in the Summit League. And a lot of those other guys made the leap to high major programs. You see South Dakota State lost a kid to Kansas, lost a kid to UCLA. I'm sure that there were people that reached out somehow to gauge your interest on whether or not you wanted to get back in the portal and transfer, and you didn't go. You're still here. You came back. Why? That's not normal in 2024 in college hoops.
Money's out there. Money's always going to be printed every day. I want to build a legacy. I want to leave my name here. I want to be the first to go to the tournament here. I want to do something that matters. Obviously, like I just said, money's getting printed every day. And I feel like at the end of the day, I really love basketball. So I feel like I would have been doing myself a disservice to go somewhere for a different reason and maybe stop loving the game as much. And I just enjoy being in Vermillion. It's peaceful. So,
Paul, what's it like going from North Dakota to South Dakota? When you transferred, did you get blowback? I'm not from around here, but I can only imagine what that was like.
Yeah, that was a while ago, so
I know
it was really, but obviously there was some people that weren't too happy, but it is what it is, and I'm glad I'm here at South Dakota, and that's what it is.
He said, thanks for bringing that up, Jeff.
No, but I'm curious. Again, we're not from around here, so I'm really curious, what that rivalry is like.
South Dakota versus North Dakota, there's always a little bit of a, something there. But I would say the first year we played them, it was definitely especially at their place, there was more hostile, I guess.
Yeah.
I don't know. But,
can you repeat some of the things that they were saying about you?
The fans maybe not, but the players and Coach Sather's always good about it and stuff like that. So, honestly, we're just focused on our team this year and going out and doing what needs to be done.
All right, let's talk a little bit about the team this year because your brother's on the roster. Do they fight like siblings there? Do they squabble at all?
Nah, I think they get together get along together pretty well. So
brother's supposedly a better golfer.
Well, I got some questions. I have some questions. So who is the better golfer? First of all, I want Paul to answer, and then I want you to answer. Who's the better golfer?
I mean, we both golfed in high school. You can just go back and look at the tournaments. You can decide for yourself. But yeah, I'd say I'm the better golfer. We don't get to play a whole lot, with the schedule and practicing all summer, but we do get out there some, and it's pretty competitive. Yeah.
Paul's better.
Yeah, Paul's better.
Who's the better shooter?
Oh, that's tough. That's super tough.
You could say Isaac.
No, it's man, it's whoever's on is the better shooter. They're both making shots. I don't know who's the better shooter.
How good was your brother though on the tour? I heard he was terrific in Italy.
Yeah, he had a really good summer, and I think our whole team had a great summer. We really came together off the court, on the court, and learned a lot about each other. And being together for 11 days or whatever it was over there was big for us, and we got some extra practice time with that during the summer. So I think that's just really propelled us to this fall, and we're just focusing on every single day getting better at practice because the games will come, and we're staying in the moment for now.
Who's got better style?
That's a good one.
Man, it's kind of similar, similar style. I honestly don't know. I think it's pretty similar.
Paul?
Probably, yeah.
I'll go with myself.
And
What was the highlight of the trip to Italy, Caleb?
The Lake Como part. We're on the boat to
Nice,
La
isn't
Bellagio. Yeah, that was easily the best part for me. That was really cool.
what did you kind of learn about your program? Like, to me, the value of that is not. I mean, obviously you get some practices, you play some games, but it's the bonding, right? It's being able to go out and hang out with your friends, turn teammates that maybe weren't friends into friends, turn a team into or turn a roster into a team, right? So where did those experiences come from?
I think it was interesting. Being in a foreign land, we all have to like really use each other and as our guy because we don't really know what's going on over here. So I think that it just helped us get close. Like even with our freshmen, some of the younger guys, like there's no point anymore. Like where there's like maybe they not like don't feel comfortable talking or whatnot. We kind of like we had to talk to each other. Like regardless of what was going on over there, like we had to use each other for like whatever we wanted to do. Like nothing's in English, so the only way we were able to get around was with each other. So that was important for sure.
Yeah. I think the team bonding part was great off the court, and I think that honestly helped us on the court during the games and even through practices. We're not afraid to get on each other. We know we're a super tight team, and I think that Italy trip definitely helped with that.
Those trips usually do. That's the biggest benefit as much as anything is team bonding and the 10 practices, right?
Yep, for sure.
Well, we appreciate it, guys.
Yep.
Appreciate you stopping by. Good luck this season. And hopefully you guys will make a jump here, right?
Yeah, for sure.
Thanks for having us.
Thanks for having
Good
us.
seeing you, man. Best of luck this season. We have North Dakota's coming up next. We're going to be joined by Coach Sather. We got Trazen Eaglestaff and good seeing you, man. And Amar Koljahovich. Did I get that right, Ryan? Koljahovich? We'll find out when he gets up here.
Out.
Yeah, we'll find out. I'll find out the
We're
hard
gonna
way.
see if Paul can
Good
spell
way or the wrong way.
his
Yeah,
last
that'll
name.
be a good one. So I think Coach Sather's over there. He'll be here in just a second. Do you need another bathroom break?
No, I'm good. If I got another
You need a
scoop of
lunch
iced coffee, I'd
break?
be
The
in
buffet's over there. We got
I
some
do,
Firehouse subs, actually. Those
I feel
look
like last year, they were gone by the time we ended. So I don't know. I might send you over there to grab a couple.
You don't need any Firehouse subs. They don't have any Firehouse salads over there. That's what you need.
I do need a salad.
Yeah.
I'll take an Italian sub, though.
You had 3 Caesar salads after 4 o'clock yesterday.
I did. What's up?
Yeah.
What's going on?
Coach Sather, we are live.
Good to see you.
If you want to say anything bad about North Dakota State, where the mic is hot right now. So, how you doing, man?
I'll keep those. No, I'm just kidding.
Keep those behind.
I've been good. I've been good. It's been go time, right? You start in September 23rd to practice. I think that's the earliest we've ever started.
It's so long now.
It was a week of practice, and we're talking about this and that as a staff. When I looked up and I said, guys, it's not even October yet. So, exhale. We got a lot of work to do still, and
you're ahead
a lot
of
of time
because you can work with them in the summer,
Yeah.
right? I mean, they can get tired of hearing your voice now, can't they?
Yeah, and we actually tried something a little bit different this summer. We went early for June into the 4th of July, then the week after the 4th, and I gave them 5 weeks, and we brought them back. We used their last week, the week before school started, and then we started school. So we got them back. We got them acclimated with the start, and with the new guys now, especially transfers, it's kind of nice to bring them back that week before school starts to kind of. You could still do your last preseason week, and then you're getting them acclimated with campus starting to get full, get them going. So
You got some new guys.
We do.
don't you?
Yeah.
You're not alone. I mean,
No.
I feel like that's par for the course right now in college hoops. What's this new group gonna give you this year that you need?
Yeah, I when I look at like what we have returning, it starts with them because we do have 10 guys coming back. So we've got 10 guys that understand what it's like day in, day out at UND, our travel, what that's going to be like, our preparation, our practices, and what those are like. So there's I'd like to think there's a really good example of that. But then we just, when you're bringing in transfers, you don't always know until you get a chance to, it's like Mike Tyson, you might have a plan until you get hit in the face. Well, transfers, a lot of times you don't really know what you have until practice and adversity and different things are going on. And I couldn't be any more excited. Reggie Thomas is an NAI All-American, first team All-American out of Hastings College. And, a little undersized, but like when you watch him play, you don't feel it. He's physical. He's an every possession guy. And, he doesn't have to be 24 points a game like he was at Hastings. He can lead a team, make the right play, hit open threes, and defend and kind of set the tone for us. And so that's a transfer that will depend a lot on. Mir Panome was at Tulane. He's the younger brother of Bentu Panome, who's on my staff, who I coached. And, nice connection. Hard to still get him, but when he did get in the portal, we were able to get involved and get him. And, Mir is right now is leading us in defensive rebounding at 6'3" in practice. So what he can bring physically, but then he's a great shoulders up kid too. And I'm excited about how his growth is going to continue, because this is his first year of really playing where, man, I'm going to be a big part of this.
Yeah.
And then Darius Woodson from Tyler Junior College. I saw him as a freshman, and we always evaluate and we write things down next to their name. I saw him as a freshman, and I did the old TFG by him. You guys can figure out what that stands for. I really feel like he's pretty good. And so, as the year went on this year, we kind of identified him again and kept watching him. We ended up getting him on campus on our roster, and I think Darius is going to surprise a lot of folks. 6'7" lefty that shoots it really well. But, man, I love his decision-making. We've been challenging him. I think Amar likes to hog rebounds. We've been challenging him to get on the glass more and rebound harder. But his feel and his ability to stretch it offensively and handle it, been really happy. So I think we got some transfers that can help us.
Like these guys that are coming in,
They need to help.
About the guys who came back, you got a lot.
Yeah.
But it sounds like
you need to stay old.
So
You got to stay old. We redshirted 4 guys, and those 4 guys are going to be freshmen this year, and they're going to compete their butts off. The Zach Crafts of the world can shoot it, and great weapon. Doppler, really good skill. They're still young. Bothan, what you notice is they're still learning how to compete and rebound and defend at the level that they need to. And so with these older guys, we can depend on them a little bit more to be consistent at that. And these younger guys are coming and coming and coming. So, it's exciting. Who knows where you are right now compared to where you are in December or even January? It changes a lot. But I like where we are right now. But, man, a lot of work to do still.
Where have you seen Trayson kind of expand his game?
Yeah.
He's going to, you're losing some score from last year. You have a lot of retention, but you lost some bigger names. Is he stepping into a bigger role? Are you going to ask for more of him, or is he just kind of him and you need other guys to step up around?
He's had a huge role even since he's a freshman. He's a backup point guard for us as a freshman and a 2-guard. So it's expanded every year. Last year, a lot more freedom offensively to play last year. But with Tyree and BJ, the ball was in their hands. They look to score a little bit more. The ball's going to move better, I think, offensively for us. Trey's got a really good feel of making the right play. He's better at using ball screens. He's gotten better at being stronger with the ball and handling pressure. Kind of understand that he's 6'6", and he might have smaller guys onto him. Some teams put a smaller guy onto him, and they really press into him. We started posting those guys up last year, and we started getting guys in foul trouble. So his versatility in and out, defensively, he's gotten better. At 6'6", again, he's got good movement and quickness, but he's not this just defensive, this huge shutdown guy, right? But he's really gotten good at keeping guys in front, using his length and size. But, just overall maturity, growing, confident. His demeanor, his emotional, all those things are just so much more consistent day in, day out because he's growing up. And it's fun to see that. And I'm excited about what.
And you don't get that so much more anymore in these days.
Yeah.
In 2024 in college basketball.
Yeah.
Right? Like a lot of these guys will come in and it's like either 2 years they're too good and they're off or they're not good enough. And you kind of say, thanks, but no thanks. You probably need to find a different spot to go. It's when you get those guys that could be there for 3, 4, 5 years.
Yeah.
And it's not, it's cool for you to see them develop. But those are the guys that get connections to the fan base. Those are the guys that become legends within those programs, right? And
especially being a North Dakota kid for him. Like we literally, and we nicknamed him North Dakota Hoops Report because he's always asking us about guys and what we think of them. And he's, we'll see him at hye school games. I'll have people come up and say, Trey was in the Choice facility where it's a workout facility at like a community center, right? And he was in there with like 8 kids just hanging out and shooting hoops and working out with them. Like he's just one of those guys that is always like everybody. He's really embraced, and the community's really embraced him. And awesome. Both those guys are awesome guys. Yeah.
So you're picked 6th. But I feel like the preseason rankings this year more than ever mean nothing.
Yeah.
Nothing. I mean, it's just we don't know.
Yeah.
Nobody knows. You
Yeah.
feel that way too, even when you look around the league a little bit?
I don't know. We might be the only team in the country that has two preseason first team all league guys that are pick six. So
Right.
like I don't know
Crazy,
what makes
right?
sense anymore. And like I told our guys, and you say this all the time any year, but it's like whether you preseason top 2 or 3 or bottom 3 or 4, at this point in time, your opportunity is right now to have go have a great practice. I really like this group. And I know in my heart and my gut what we can maybe accomplish and achieve this year. I think they feel that too. But man, we can't sit and just complain about what we got preseason picked. Let's just go work, and we'll prove everybody wrong. That's the idea. Let's not talk about it. Let's just go do something, man. Have some action. I didn't mind it when I saw it. I'd be lying if I said I was a little surprised to see it.
Already?
But I sent a message to the guys already saying, hey, nobody needs to pound their chest and shout to the hills on what this is. What we need to do is understand, hey, this is what people think. But let's put some work in, and let's have a little edge to our work now, and maybe it helps a little more sense of purpose and urgency in what we do, because you listen, you're never as good as you think you are, and you're usually never as bad as you think you are. And if you get caught up and worried about what the world thinks of you, geez, you're worrying about the wrong stuff. So let's work. And the thing I like about this group is they kind of have that mentality. These two guys do, but a guy like Reggie Thomas, who's kind of been defying odds his whole life with his career, is going to have a little bit of a chip every day. So like good, right? The old is it Jocko?
Let's
Good.
get into this.
Jocko, the old Navy Ranger or Navy SEAL guy, his big theme is good. When somebody's when it's not going your way, good. It's a chance for you to grow and get better, and that's kind of how we're going to use it.
I wanted to ask you about Myra Panoam, because I do think that going from playing very, very little, the way that he did, to being able to be on a program where you're getting more minutes, like sometimes there's a little bit of a rust factor there, right?
Yeah.
How do you help him work through that?
Eli King went through that last year. Eli went from hardly getting time, and even then at practice, you become a little bit of an afterthought. And as the season gets going, you're in games, you're scouting, like you're not developing the way you should be if you're playing in games. And Eli went through that last year, and you could see his growth and just how he continued to take off. And I think Mir's going to go through the same thing. And what's fun about Mir is just he's a guy that brings a lot of joy to the table, and so now he's kind of built that way anyhow, and now he knows he's playing for some opportunity. So you're bringing this, like he brings some awesome, just intangible stuff. The joy he brings, the life he brings, it's fun. All those, like our transfer guys, all bring a little bit of that enthusiasm and joy that have really it's changed a little bit. Like we weren't that way last year. We were a little more of a quiet group. Like these two guys are a little quiet. The rest of our makeup, BJ was quiet. Tyree's pretty quiet. Like we got a group now that's got a little bit more of a.
You'll have to lead less. You're hoping.
Well, I think for sure with those guys and a guy like Eli and Reggie, I think definitely their leadership will emerge more. There's a little more voice there. Yeah.
Good. That's good. You want that. That's good in practice.
Listen,
right?
it's been fun. There's no doubt. Yeah. Yep.
Are we going to make him spell Koljahovich?
No.
Koljahovich?
Yeah.
Am I getting it right?
I think it's KJULHOVIC. Am I close? I don't know.
Yes. I'm going to give you a yes on that. I'm going to give you a
Nobody's going to – anyone that maybe can go back and listen to the recording and go through it. But, yeah, I know. And I got that – I'm a Norwegian at heart, I guess, here. And my tongue, I don't speak. I'm a northern Minnesota guy. So, like, speaking some of these names are difficult for me. So, I call him Amar.
Yeah, there you go.
Amar, obviously, he's great in the post. And that's what he does most of his work, right on the glass and the post.
Yeah.
Will he step out a little bit more this year? Like, have you
seen it?
You
started seeing it started seeing it last year, and he's really worked at it. Like I think the other day in practice, I think in our possessions, we probably practiced with 80 to 90 possessions. I think he made 3 threes in that possession in those possessions. So there's no question he could be a guy that makes 1 to 2 a game. Maybe 2 a game. That's a lot. That means you're taking 5 to 6 a game. But I just, when you're big and we do a lot of 5-out stuff, there's opportunities, especially with getting 2 on the ball. There's opportunities for him to pop. The thing I love about him is when he is popping or when he's in that position, if teams are rotating to him, he's been really good at finding the next guy. And that's the key, is when you got guys that understand a good shot to a great shot. And we're really emphasizing, good to great as far as our mentality on shooting, because they're sharing the ball awesome. And it's fun to see that. And they get excited about when the ball moves, and when it goes in, they all get excited. So whether that's still going on in November, December, we'll see, but it's going on right now, which is good.
All right. Well, listen, they're right over there waiting to jump on stage. Coach, we appreciate you being here.
Yeah, awesome. We
Best of luck
appreciate
this
you guys.
season, man.
We appreciate you guys coming, man. We really do. It's awesome
seeing
for us
you.
and awesome
Great
for our
being
league.
out here.
Sounds
Yep.
good. Thanks.
Appreciate you, man. That was Paul Sather, North Dakota head coach. We're going to be joined by Trayson Eaglestaff and Amar Koljahovic here in just a second as they make their way up on stage. You kind of touched on it a little bit with Paul Bruns earlier, but the idea that you have like the North Dakota State, South Dakota State rivalries. Yeah, it's good, but it's also it feels
fun to see. Like
it's fun.
I want to feel it though. Like at some point, I really do. I want to.
Yep.
I want to get out here and feel some of that.
Yep. Trayson and Amar joining us now. How you doing? Rob Dauster.
Jeff
Amar,
Goodman.
good to see you. Rob Dauster.
How you doing?
We are live. Those mics are hot, so if you want to talk bad about your coach, you got to wait until you're off the stage. How we doing, gentlemen? How we feeling?
Blessed.
Everything good? Good to be out here?
Yeah.
Getting ready for the season. We're under a month away from the first game. You ready?
Yeah, ready as you can.
Tired
Be
of
excited.
practicing? Tired of killing each other already?
A little bit, yeah.
It's only been a couple of weeks. So
Hey.
it's so different, though, now that it used to be. You guys can work with the coaches all summer, certain amount of time, and practice starts earlier. It used to be where mid-October was the first practice, and think about it, coaches couldn't work with you guys. It's changed. Are you almost ready to go because of that? Because you feel like it's a longer off season because you're able to work with the coaches?
So we worked most of early summer, and then we got most of kind of end of the summer off.
Yeah.
So we got back the week before school started. But even in our practice, like in the summer, like we do a lot of live stuff. It's like to get playing with each other and different teams and stuff. So when coach does a lot of live stuff, that just gets us like ready. And then ever since that, every day you go live 6 days, 7 days, 5 days a week. It just gets you wanted to play, and it's someone else, not your own guys.
Trayson, your coach was up here talking about how connected you are to kind of the North Dakota community.
Called you ND Hoops Report or something like that?
Damn near, yeah.
Yeah.
Is that what it is?
You're from the area. You're from the state. You know people in the state. You represent the state. What does it mean to you playing for North Dakota?
Yeah, Dom Izzo asked me that question too. I try my best to represent the state. I try the best to do as much as I can for my state. Every weekend they'd ask me where I went because I'd either go north, south. I'd go to every single like little town. One of my bucket lists I told them was try to go to every at least high school or popular gym in every town. And I'm probably 70% knocked out most of them gyms. But
just go play pickup there, or
like pickup, or just know someone to go shoot around. If I'm by the area, I'll be, hey, I'll like their best high school player. They'll like add me on Snapchat or something, and I'll text them like, hey, let's go shoot. And they'll be all right. So I know a lot of kids from all that area and friends with a lot of people. It's family. I'm a big family guy. So I think I have a lot of family in North Dakota all over. Even if we're not blood, you can still be my family. So I think representing the state best I can and just trying to put on for my state, because there's not a lot of opportunity that can come from North Dakota, which is it's life. You gotta live with it. And
it's so true, though. It's like, I'm sure you grow up thinking that way a little bit, right? How many guys from this state have gone on to make it and play Division I basketball?
We think about that all the time. And like before Bowdoin and Grants, you're like, there's like the last 10 years, Division I athletes, you can put them on like one hand, I think, or like one or two hands. And ever since that, Bowdoin and Grants here going forward, like me, my friend Joe Hurlbert went to Colorado, like our two freshmen that we have from Bismarck, like there's been a lot more, which is great to see. And it's happy to see that. But before, it was just really tough to come out of North Dakota Division I. And now,
how many miles have you put on your car doing that?
Yeah, I got my Impala when I was a senior in high school. My freshman year of college, it was at 80. Now I'm at by 160.
That's a lot of miles.
Yeah,
it's a lot of
I
miles.
also wanted a truck too, but I thought about it. I was like, I just not now. Not now. I just travel too much.
Yeah, Amar, your Coach Taylor was on here, and he said that he could shoot like 5 or 6 threes a game, right?
Yeah,
That's
he
what he
gave
was
you the green
saying.
light.
Yeah, green light
He told us
to get him
he gave
up.
you the green light.
Bless.
Hoist them
Yeah.
up.
Oh yeah,
Right?
yeah. I mean, I've been working on it this offseason, trying to improve my shot, which I think I have been. In the last few practices, I've been just hitting shots, so just got to continue with that confidence going into games. And just hopefully hit at least 2-3 a game and get those rebounds that I'm good at getting, and hopefully that helps.
Yeah, Coach said you hog rebounds a little bit. Is that true?
Oh yeah, I love getting them. That's my
He
type
said
of
yeah.
points right there.
Yeah.
Like guys care about points. I care about rebounds. That's mine.
What,
Do you know? I'm gonna ask him this question. Who do you have ranked number 1 this year in the preseason?
be honest. Alabama.
Yes. You guys know what December 18th is? Have you circled it?
Oh yeah.
What's December 18th?
It's another game. I mean,
The big one though.
Good answer.
What did you say? What did you say?
Is that another game?
it's a big game, but I mean, they breathe the same, they shoot the same. I mean, at the end of the day, it's basketball. You can't look into the bigger picture and get starstruck by those guys. They're coming to us, so it's going to be a crazy atmosphere, and I think we can definitely shock some people.
How cool was it when you heard that they're coming back? You know, for Grant Nelson, obviously, to get close to home, but like to play in your gym.
I mean, Amar said it's another game, but when I got the news, I was in Mulhall, North Dakota, where my mom grew up, doing a camp. My aunt stopped me mid-camp, came in the gym. Oh, you're playing Bama this year? I heard rumors about it. I didn't think anything of it. She's like, when I get tickets, I was like, I gotta work these kids out for a second. I was like, I'll get back to you. But my whole family thought it was a big deal. And knowing that they got a North Dakota kid too, I mean, that's just really cool for them to come back, and such a good team. A lot of returners. I remember I was with Larry Suggs in Florida. I was at his house watching the UNC game when Grant was doing great. And I remember he texted me after they found out Bama, and he was like, go kill kid. And I was just laughing. I was like, hey, I'm just going to try to do the best I can, help my team the best way I can. So, yeah.
Is that a little extra motivation that there's a North Dakota kid on that roster?
I mean, he's done a lot of work, and I congratulate him for that. But, I mean, no.
He's still going to bust his ass.
I don't know about that, but I'll try to do my hardest.
I mean, that's the cool part is everybody be watching, whether it's obviously in the state or nationally. Again, because you don't see teams like that going to mid-major.
It's really cool to see. Yeah,
they don't do it. They don't do it. So you got to give them a lot of credit. And again, I'm sure you guys will be chomping at the bit to get them. What's the biggest difference we're going to see out of each of you from last season to this season? What have you added to your game?
I want to hear Trayson talk about Amar, and Amar, you talk about Trayson. What have you seen the growth in each other's games?
So, I'm gonna add myself to this conversation with Amar. They put me in a lot more ball screens, like coming off, and I think every time that me and Amar come off a ball screen, Amar scores or does something where he gets an assist or scores, and he's really he's like slowed himself down. So like if it's an open shot, he's gonna be able to shoot it and like not like worry about someone's hand. He's not gonna second guess himself. He's been a more confident player. And coming from the JUCO level to that 1 year where he became a starter, one of our best players, it's like now he has that, like I'm the guy. So so now he's ready to go kill. If I give him the ball, I'm not worried about if it's gonna be a turnover or none. It's either gonna go in, miss shot, like everyone misses shots, or he's gonna make a play. And that's something I'm really happy to see. Have that 2-man game.
I have that hair, I'd have swag. That's all.
It's more that you
it's the stash. It's the stash. That's what they were saying.
The mustache, the hair. Listen, I'd have a whole
break down Trayson's game.
I mean, he just keeps on improving. I mean, I'm proud of what he's been doing. Not only like game wise, but being a better leader. I think he's been trying to grow that, trying to keep the young guys in check. And I see him all the time, clapping, giving high fives, talking. This is the most I've ever seen Trayson talk to other guys in a while on the court. I love to see it. He's a great shooter. This is his team, and I'm going to help him achieve his goals. Me and him, I think we can do great things. And,
Do you have this up on the bulletin board yet? Have you seen this?
Talk to Mar about that one.
Well, my take is, okay, 2 first-team All-League guys preseason, and you're picked 6th.
Me personally,
Yeah.
like I'm the type of guy like that doesn't feel me. Like I don't care. Like people can talk. You just got to stay down and do your own thing. But like certain people, like Amar gets him field, and like when you get Amar field and get him mad, like then it's like a different story.
Really?
So like I'm happy for
Fiery.
him. Yeah. It's
Oh,
like
so that was on purpose, huh? That was just like,
Piss
yeah,
him
we gotta
off?
get Amar mad.
Really?
Yeah, good luck anyone
It
else
doesn't
trying to get a
add up.
rebound.
I mean, it really doesn't add up. You think about it. I mean, how many teams have two preseason first team all league guys and are picked the bottom half of the league?
I mean, I never got an award in the summer league so far, and I've had 2 pretty good years, and I still don't think about. I don't care about it that much. You just live and life goes on. Yeah. With people like him, when it feels him, like that's something that you can't just fake that. You know what I'm saying? Yep. That really helps him out.
Yeah. Well, listen, guys, we appreciate the time. Best of luck this season. All
Yeah,
right.
thank you.
Make sure oil change every like 5,000 miles on that car. All right.
Thank you.
Amar, good meeting you, man.
Keep doing it, man. That's fun to hear about.
Yep.
You too.
We have Omaha coming up next. I believe Chris Crutchfield's on his way over here.
Well, he's on his way, but not quickly.
Yeah.
Have you seen him?
Oh, he's on the scooter.
He's on
How's
the
he going to get
scooter.
up the stairs?
Huh?
How's he going to get up the stairs? What are we going to do?
I don't know. He's going to have to limp up, maybe. I don't know. Crutch is pretty tough. I think he'll figure it out.
Here's what I want to know.
He may need your help.
Here's what I want to know. No, I'll save it. I'll ask him when he gets up
Yeah,
here.
I mean,
Chris
I wanna know, too.
Crutchfield on the way over.
Look at Crutch.
Yeah, we are
Crutch is-
live.
Crutch
Do you
could have
need
been on
help getting up
crutches.
here? Do you need help?
I told you.
Yeah.
Don't help Crutch. He's fine.
We're
He's fine.
live. We're live. Mics are hot.
Okay, sounds
And
good. I
Coach,
like
you got a boot on your left foot. What's going on,
I
man?
do
What
have
happened?
a boot, and I really want to tell you this. I was trying to make sure our guys knew who Tim Hardaway was, and I was working on that killer crossover.
Yeah, I'm sure you were.
And I lost the battle, as you can see. No, just joking. I had some toe surgery done here about almost 2 weeks. Tomorrow will be 2 weeks, so just something I need to get fixed. Wear and tear over the years, and I'm fine.
Your nickname, everyone calls you Crutch.
Oh my
And
goodness!
You're over here on a scooter.
I
You
had
can't even get your
crutches. I elevated to the scooter, so I'm still no weight bearing for a while.
Oh, you could. It's
been good. It's been fun. It's been fun. It's just awkward sometimes, certain places, but it ain't bad. You ever use one? Oh,
Never. You have before. It sounds like you
no, this is my first one. First one, but you get around fast. You get around.
My wife broke her ankle about 4 years ago. And the only experience I have on the scooter is that I used to ride that thing around the house because it's fun.
Yeah, it's
man.
very fun.
Yeah,
you
can
get
take
on a
corners
flat
that
surface
thing.
now. You're on a flat
you
surface.
can get going. How you doing, man? How's the
Good.
how's your team looking? How you feeling about it?
You know what? I really like this group just because we're older. Man, we got some experience. We got four seniors and 5 juniors on our roster. We never had that before. And as you know, in this league, if you're older and experienced, that kind of wins out sometimes. So hopefully we have a chance to compete in the top half of the league. So that's where we're at. But I like some of the pieces that we added. I really do. I think we gotten bigger and stronger, got some girth, upgraded at our guard spot. So and we're moving in the right direction. Going into year 3, I'm excited just because of the experience more so than anything. It's been easier because when you implement things, the guys pick it up faster. I mean, you can move along faster. No doubt about it. No doubt about it.
You know, life without Frankie.
Yeah.
Different. Will be different.
No doubt.
I mean, he was a hell of a
Yep.
player. You know that. I mean, he
Mhm.
wouldn't be at Michigan State if he wasn't
No
a hell of a
doubt.
player, right?
Yeah.
What have you changed in maybe adapting to your personnel?
Really happy for Frankie. I mean, great opportunity for him to go play for somebody like Tom Izzo. Unbelievable job. And he wanted to that experience. He wanted to know what that was like. And we had a lot of conversations about it. So we still talk. He loved where he's at.
When he first came in and he was like, hey, coach, I'm going to put my name in the portal here. And we didn't know at that point, we didn't know what the money was, Crutch. When
No
he
doubt.
put his name in the portal,
No doubt.
the money wasn't a year ago what it was this past offseason.
No, I put on my recruiting hat. Of course, I tried to talk him out of it, and we tried to come up with some resources for him. We couldn't match what that was, but I thought if he had came back, he would probably have been preseason player of the year. We would be probably be picked higher in the league, no doubt about it, because he's an impact type of guy. But I told him, I said, I've been at that level, and it's fun, and it's a great experience for you. So if you have a chance to go, have fun, do it, and we're happy for him. But we've been able to fill those spots that he left, man. We picked up a kid by the name of Cam Thomas, who's a junior college All-American who can really score, and we've been happy with him in our fall camp. Lance Waddles, who transferred from North Dakota State, Like he's been a unbelievable surprise, man. A guy that played a role, with the Bison. Now he's going to be able to have a bigger role with us, and he's older, more experienced, and no doubt about it. And we picked up some bigs, and that we're really, really excited about. So we need to improve that area. Yeah.
When you lose a guy like Frankie, I'm always curious how you kind of view, because part of why you get into coaching, and I think everybody is like this, is you want to put these kids, especially at the college level, these kids at the best opportunity to succeed in life, and help them get to reach their dreams and reach those opportunities. Ideally, that would be like Frankie going to the NBA after winning a league championship at Omaha, right? But with the way that it's set up, that might also be the most money he ever makes at Michigan State this year as a player. So, I know he's going to a different level and he's leaving the program. But I guess my question is, how conflicted are you when it comes to a situation like that? Or
Not at all.
Not at all.
Not at all. Not at all. Because we're happy for the kids in our program. We're player first program, so we're happy for Frankie. I mean, our whole staff was elated. And it got down to a couple other schools, and we was like, "Hey, man, this is great. This is a great problem to have." But he was really nervous, had a lot of anxiety, and we talked every single day. This is the guy who put his name in the portal. 2 weeks go by, he's floating around with all these schools, but he's in our gym every day, in our office every day.
So he didn't want to leave, but it's like that opportunity.
Didn't leave. He didn't leave. Yeah. And finally, we're like, Frankie, we can't work you out anymore, man. But he was fun.
Go to East Lansing, Frank.
And he goes to East Lansing. He come home for a break. Guess where he comes? He comes to the gym. Comes to hang out with his old teammates and the coaching staff,
listen, life's changed. We know that.
Yeah.
The whole world's changed since you got into it, since I got into it. But
nope.
Again, it's one of those things where if you put yourself in that kid's shoes, probably make the same decision. Probably.
No doubt. If I had a son, I would have told him to do the same thing.
Exactly.
Go get that experience out the way.
Yep.
So.
And you're playing for a pretty good coach.
Hall of Famer.
Right. Exactly. The good thing is you bring back 3 guys that played key roles last year. So it's not you're bringing in a bunch of new dudes,
right?
But I've said this: like as long as you bring back 3 or 4 guys of your top 8, I think you feel pretty good about where you're at these days. Not back in 2005 or even 2015, but in 2024.
Yep.
You bring back 3 or 4 guys, you feel pretty good.
I do. Like Markel Sutton, Tony Osborne, who you guys will talk to probably later. Then we got J.J. White, who played a lot of games for us over the last 2 years. Those guys were all in the first recruiting class when I got the job. So they've been with me. They know me. Then we added some older veteran guys to that bunch. We got 7 new guys, 7 new ones, but they all have experience. And so that's what I'm really excited about. And those guys have been great.
How many freshmen are on this team?
2. One is a walk-on and one's not. Yeah.
Isn't it crazy? I mean, think about that.
Yep.
You have 1 scholarship
freshman, no doubt.
If I had told you that when you got the job, you would have said I was crazy a couple of years ago.
I probably would have because I hadn't digested the transfer portal yet. Coming from Oregon where we lived in the transfer portal. And I got here, I didn't want to do it because I want to try to establish a program. I didn't think you could do it with 1-year guys. So we took junior college guys with 3 years. We took high school kids. And now I find myself moving in the other direction, which is really, really satisfying because, the transition with those older kids is unbelievable. Our practices have moved so much faster. We've been able to put so much more stuff in this time of the year.
Is that also because you think part of it is that you have less time also as a head coach these days that, people, you got to win now. You got to win now. So it's almost like you might want to still stay with that freshman model, but you feel like there's pressure on you. And I'm not saying just you, but coaches in general now that you better win right away.
I think so. The leash is shorter just because it is just not in sports. It's all across the board. In corporations, people want things to happen faster. That's just where we are in this microwave society that we're in. And I'm lucky because I got a great AD. I have a great chancellor who really, really gets it and understands our basketball program could be the front porch to that university, and they're supporting me 100%. And but I think for me, as I get older, I think moving towards having an older team makes me feel better. I sleep better at night knowing that I don't have to worry about so many other things, and we don't have to repeat so many different drills like I did in year one compared to where I'm at now in year 3.
Yeah, we were talking about that. I don't think fans realize that if you have a team with like 6 or 7 guys coming back, right, and you're going to go in there and you're going to try to install your offense, your players can go out there. You put that first 5 out, those returners, they go run it, and the other guys figure it out.
They can do it.
They're probably running it in the offseason in captain's practices,
No doubt.
right?
No doubt.
And when you got a whole bunch of new guys, like you got to explain it to them. It's
Over.
Like, no, you're supposed to go here. No, you messed that up. No, you got to study your playbook. No, you got to go sit the bench. I know we brought you in to start at the point, but if you can't figure out our offense, it's hard.
Very frustrating time when you got a young team. And I was talking to Hindu the other day. He has a young team, and his first time in a while since he's had a really young team. So he said, "Oh, Crutch, he don't have any hair right now, but I'm losing it as I go."
All right, so talk to me about these 2 guys that we got coming up. We got Tony and we got Markel. We're going to hear from them in about 5 minutes. Where have you seen them grown and kind of, I guess, especially with Markel, like what is your expectation on him? He's the guy, I think he's a preseason, is he first or second team? Second team.
Mm-hmm.
He's going to be the first name on that scout report.
Right.
Like where do you expect him to grow and how is he going to handle that?
The biggest part for him is being able to play with confidence. And my job is to instill that in him where he keeps it. Bad game, good game, average game, your confidence don't sway at all. That's been a problem with him in the past. Now we worked with him all fall camp and expanding his shooting range to 3. And he's been unbelievable doing that. And he's gotten bigger and stronger. Again, you look at his body, he's bigger, he's stronger. He's always been a good athlete. Now we want him to kind of turn into a big guard, so to speak, because as a 4, you have to be able to space the floor and shoot the basketball, right? Just not enough space out there because with the bigs that we do have, we need them to be able to take up that paint. So he's been working on shooting the ball, working on his ball handling. It's funny because he spent all summer in a sleeve, in a sling, because he has surgery on his elbow. So he gets back in the fall camp, then he rolls his ankle. So he's been out for a little bit. He's just been back for a week, but he's been out. But he's worked his butt off in improving his jump shot. And with Tony just being more consistent, being able to put the ball on the floor, being able to play off a shot fake because he's such a really, really good shooter. And we talked to him about being able to just be a little bit more dynamic in the way you manipulate defenders and how you get open, how you create space to get shots.
So you talked about Josh earlier being one of those big. You loaded up with bigs.
Yes.
Loaded up with them. How do you see that? How you're going to play with those guys? Is it 2-3 guys fighting for one spot? Because you brought in a few other guys as well.
Well, Josh Gray came from North Dakota State. Then we picked up Isaac Okonde from Lindenwood, who's 6'9", 275, and he's a load. The freshman Pablo Samare is 6'8", 275, 265. And they're big, wide-body guys, and we plan on playing all 3 of them. And because I think
where your team stand?
No doubt about it. We're going to try to be physical and try to keep people out of our paint. We're going to post up. We're going to throw the ball inside a little bit more. I think you win that way. I think you win that way.
The only problem I have with that is that the big guy on their staff is Cayenne Brown.
They're going to beat him up. They're going to beat him up.
Yeah, I don't know.
It's going to work.
Well, it's just you figure if you want a big guy out there, you want to coach it like it was actually a good big guy, right?
You say that. I just remember years ago watching Steve Wojciechowski coaching the bigs at Duke.
Right.
Like, what? How does this work? Right? Sometimes you don't have to be Danny Manning to coach the bigs.
Well, good. They don't have Danny Manning. They have Cayenne Brown.
Hey, Cayenne, I hope you're watching this because he just hated on you now. You got to get that pad out. Get that pad out and get ready.
Hey, stick to the Traeger, all right? Keep out of the paint. No, I love KB.
Yeah.
What's the I won't end with this because, okay, you guys are ready. What is the one thing that's got to happen for you guys this year for us to look up in February and Omaha is right there, first place, second place, competing for the Summit League regular season
I think
title?
consistent three-point shooting, and I think being able to keep people out of our paint defensively.
You should be able to do that.
No doubt.
Out of the paint.
No doubt.
I think
It's hard to do.
I think you've addressed that.
Yes,
right?
we have.
He just texted me.
Good.
When are you done with the scooter?
I'm still weight bearing. I go to the doctor on Thursday, and it's been 2 weeks. Tomorrow will be 2 weeks. So Thursday, doctor appointment. Hopefully, I get some good news and I can start walking. Oh my goodness, that's a good one. Rob, you lit him up now. He's gonna go get in the gym right now.
Yeah, there he is. All right, listen.
Thanks, guys.
Appreciate you being here, man.
Get
Be
better.
safe getting down those stairs.
I will.
You know,
I appreciate you guys being here.
and
This is
be
big for our
careful
league.
Be careful on that scooter. I know you're gonna have some fun trying to fly around here. with it.
I'm gonna go really slow.
Yeah, there you go.
Thanks, guys. Thanks for being here. Appreciate it.
That's what you say when you're behind the wheel too. I'm gonna go really slow. I won't get any speeding tickets.
Yeah, no,
we'll talk about that later.
No more of those.
Crutch, appreciate you, man. We have Tony Osborne, we have Markel Sutton, we have the stars of the Omaha program coming up here next, and we'll be joined by them. Then we have South Dakota State coming up to close it out, and we will be joined by, let me make sure I got that right, Eric Henderson, Oscar Clough, and Kaylin Gary.
How are you? Good.
Tony, how you doing? We are live. Those mics are hot.
Can't say anything crazy.
Well, you can
Too
just
crazy.
know
Okay.
what's going on. We just spent the last 2 minutes making fun of Cayenne Brown on here. So
Oh, that's my guy. I'm sure he's watching, so I might have to take a couple jabs at him too.
yeah, he did. Yeah, I got the triple birds, the triple bird emojis.
That sounds a little bit like him.
Yeah. All right, Tony, talk to me about just a little bit about how you're kind of adjusted as a team when you lose a player as good as Frankie. Other guys are going to have to step up bigger roles. There's more shots available. There's more possessions available offensively. Yeah, he's like, yeah, I'm going to get these shots off.
Yeah, you don't replace a guy like that with one guy, and that's just the reality of it. You got to replace him with the group, and this is kind of what college basketball used to be. Guys kind of wait around for a bigger role, and some guys move up, and that's kind of what we hope to do. And I think the biggest thing is we want to win. We're older, we're mature, and we realize the winning is the main goal. So I think that's the biggest thing, and just really all being focused on that main goal instead of worrying about the uncertainties of scoring and who's going to be the biggest role on the team. So
is it crazy, Markel, coming up here after something else over there? Is it crazy the turnover? I mean, again, you guys had like 3 guys back and then a bunch of new faces, but you probably didn't know any of them.
Yeah. We lost a few pieces. Frankie's a big piece. I think we kind of filled that void, adding new offensive pieces. We bringing back experience, 3 starters, me, Tony, JJ. So we're an older team, so I feel like that's going to help.
Are you healthy? You had that elbow thing.
I'm
you rolled an
healthy.
ankle.
Yeah, we heard. It's been a rough off season.
Yeah,
right?
it was. Yeah,
How long were you out for?
The elbow, like 2 months. My ankle, like 17 days. I just got back like last week.
Yeah.
Did you have one of those cool scooters like your coach does?
No, I just had a boot.
Yeah, you're not
He's
fancy
smart.
enough.
He's a senior. He didn't want to go through all the offseason
Yeah.
stuff. So, right?
that's the vet moves right there.
Total vet move.
Who's kind of impressed you in terms of the newcomers? Who's come in and been like, oh, he's going to give us some minutes?
Yeah, Lance Waddles from North Dakota State. He's one of our transfers, and we would watch him on the scout, and you'd be impressed by him. But he had hit a limited role, and they had great guards at North Dakota State, so that's a tough spot. But he came in and he fills it up. He can shoot, he can dribble, he can make plays for other people. He's smart, he's old, he's been a part of it. So him, and then Cam Thomas, he comes to Hutch. He was All-American there. And, he's kind of a quiet kid, and sometimes you might judge that those dudes might not care as much. And then we step on the floor and the switch flips, and, he's all about winning, and, he gets it too. So I think those are my 2 that are really I've been impressed by so far.
Markel, Coach talked about it a little bit, about expanding your role a little bit, being able to step out, do a little bit more away from the basket this year than even you've been able to do so far. How have you been able to do that when you've been out as long as you have over the offseason?
Well, before I got the surgery, I was doing the most I can with my elbow. I really couldn't shoot because my elbow was messed up. Yeah. So I was still shooting like on the boot, nothing crazy. Yeah. I was still in the gym, working on my shot, watching film with coaches.
More spacing for the team. I mean, it sounds like he brought in some enforcers, some 5 men who can really protect the rim, who will rebound. A lot of guys talk about, and Crutch is a little bit old school, certainly, they get these 5 men that are more pick and pop 5s. And he almost sounded like, hey, I'm going to go old school with my 5 men. They're going to be tough. They're going to protect the rim. They're going to rebound. They're going to finish.
Oh, yeah, they beefed up for sure down there. Yeah, we got some insides. They're going to help us defend the paint. They're really good. I like Josh's game. He's a smart player. He can pass the ball. Pablo's really good at blocking shots. Isaac's good at scoring. So, yeah.
in Markel's head, what he's saying is that's because I'm a 3.
That's right.
When Markel, when this offseason kind of came around, like we saw the recruitment that Frankie got, and I'm sure there were people that reached out to you at some point, either directly to you or to coaches or family members or however all that stuff works. And you decided to come back to Omaha. What is it about this program, maybe the staff, maybe Cayenne Brown's ability to get on that Traeger and smoke up some ribs, whatever it is? Like how have you been able to why are you back, I guess?
It's the staff. I love them, man. I've been here for 3 years with them. They was the first school that really wanted me. They made me feel like I was at home. They got ties with Tulsa. He was at ORU, Crutchfield at OU. So was Coach Brown and Coach Niles. So I feel like just the coaches, for real.
Tony, I'm a city guy.
Okay.
All right, I'm a city guy. We went to Kansas State last week, and we went to a cattle auction.
Yep.
All right. You lived, right? You grew up on a farm.
Yep.
All right. Take me through this a little bit. Take me through life living on a farm.
Yeah. So, I mean, growing up on a farm, that's kind of all you know. And, a lot of those kids I grew up with don't know anything else. My parents did a great job of, getting me to play basketball in St. Joe. And, that at the time, that's a big city to me. And that's a lot of my best friends are from St. Joe and Kansas City because of playing basketball. And, my friends kind of I loved playing high school basketball with those guys. And I mean, it was a blast. And, they're all of them going farm or one of them trucks, 40 hours just in 2 days. That's all he'll do is work. And, my dad told me, the farm is always going to be here for you. If that's what you want to do, go play basketball. So, I'm glad I had that opportunity. And, one day my plan is to go take over the farm and do that. So that I'm living this dream as long as I can.
You miss it?
Yeah, no, I miss it. It's only about an hour and a half from Omaha. So I go home every once in a while, but I love being able to sleep in on Sundays instead of having to wake up and help a little bit.
What was the normal Sunday when you were home?
It just depended kind of what it was. There's definitely times where I was cleaning the trailer out and it's all cow poop and it's awful. I'd rather just go and watch NFL all day, but sometimes I had to do stuff like that. But in Omaha, it's kind of up to me, so that's a good thing.
Cool. What was the what were you guys growing? What was the crop?
We corn and soybeans, and my dad, he coached me in high school basketball. It's typical small town. Thanks. And he would have about 100 cows, and then we'd start basketball. And he'd sell some of them and get down to it. So those are the 3 things we have. So
yeah, the money was at that cattle auction that we were at. They were selling some of those cows for like $90,000.
Yeah, that might be a little nicer than what he's doing, but every once in a while he'll make some questionable decisions and sell them too late.
I thought about buying one.
Yeah. $5,000. There was one for $5,000. I was like, I don't know what I'll do with it. Where am I going to put it?
Markel, it was crazy, man. Like how if you look at like a scouting report for a player to say like they can shoot. They can do this, versatile, do this. It was like they had the scouting reports for the cows. Mm-hmm. It was like top 9% for milk production, has had 2 calves, could do this. Is like the height, the weight, the fat. Like I was like, what is this?
Well, we wanted to I felt
it's like the rivals page for cows. What they had.
People are bidding and whatever, but I wanted to ask him like, what does all this mean? How are you differentiating?
Yeah.
I'm going to do it again.
Were you ready to come on here and talk about catalog?
I figured there'd be a couple farm questions, so I was prepared a little bit.
Think, to me, it's so cool. It's so cool. And again, it's part of the thing. Growing up in Boston, you come out, you come out to a different part of the country, and for me, that's one of the things you want to learn. You want to, different types of how you grew up differently.
Right. I got one more question for each of you. I want you to give your scouting report on Markel and what the next step for him is and where you want to see him get better. And Markel, I want you to do the same thing for Tony.
Yep. I think Markel has taken a big step in leadership, especially this summer, not being able to do stuff. I think it is big for him to kind of take that step to the side and just see things. And I think he sees that where we need him at when we were playing without him. And, the things he can do is he's an incredible one dribble mid-range shooter, and nobody can contest it because he's, 6'9", he's got long arms, stuff like that, and his 3-point jumper, it looks really good. And, I think he uses as he's getting a little older, he's becoming a little veteran, but he can still jump out of the gym. It's just, there's times he turns it on. Yeah, I mean, he can do anything, and those first 2 years he had to play the 5 a little bit. We had problems with that, so I think that maybe even helped him just become more physical. So, he's a killer. I think, I imagine he's going to be on the first team all conference list. I'm going to toot his own horn. They're all great players on there, but I think that's something he can absolutely do.
I would say his maturity. He grew from last year. I know when I was out this summer, he was with the team on the court. He talking. I hear him the most. He's leading out there. He's a great shooter. He works at it like every single day. I see him in there all the time. The grind just doesn't stop with him. He's a great person, and yeah.
All right, well, guys, we appreciate you being here. Best of luck this season, all right?
Thank you very much.
Advice, anything?
Yeah,
Okay.
breakdown, Kyle scouting reports.
Absolutely, I'll be ready.
Appreciate you, man. Best of luck this season.
Great meeting you, man.
We have one program left.
We do.
One program left. Hendo, South Dakota State, and the main attraction, for the.
Yeah, look at him. He's ready.
For the
He's
Field of
ready.
60 opening.
I
He's
feel
trying
like-
to duck us.
Well, he's
trying to
drinking
duck us.
water,
He's late.
but I feel like with his personality, he's already had like
It
four
says
iced coffees.
it says 12:40 p.m. here on this
You're late.
schedule.
You're late. We've been waiting.
It's 12:41.
Come all the way
Yeah,
over.
right over here. Come on.
I know Dauster smells, but
Took a shower. this
That
morning.
late flight, no showers. That's tough. Tough deal, boys.
What's up?
How are you doing, fellas?
Good, man.
Good to see you, dudes.
Yeah, life's
So
good.
We got 1 month. We're going to be back out here in less than a month. Are you ready with your young team? I don't even know if you know the names of all your dudes. Yeah, but like,
If you don't, please don't admit it.
yeah, you got a team. You redshirted some guys. You brought in some. Like, this isn't your typical team since you've been here.
Yeah, it's been a little different, but I'm stoked, fellas. I'm stoked. I mean, we're the competitive spirit in practice has been beautiful. I'm not saying we're going to be a finished product when you're here in a month, boys. I'm not saying that, but we'll be ready to battle and we'll fight.
Yeah, you just got to beat Will Wade.
Oh, that seems easy, right? Yeah, right. They're stacked. I mean, obviously, going to be a possibly top 25 team, and I just think it's great what you guys did. Put that field together with some, holy cow, the field that you guys were able to put together, and to be able to do it here in Sioux Falls. I kind of like it, fellas.
That's part of that. Well, that's part of why we wanted to pick the Pentagon to play it in, and 2, why we wanted you guys there is because of the pedigree of the program, the fan base that you guys have, and the following that you guys have, and the fact that we know we're going to walk in and 1, see good basketball, and 2, have a place where you got a bunch of crazy people wearing blue and yellow in the crowd. So
blue and yellow, brother.
I'm fired up for it, man. I really do appreciate you buying into the vision that we had for this, because I don't think we could pull it off the way we want to pull it off without you.
Both of you.
Actually, you know what? You might have been the easiest sell out of all of them. They're like, hey, Hendo, we're coming up to South Dakota. Yeah, I'm playing. I'll be there.
I'm in.
Just let me know when.
I said to him, hey, are you in? Do you care who you play? And most schools, I asked, and they're like, we're not playing South Dakota State.
in South Dakota, right? Yeah.
And he did not care at all, and you didn't care. There was the easiest game I've ever had to put together, ever. So
I can't tell you like I was super excited when I saw the lineups, but hey, for us to be able to play possibly a top 25 team, quad 1, chance to get a win in South Dakota, like come on now, we got to take advantage. We got to take advantage of those opportunities, man.
You probably wish you would have that opportunity in February.
That's
right?
Yeah.
With this team.
Yeah, with this team
Last
for
year's
sure.
Team you would have taken November 4th.
Absolutely.
This year, so talk to us a little bit about this young team and unproven guys and who stood out so far. Give us a little bit of insight, because we're going to need it.
Yeah. It's a beautiful thing to have new guys come into your program too. I'll be honest with you, fellas. I mean, the big guy that we got out of Washington State, Oscar Clough, when we lost Will to UCLA, I knew we would have a chance to be good this year, but when we lost Will, it felt like we needed to not replace, but at least somebody like him. And Oscar has been a beast.
I mean, he's super physical. He's huge, but he's way more skilled than you guys think. Like we play through the post more than probably most teams in the country, and so I think that's what intrigued him to come to our place. We could play through him. He's a better passer than people think. He's a guy that's going to have to be huge for us. And then Kalen Gary was a beast for us last year. Played great at the end of the year. Had a huge Summit League tournament. Played well against Iowa State in the tournament. So just that competitive spirit, and he's 45 minutes down the road. So like that jackrabbit pride, like it's something inside of him. So, and then, we'll play 2 or 3 freshmen that are battling. And I can tell you this, like we'll be competitive. That doesn't mean we're going to win every game that we play. I'm not saying that at all, but we'll fight like hell.
You got a couple redshirt freshmen too. How have they looked, and what is the value, especially in an era where you may get 2 seasons of actual playing from some of these guys that you're able to develop? What is the value of having someone a year in the system, playing, working out, learning?
I mean, it's a unique deal that we've been able to continue to do at South Dakota State. To be honest, I think 8 of our guys have redshirted. It's crazy. But it goes back to Mike Dom. Mike Dom, okay, top 10 all-time leading scorer in the history of college basketball. He redshirted at South Dakota State, and our guys buy into it. But to be able to have that year of development and to be able to get stronger before they have to go compete against other teams is a huge deal. And so, yeah, we're going to play some freshmen and some sophomores, but a lot of times they're their second and third year in our program.
Yeah, the other part of it too is I do think that people can look at South Dakota State and say, this is a place where I can go and work for 2 or 3 years and then get to a Kansas or get to a UCLA or get to a Creighton and go be a first round pick, right? Like, I know you would like to have all of those guys stay for 5 years with you, but I do think that there is an element of we can be the place that for 3 years, if you give us 3 years, redshirt and come play 2, and we'll get you to that place where you can make that next step. And I do see some parallels to what a Kansas does when they're recruiting like a top 25 kid. Say, come here, give us 2 years, and we'll get you to the league. Like, do you lean into that at all?
I don't know if I necessarily lean into it, but there is a little bit of sense of pride, in development and basically, what do you get into this profession for? For me, I mean, I've taught second grade, boys. Like I'm a teacher at heart. And so you want to watch these dudes fulfill their goals and dreams, right? And if they believe, going to Kansas, I mean, come on, that's Zeke's hometown. That's pretty cool.
How do you tell them not to do that?
That's like pretty cool. And for us to be able to help make that happen, that's pretty cool. And so there is a little bit of sense of pride in that. And what Baylor did, Baylor had no other scholarship offers. And for him to, came off the bench his first year at our place and then just had a, terrific career here. And obviously what he did at Creighton, and now he's in the NBA. Mm-hmm. I mean, come on. I mean, I'm pretty proud of that.
Yeah. And there's also, there's also an element of when all of that happens, the best way to get like the publicity and the promotion for South Dakota State is for you to say like, hey, look, Baylor Shireman, because he still cares about you guys. Like he still reps you guys, right?
Oh, he's a great dude, and talk to Baylor and he's all of those guys. It's not that Baylor didn't love his experiences at Creighton, and I know Zeke and Will do great, at Kansas and UCLA, but they have a lot of pride in South Dakota State and what we accomplished here too.
What type of access are we getting on November 4th? Will Wade already told me he's going to eat Chislik in a timeout. I'm going to bring him a platter, and he's going to start just.
What you need to do is you need to come out a day early. We'll take you pheasant hunting. The fishing's over by that time, boys. You might need a parka at that time, but you can do pheasant hunting, and there's some good old South Dakota stuff there. A lot of walleye fishing. Yeah,
never been walleye fishing.
Come in the summer.
I trout fishing, bass fishing. We went deep sea fishing. We went fishing down in Tampa Bay over the summer. My son caught some sea trout. We caught it. We filleted it. We cooked it that night. I'm a big fisherman now.
Oh, I'm not telling you I'm a big fisherman, but that's what a lot of South Dakotans do.
Yeah. No, so you know the guys who I can call.
Oh, we know the right people.
There you
We
go.
can get you
Yeah,
access.
there
I
you
can
go.
promise you that.
All right, so you've skirted the freshman question a little bit. You said two guys are going to play a lot. Who? And I know there's a bunch of freshmen in your roster here, redshirt freshmen,
Yeah.
or true freshmen. Give me a couple that really are going to, because they're going to have to impact. I mean, I'm looking down the roster. There's going to have to be a few that impact.
Yeah, for sure. And that's pretty hard to do right now. But just a couple guys who've really, Joe Seiler, who's a redshirt freshman from White River, South Dakota. He's one of the state's all-time leading scorers. He's a really dynamic scorer. But to have that redshirt year and experience in our program, he understands what we're trying to get accomplished. So he's probably a little bit, got that step ahead deal. And then, we have there's a lot of them, but Owen Larson was a guard from Esterville, Iowa, whose dad actually coached at South Dakota State. He was born in Brookings, South Dakota. He's been terrific in practice and all summer long. Jaden Jackson, Andrell, Stoney, all those guys have had moments. And the nice thing is I don't think they have to do too much. They just have to be a part of it, and they just have to be themselves.
What's the crowd going to be like?
Oh, it's gonna be better than you think, fellas. I'll tell you that much.
My expectations are through the roof already, because the Pentagon's what,
3,500
seats, and I fully expect there to be like 5 times that many people that actually want to go to the game, right? So it better be loud, it better be crazy in there.
Oh, it'll be nuts in there.
That's my challenge to you.
They're coming. They're coming. I can promise you that.
Excited for this, honestly. And again, we're really fortunate that you guys and you bought in right when we talked to you about it.
And look, we have 3 games that day, right? And I think all 3 are going to be really, really high level basketball games. Great storylines. Scott Nagy's coming back to South Dakota.
Great storylines, fellas. That's really cool.
Chris Mack's back in the coaching ranks.
Yeah.
We got Robbie Avila and Josh Schertz. Santa Clara is going to be really good. They keep sending guys to the NBA. But it's the nightcap. It is a potential top 25 team. It is playing on the road. It is that environment that we're going to be in. Like, that's, to me, the thing about college basketball. If you're going somewhere to watch the best product of the sport that you can get, you're watching the NBA. You're watching LeBron. You're watching KD. You're watching Steph.
Skill and talent. I mean, absolutely.
That's what you're watching. What makes college basketball so special are the environments and the crowds and the fact that every single person in that stand is going to have a sense of pride about the fact that they either went to South Dakota State or they grew up in Brookings, or that is what their family does, is they go to South Dakota State games. And it's like that for all these little pockets across the entire country. And it's that sense of pride that just, you don't get that anywhere else in American sports, anywhere else.
I mean, it's purity. It's like, okay, South Dakota State is not supposed to beat McNeese State. And then, it happens. I'm not saying it's going to happen. There's no predictions there. But that's the beauty of it, right? Mm-hmm. And I think when you get to that level at the NBA, I think the cream rises to the top. You have 7-game series. It's not a 1-game deal. And so I just think that purity, that pridefulness too, it all plays a part in that. Makes it the best game in the world, and college basketball is as good as it gets.
It's why we love this sport.
In South Dakota, to be honest, they love quality basketball,
and love it because again, there aren't pro.
It's nothing else like no other pro sports, and so it's pretty cool to see as much blue and yellow around our state as there is.
Well, we'll try to do some if we can.
You don't have any dirt for? You don't have any dirt on them? You got nothing? You got nothing
have
good?
A lot of dirt on them. I'm going to save some of it for November 4th.
Nothing can top. Nothing can top. I think that was probably the greatest moment that we've had in Field of 68 Media Day history.
Well, I'll just tell you this. I mean, they've talked about moving the meetings to Sunday and Monday, and I told them, fellas, I'm busy. See you, fellas.
Oh, man.
Great to see you, dude. Great seeing you, man. Always a pleasure. Yeah, send you guys over here.
Less than a month.
Yeah. Oscar and Kalen. Oscar Clough, 7-footer, preseason first. Was he first team? Second. He's in the second team. Got to get the list out here in front of me. And then Kalen Gary was also a preseason second team here. So a lot of the expectation, and they were predicted second, a lot of expectation being put here on South Dakota State because all they do is win in Brookings.
No matter what they have. coming back, no matter you know Hendu's going to get good players. He's
Come on,
going to
fellas.
recruit good players. He's going to develop them. That's kind of the beauty of this program.
Sit down. We are live.
There he
The
is,
mics
big
are
man.
hot.
Okay.
How you doing, Rob Dauster? Good to see you, man.
What's up, sir? How are
Good
you?
to see you, Rob
Goodman.
Dauster.
Good to see you, man.
Yep.
Jeff Goodman.
So if you have anything bad to say about your coach, don't. You can swear if you want. Hendo just came up here and
Listen,
swore.
you know
So
we're coming out November 4th. We're doing
Yeah.
your first game of the season. So any dirt that you have between now and then, you already have some. I know you're still trying to get some on Hendu. Save it, and then we'll get it from you like November 3rd. All right. So anything you got, anything good stuff that we can really rip on him for.
Okay.
We'll take it.
Yeah,
right.
we'll have some stuff.
Well, you're going from you're going from Kyle Smith to Eric. Very different.
Yeah, very different.
Very, very different personalities, right? And your road's been crazy, right? Australia to JUCO to, Division I last year, Washington State, and then coming here. What's the transition been like for you so far coming here?
Well, obviously it's very different. New experience, Midwest. So, but it's been great so far.
Yeah.
So we'll
A lot of
see.
small towns since you've come to the
Small
U.S.,
town.
right?
Mm-hmm.
Right? You got used to
Douglas
that.
to
Yes.
Pullman to Brookings. Yeah, right.
did you grow up in a small town in Australia?
Nah, nothing like these. These like Brookings is
tiny
probably,
compared to where you grew up.
Uh-huh.
Really?
Yeah.
How do you describe Brookings to people that haven't been there? Throw your mic a little closer.
How do I describe Brookings?
Yeah. How would you describe it?
I mean, it's cool. It's great. It's small. Everybody knows each other. It's kind of it. There's not a whole lot going on out there.
A lot of ball.
Yeah, a lot of basketball.
All right.
Kalen, with Zeke and William leaving the program, you're going to be kind of stepping into a bigger role this season. What have you spent the summer or the fall working on? How are you preparing yourself to be a leader and to be someone where, it's not just leadership within the locker room. You got to also get out there and produce.
Yeah, I mean, nothing's really changed, like, in basketball aspect. Just, like, just obviously trying to be a leader on and off the court, being more vocal to my teammates, and just anything they need. I want to always be there to help and just be the guy they can lean on and ask questions to, just with being more experienced guy on the team.
It's kind of a blueprint for this program to redshirt for a lot of guys, right? A lot of guys that are good enough, you come in, you redshirt, you wait your turn, you get better, you learn the system. You've had a few, you did it.
Yeah.
You've had a few this past year that did that, and hopefully will make an impact this season. How much did that help you sitting, watching, learning?
No, it's one of the greatest decisions I've made throughout my career. Just going against the first team in practice my first year, just my ball handling got so much better. Just understanding the game and watching from the sideline, just the littlest things during the game that can help you win. It was a great decision in my career, and I'm happy I did it.
Did you buy it like right away, or did you have to be convinced of it?
A little both. Yeah. Like Hendo kind of told me like I could get some minutes, but he's like, Mike Dom's the best person ever.
It's an easy sell, isn't it?
And I think he redshirted as well. So just a great decision that I made in my career, and I'm happy I did it.
Who's impressed you for some of these newcomers? And you can't just say Oscar. Like who's impressed you? Who has come in and you've said, they're going to have a chance to really impact our team?
I mean, all of our freshmen are capable of being good players at South Dakota State. I mean, two guards that stand out to me, Owen Larson and Jaden Jackson. They've been bringing it to practice every day. I mean, great approach, great mindset, and just willing to just get better every day. And they're great learners too. But yeah, they've impressed me and Oscar.
Yeah, Oscar. I'm going to read you a quote from Hendo. He said, He has terrific feel and is a terrific passer, and I think he'll be one of the best players in the Summit League this season. When you hear a guy say that about you when he's just kind of gotten you into the program, that's the kind of confidence you want your coach to have in you, right?
Mm-hmm. Obviously, yeah. Well, Hendo was one of my biggest influences to come to South Dakota State. You know, obviously, you guys have met him. He's like a terrific bloke, right? So
he's entertaining.
He's entertaining, right? Yeah. Like, obviously, a lot of head coaches aren't going to be like that, you know? Like you said, Kyle Smith wasn't like that.
A little more, how would you describe Kyle?
Business oriented.
Yeah, exactly. That's
yeah.
smart. No, you're right.
You're not wrong.
Kyle well. Like, Kyle's a great coach.
Yeah, great coach.
His personality is very different.
Yeah. So obviously with Hendo, that's one of the good things about him.
Take me through the recruiting visit that you had.
Man, what we do? Well, we tried coming into here, couldn't get in. There was a concert on, so we couldn't come in.
Really?
They didn't let us back here.
Who was playing? Who was the concert?
Country band. I couldn't tell you who they are. But
Oscar's not a country guy.
No.
I'm not either, Oscar.
No,
I was at my first country concert about 3 weeks ago. My wife took me to see who was it? Jelly Roll.
He saw Jelly Roll.
Yeah, right.
He was actually entertaining. Like,
Caitlin's like, oh man, you should have gotten me a ticket.
I liked it.
Not a Jelly Roll guy.
I mean, he's cool, but wouldn't be my first.
Jelly Roll.
I don't know hey, listen, when you get married, you'll know. You don't have a choice sometimes. You just go. You don't ask questions. You just go. Oscar, how much he said about your recruitment here? How much did it factor in that they play through their bigs?
That was a huge factor, obviously, as well. Obviously, I want to have a lot to prove this year. That's going to be a huge impact for me as well. Obviously, the amount they play through their bigs, you know. So,
all right, Kalen, give me the story of, I believe, when you went to elite camp, maybe, or camp at South Dakota State. And I believe it didn't work out well the first time.
No, coaches said I played bad at league camp, but no, it was, yeah.
Didn't they stop recruiting you for a minute?
Yeah, they did.
Weren't they basically like, hey, we don't think you're good enough?
Yeah. They stopped my going into my senior year summer. That I didn't hear from them my last AAU season at all, really. And then
what changed? Remember?
The game at
Pentagon.
Yeah, Pentagon against Dream City Christian.
So he's going to be ready for the Pentagon.
Yeah.
So wait, hold on. What, you say the game?
The game.
Just
the
game.
The game.
Yeah. Would you?
The game that changed my career very much.
It kind of did, right?
Yeah.
So you got to tell me the story. What happened?
I was just I was planning on going to I had a couple of Division II schools in mind, maybe an NAIA school, and then I had a game the night before 2 nights before Dream City Christian where I hit 2 threes in 8 seconds to win the game, and then I go to Dream City Christian game at the Pentagon, and I can't remember the stats, but I had a really good game, and then my phone was blowing up that night, next day, and I had my eye on one school. I already knew I wanted to go.
Did Hendo apologize for not sticking with you? No, none of that? Really. No apologies. he blamed it on you, didn't he? He blamed it on you. You should have played better.
You just said I earned it.
He forgot to save he didn't lock in your name on the phone number, so he was texting the wrong person. Is that what it was? No, we put a 9 in there instead of a 4. That's our bad. Sorry, man. It is what it is.
Have you seen him throw a football ever?
No, actually, no.
Right? Pretty good quarterback.
He is?
Yes?
Wide receiver.
Oh, I thought you were a quarterback. Wide receiber?
Yeah.
All right, maybe he can throw you the ball.
No, I cannot throw a football. Don't give me a football.
No, we don't want to see that.
Nah.
All right.
Owen Larson was the quarterback on it.
Who was?
Owen Larson.
Oh, yeah.
Was your quarterback in high school?
No, he was on the team.
Oh, gotcha. All right, so are you an Australian rules football fan?
I'm a rugby league fan.
Rugby league fan.
Yeah.
Can you explain to me the rules of rugby? I've tried watching it before. It makes no sense.
Isn't it just you kill everybody?
Yeah.
Are there rules?
It's kind of football with no pads, you know. You got to throw the ball backwards and try and score a try, right?
Did you play?
Yeah, back when I was way younger, but then I got too tall and everyone just wiped out my legs. And I was like, "All right, I'm
They
good."
just undercut you?
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah. So.
Too big a target.
Uh-huh.
Man. Well, you guys excited for November 4th? I mean, McNeese State, they're going to be like fringe top 25 national team. Like,
Do you guys know who you're playing on? Like, did you know that was a thing, or were we just kind of talking to you about the November 4th game? Are you fired up for it?
Oh yeah,
Yeah, right.
hell yeah. No, we
we
know.
can't wait. Like, we're so excited, put together this triple header at the Pentagon, and we started with you guys.
Mm-hmm.
That was basically the start. And
I'll tell you what I'm the most excited about. I don't want you guys to let me know. Well, probably Kalen, you let me know what we're in for. Pentagon is what, 3,500, 3,200, 3,500 seats, right?
Yeah.
It's going to be completely packed with blue and yellow. What's that a home game experience going to be like? I know it's not a home game, but what is a South Dakota State crowd experience going to be like for us?
Fans getting on their feet. I mean, we got the best. I think the best fans in the nation. Like, they're so supportive, and they're just the nicest people.
How loud is it going to be in there?
Pretty loud. Yeah, we're going to run.
Get going.
And it'll get going.
How far was your high school from Pentagon? How far are you? Where you
About
grew up?
hour 5, hour 10.
So you have a bunch of family there?
Yeah, they come to all my games.
Do they?
Yeah.
That's cool. That's cool.
Richie's only about 40 minutes from my hometown.
Will your family from Australia, did they get out last year at all? Will they come this year?
Yep. Both my parents are coming up. Dad's coming up in February for a month, and Mom's gonna come up for graduation. So.
Really?
Where in Australia were you from?
Sunshine Coast.
Okay. Are there direct flights from there to Pullman, Washington?
No chance. I'm
got to connect a few times.
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
It's a long trip.
How long
isn't
is
it?
that? How long does it take?
Total travel time's probably 26 hours.
My
maybe a
wife
little less.
and daughter, we lived in Boston, and they've been trying to convince me to go to Australia for years. They want to go, and I'm like, I can't do that flight.
Mhm.
Like, I just can't be in a like. I have a hard enough time. 6-hour flights now from like Boston, LA. I can't even think about that.
No, it's
Brutal, right?
17 hours on a plane. 14 hours on a plane.
Right. Awful.
Straight.
Awful.
Yeah, it's not great.
Where
but
you're 7 foot. But where are you sitting on
I got
that
the
plane?
exit row.
Yeah, you need
have
the
to get
exit
an exit
row.
row. Yeah.
If you don't, somebody should be giving up their seat.
Are you taking a pillow and just laying down and taking a nap in the aisle?
Sometimes, yeah. Gotta do what you gotta do, right?
All right, listen, guys.
Yeah, we can't wait to see you. We made that. We can't wait to see you guys. We'll be here November 2nd, actually. We may try to get out to Brookings if we can get over there quickly.
Hendo wants to take us pheasant hunting.
Have you been pheasant hunting? Either of you ever?
Yeah, I go.
I heard it's a thing.
It is a big thing. You've gone.
Yeah, like 10 times.
Kid?
Yeah.
Since you were young?
Yeah.
So maybe he can. My guess is he's way better than Hendo. at pheasant hunting.
There's no chance
Our
Hendo's.
assistant coach is the big pheasant hunter.
Who?
Rob Clinkfoot.
Oh, yes. He's good at it.
That actually makes a lot of sense.
He has
Yeah,
like,
Clink seems like a pheasant hunter.
Yeah, he has hot dogs and stuff.
Really?
Yeah.
All right, we'll have him take us.
And he don't miss.
All right.
Yeah,
Really?
there you go.
No, he's a good shot.
Yeah. Well, that's the thing that I'm worried about with him. Like,
I can shoot anything.
Yeah, exactly.
Going.
Exactly. Yeah. Well, listen, this has been a blast. Summit League Media Day. It's always fun when we make it up here to Sioux Falls. We will be back in, I think it's officially 27 days from today. We'll be back up here in Sioux Falls, ready to see these guys play a little bit of basketball. Appreciate you tuning in. We got to go catch a flight. It takes off in an hour and 52 minutes. We are headed to Charlotte for ACC Media Day tomorrow. Appreciate you guys tuning in. Come back. We'll see you tomorrow.